Chapter 640. What's a steam engine? Li Chengqi asked. He knew that if Li Yi made something, it would definitely be something good. A steam engine is actually related to the problem of sealing. It doesn't necessarily have to be rubber. Steam is the gas used to steam things, and the pressure is very high. Li Yi didn't explain in detail. It was quite difficult to explain physics. Brother Yi, you mean to use air to drive a windmill like the wind? Li Chengqi understood. Li Yi? He didn't know what to say. It turned out that the ancient people were not stupid. They could think of it in such a short time. Yes, use air to blow, but the air, I understand. When you blow the trumpet, the air must be concentrated. Also, leave a hole in the flute and a large amount of air will rush through, and the sound will be louder. Li Chengqi understood again and gave Li Yi an example. Yes. Li Yi found that he couldn't say anything. Then take your time to make it. When it's done, you can use that to replace manpower. Steam is enough to make the fire. Control the water and air well and blow. Li Chengqi nodded seriously. That's right. I've been boiling water, Li Yi admitted. Was an aircraft carrier powerful? His power was boiling water. Even if it was a nuclear-powered submarine, it was powered by electricity and boiled water. Otherwise, where would the electricity come from? When it was time for lunch, both of them stopped eating and drank. Li Chengqi muttered to himself and left to make canned seafood. Li Yi went back to the study to copy books. In the next few days, the people who had fields began to plant cotton. They took cotton seedlings from the Li family Zhuangzi back. When it was time to harvest, those who didn't participate in picking tea ran to dig ditches and repair the water net. The captives also went to work. They only needed to be fed and didn't need to be paid. The whole capital office became a large construction site. The people from other places also came to earn money. This was not the usual wage. It was 3 times more than the usual wage. The Ministry of Revenue was rich and they pursued speed. Recently, there was nothing to do in the imperial court. Yao Chong breathed a sigh of relief. During the morning court session, Yao Chong came out to explain the situation. In the eastern region of Taihang Mountains, when locusts first appeared, the local people drove chickens and ducks to eat them. There were also merchants who bought locusts at the price of rice. Most of the children went to catch them. He mentioned the places where there was no locust plague last year. As soon as the locusts appeared, the people hurriedly brought out chickens and ducks to eat. Merchants raised pigs and bought them at the price of grain. A caddy of locusts was equivalent to a caddy of rice. When the children went to catch locusts, they could catch quite a lot in a day. When they came back, they would exchange it for the same weight of rice. What about the casualties in Songzhou? The winged knights didn't say anything. They looked up at Li Longji. How many? Li Longji asked. 290. The leader of the winged knights gave the answer. How did you fight? Your Majesty. Yao Chong asked. Li Longji nodded. Officer Guo always stared at the Tubo generals. They were more than 1,000 steps away. At most, 4 shots were enough to kill the enemy generals. The answer given by the winged knights was that simple. Isn't the death rate of the winged knights too high? Yao Chong found another problem. This person looked at Yao Chong with disdain. The winged knights are called the winged knights. Cavalry attack formation, cavalry charge formation. The winged knights personally charge formation? Zhang Shi muttered. The winged knights can dismount and get into formation. Our winged knights don't have any soldiers. The strength of the winged knights isn't because of the winged cavalry. It's because of the fighting power and the soul of the army. The leader of the winged knights straightened his neck as he spoke. His eyes were full of pride. Good. This time we can exchange for many of the people of the Tang dynasty. Spread the news to the world. Li Longji was even more proud. His private army wasn't a flashy army built with money. When it came to charging formation, they would charge at the front. After the small court meeting ended, urgent reports ran to the various prefectures to spread the news. Everyone in the court, no matter who they represented, was now silent. They won another battle. More importantly, the soldiers trained with money weren't weak. They could penetrate deep into the enemy's territory and fight. The most frightening thing about an army was that it had the soul of the army. The winged knights had achieved this. From now on, the feathered forest flying mounts were invincible. Brother Yi has trained good soldiers for me. Li Longji brought the memorial to Empress Wang's palace. He wasn't in a hurry to correct the memorial. First, he spoke to Empress Wang. I knew it. The training method of the winged knights is different from other armies. Sanlang, is there any news from Songzhou? Empress Wang immediately thought of it. They must have won the battle, and it was a great victory. It's about 100 to 1 casualties. I believe that more people from Tubo will die in the future. They don't have the medical skills Brother Yi gave them. Li Longji walked over and put his arm around Empress Wang's shoulder as he spoke. He knew that after the Battle of Songzhou, Tubo would be terrified when facing the winged knights. They killed too ruthlessly. If not for Brother Yi's soft heart, he wouldn't have exchanged people with the other side. The people of the Tang dynasty who were captured didn't necessarily die. If Tubo's captives were released, they could still fight. Chapter 641. Lin Bin grabbed my hand. Let's go boating today. Lin Wenwu got an excellent result again. This time he got 50 yuan worth of coupons. He took his brother Dongbag out to play. Dongbag's real name was Lin Bin. Like his name, he was Wenwu. Dongbag wore a new set of clothes. His little hand was held by his brother. He walked with his little legs. Auntie Xi and Uncle Jiang, I brought my brother here to play, Lin Wenwu said to the two people by the river. Xiao Wu, come here. You got an excellent result again? The food seller next to him greeted. Yes, Uncle Yi. Lin Wenwu was already familiar with the three people. He always got an excellent result. When he got money, he gave most of it to his parents and brought his brother out to play. Here, I'll give you a cotton candy. The man surnamed Yi handed over a cotton candy. The cotton candy was allowed to be damaged. When the wind blew, the cotton candy would be blown small. However, the one he gave was just put up. This kind of small thing the Li family Zhuangzi people wouldn't ask. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Lin Wenwu thanked him. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Dongbag shouted. There were a few boats by the river. There were geese, ducks, and chicks. They all looked so cute. Lin Wenwu took out 1 yuan worth of coupons and gave it to Uncle Jiang. 1 yuan was enough to play for an hour. There was a red seal on the coupons, indicating that it was a reward. Go play. Don't be afraid when the time is over. As long as there's no one waiting on the shore. The man surnamed Jiang took the money and said with a smile. The two children, one big and one small, began to put on their life jackets. Dongbag, who was already 3 years old, was much more sensible. He put his little feet on the pedals and moved with his brother. It was the middle of March. Where there was a river, the merry-go-round and other projects were started. The trade union specially made a pleasure boat that could hold up to 4 people. The price wasn't high. According to the price, including the cost of later maintenance, it would take 1.5 to 2 years to recover the cost. Therefore, the other craftsmen's idea of making it themselves and selling it at a high price was extinguished. Actually, according to my opinion, it should take at least 5 years to recover the cost. Li Longji brought the children for a physical examination again. When he talked to Li Yi about the cost, Li Yi gave him an answer. This kind of thing is beneficial to the people. The payback period must be long. The shorter the return period, the less suitable it is to be used in the livelihood industry. Li Yi didn't think that 1.5 to 2 years of recovery would be slow. Many investments would take 20 or 30 years to make a profit. For 20 years it would be equivalent to 5% annual profit. For 30 years it would be 33% annual profit. This included maintenance costs, labor costs, operating costs, and so on. After 20 or 30 years, the profits would be considerable. For example, the highway at that time had a 20-year return on investment. Calculating the return period of an investment was limited by the current state of social development. The private car ownership rate was 1%, and it would take 20 years to recover from the toll on the highway. In the next 5 years, the private car ownership rate reached 50%. In the 6th year, the money was back. According to the total amount of investment and the content of the agreement at this time, it would either be free of charge or pay more taxes. The people who built the highway had a way to take advantage of the loopholes in the law and use the existing highway as a company to invest again. This way the investment would be made and the highway would be incurring losses. The highway still had to continue to collect fees. This loophole was easy to make up for, and they could be punished through other legal guidelines. But when water transportation logistics is developed, it must be a line that is settled separately. It is not allowed to operate as a whole. Li Yi said something that confused Li Longji. Third brother. This means that the total amount of the finance department cannot be used for any investments or collateral transfer. When the money is earned to a certain extent, the rules must be changed according to the agreement. Li Longji heard Li Yi's words, and it was difficult for him to understand. But he understood what Li Yi meant. Brother Yi, will there still be people willing to invest? Li Longji was thinking of a practical problem. Everyone has the desire to pursue money. Isn't it good to not invest? Leave them out of the picture. At that time we will be playing with finance. Without a strong entity to back us up, all finance will be rootless. Li Yi did not care about this at all. As long as he wants to, he can promote the real economy to finance. Finance exists now, and the imperial court's forced restriction of the exchange ratio between copper coins and silk is a loophole in itself. Li family Zhuangzi had issued exchange coupons to further promote the development of finance. Even if humans have developed to the age of pure trust, finance is still involved. Li family Zhuangzi can now issue more coupons, but Li Yi is not willing to do so. He cannot control it completely. When he is outside, one coin can be exchanged for 1,200 renminbi. This is an appreciation of the value of the coupons. It is because of convenience and the reputation of Li family Zhuangzi. Another reason is that some people feel that this 1:1:2 ratio can be changed to 1:1:30. 1% is 10% and 100 coins is more than 10 coins. The more remote a place is, the higher the value of this ratio. It depends on the transportation cost of the copper coins and silk. This is the financial system and there is no escape. Li Yi does not want to avoid it. If he wants to completely control finance, he will have to control all the circulation channels and return to the barter era. Even if paper currency is popular, there is still cash and cash. Cash is more expensive than cash. When everyone reaches the level of cash, physical currency will be abolished. If physical currency can be abolished, can barter be abolished? Where can gold be traded? Li Yi told these things to Li Longji. When it comes to cash and cash, he explained it separately. Anyway, he said the general idea. It is not in-depth, but there is more in-depth knowledge. Paper currency, physical copper coins, barter, the essence of money. Li Longji's head is full of question marks. He has a sense of fear. The key is that he can still understand and admit that there is nothing wrong with this theory. Brother Yi, is this how the country's money will be played in the future? Li Longji has a sense of rejection. It is too tiring. No, it is more complicated than this. But don't worry, third brother. I will teach the students. His Majesty only needs to know how to use people. There is no need to know everything. How can there be an emperor who understands the lives of all the people? Then he is not an emperor, he is a god. Li Yi comforted third brother. Don't be afraid, it is nothing. I will teach the students. At least I know a little. Brother Yi, you must stay calm. You can write a few books. Li Longji wants to learn. He is afraid of the unknown. Fortunately, his brother Yi knows this knowledge. I am writing, I will give it to you later. In fact, it is very simple. The most direct way is to have a strong military. If you don't like someone, just kill him. What's the use of his economic and financial theory? Li Yi used the most straightforward words to calm Li Longji down. Li Longji showed a grateful look. Yes, my soldiers are strong. I don't care what you say, I will kill and solve it. Today is the last day of the month. If you have not voted, please vote for this book. There are still 3 hours left before it is invalid. Chapter 642. The catkins by the river fluttered, and the sound of laughter came from the gooseboats on the river from time to time. Compared to the people who had to work hard to support their families, the rich people in Chang and city found sunny days to take their children out to play. There was a large ship with wheels on the Ba River. Every day, the ship would go from the dock near the Li family Zhuangzi to Lantian County. It was mainly used to carry guests, and the fee was the same as other passenger ships. It could only carry 30 people at a time, and 8 people were responsible for driving the wooden wheels. It went with the flow of the water, and the splashes created by the wooden wheels were not much different from that of a water wheel. When it came back from Lantian County, The advantage of the ship's speed was reflected. Many people in Lantian County carried big and small bags and baskets. They wanted to sell things in Chang'an City, so only 30 people were allowed to carry a ship that could carry 100 stones. There was also a weight of goods. Brother E, the Workers' Alliance wants to build their own ships and sell them. They're willing to give you a sum of money for each ship. Li Chengqi chatted with Li Yi in a goose boat. Not now, work for me. When the water network of the capital government is built, and the ships that I cooperate with the Ministry of Revenue are built, they'll be allowed to build their own ships. Li Yi rejected the Workers' Alliance's proposal to work on additional projects now. He knew that this was the idea of the craftsman in the Workers' Alliance, not his big brother. The docks in the capital government that can build ships are not only building ships for your water network, but also for our cooperation. Li Chengqi assured Li Yi that no one could build privately as long as Li Yi didn't agree. Then he said, the imperial court took the blueprint to Jiangnan. The Grand Canal needs more ships, but it's not clear how to charge. The charge he was talking about was the patent fee to Li Yi. If they built a small goose boat, they couldn't collect the patent fee, so they could hide in a small river. For ships over 100 stones, they needed to run on the river with a serial number. If they didn't pay, they would check the ship. Even if they paid 100 stones for a 100-stone ship, it could be considered to support the patent. Li Yi was quite embarrassed. The first paddle steamer was actually built by a member of the royal family of the Tang dynasty, who was born more than 10 years later. That kid was called Li Gao. He was a very thoughtful person. According to historical records, his salary was not enough to support his family, so he wanted to go out and become an official. The purpose of becoming an official was to do something else to increase their income. Due to the influence of his relationship with the members of the imperial family, the imperial court did not allow him to leave. As a result, he made a small mistake and was demoted to be an official. This person knew how to govern the region, build roads, train soldiers, and invent things. If the situation in the Tang dynasty had not been so chaotic at that time, Li Yi believed that Li Gao could have done better. Now that he was to be paid the patent for the paddle steamer, he felt ashamed. Big brother, we should set up a fund with this money to reward those who make improvements to the ship. Li Yi told Li Chengqi that he was not going to take the money, and that he would give it to someone else. Paddle steamers still had a lot of room for development. As for propeller boats, they needed other kinds of knowledge. The blades of the propellers were not made casually. They had to be calculated and then molded. There was no need for a 5-axis machining center, let alone printing technology. I knew you would say that. Li Chengqi did not know that Li Yi felt guilty for copying Li Gao's invention. He thought that his brother Yi was always thinking about the world. Li Yi saw that his big brother had misunderstood. He opened his mouth to explain but changed the topic. Don't take any big actions recently, especially those against the Turks. Wait until July. I will check the situation. Li Yi wanted to be stable. He was waiting for the death of a person. He did not know whether that person would die or not. He only knew that that person was still fighting according to historical records. He was fighting internally and did not attack the Tang dynasty. That person was preparing to unify the Turks. The matters of the imperial court are enough for the imperial court. How can they have time to care about other things? Li Chengqi shook his head. The busy people in the imperial court who were mentioned by him were now cursing angrily. The people of the censorate want to become famous because of this. I will fulfill their wish. Each of them can't think of a plan to benefit the country, but they are good at making trouble. Yao Chong was cursing the censorate. He was very angry. The imperial court removed the mediocrity of the people of the imperial court. The people of the censorate were impeaching. Li Yi wanted to plant a large amount of cotton and cancel the mulberry and hemp in the imperial court. The censorate was impeaching. The Ministry of Revenue paid to build a water network to facilitate irrigation and boat transportation. The censorate was still impeaching. Someone suggested that Li Yi's more than 11,000 captives be nationalized. Li Yi paid for the captives. They only care about causing trouble. Lu Huaishan, who also received the impeachment memorials, felt that the censorate was impeaching for the sake of impeachment for Li Yi. Zhang Shua sipped his tea slowly. This matter has involved the interests of many people. They are behind it. Zhang Shua was referring to a group of people who had the support of the imperial family. They had annexed the land in the imperial court and planted crops there. No one checked the mulberry and hemp. Now that they had changed to cotton, they should plant crops where mulberry and hemp should be planted. The wheat had not been harvested yet. It would be too late to plant cotton after the wheat was harvested. When the cotton was harvested, they could not produce the cotton. The imperial court used this as an excuse to deal with them. They could not avoid it. Seeing that the situation was not good, they asked for help. The censorate was the most suitable. Li Yi does not care if they plant crops or not. Isn't planting crops for eating? They think too much. Yao Chong continued to be angry. He put away the pile of impeachment memorials. Let's go see the pandas tomorrow, Lu Huaishan suggested. He was in a good mood after seeing the pandas. The next morning, after the imperial court meeting, the three of them quickly finished their work and ran to the Li family Zhuangzi's panda park. It was spring. There were fresh bamboo shoots and tender bamboo. Therefore, other than the panda who took care of the two children and took turns to feed them, the other pandas ate the bamboo. The bamboo shoots were no longer provided. The two little pandas no longer looked like mice. It had been more than 100 days. Their color had turned black and white. They were furry and could crawl, roll, and turn over. The weather was warm. The two little fellows were placed in an obvious place with a mat underneath. No matter how big the place was, the two of them were squeezed together. They bumped into each other and pushed each other. The people who came to watch laughed from time to time. The other 5 older panda cubs were more lively now. They crawled around and accidentally fell down. Their mood is much better. Yao Chong laughed a few times. He finally understood why Li Yi had to raise pandas. Dogs are also interesting when they are young. But things are different when they grow up. Pandas always make people happy, no matter how big or small they are. Zhang Shua said, not thinking about the imperial court for the time being. Lu Huaishan kept smiling. The Tang dynasty will be different in the future. The people will have more smiles on their faces. They will only smile when the Sidong temple cultivates good seeds and fills their stomachs. Zhang Shua sighed and thought of the imperial court again. On the other side, Li Yi was talking to old man Mu. A person's mood depends on whether their desires are satisfied or not. It also depends on how they compare with others. Happiness is not only about filling your stomach. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, please subscribe to The Starting Point if you have the ability. In addition, you need a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 643. Li Dan and noble consort Lu came to have their bodies checked. The imperial physician said that there was nothing wrong with their bodies. So they came to the Li family Zhuangzi, but the imperial physician said that they couldn't. When they got up in the morning, they deliberately didn't eat. They just wanted to check the process. After the examination, there was nothing wrong. Li Dan looked at the farmers of the Li family Zhuangzi and felt that they were full and warm. If all the people of the Tang dynasty were like this, they would be happy. Li Yi disagreed and said, the farmers are happier than others because they have a better life compared to other ordinary people. Can't they just not compete? Li Dan asked with a smile. The imperial court needs to take the imperial examination to recruit officials. Students compete with students and officials. Men and women are beautiful, so it's easy for them to get married. Li Yi shrugged and gave the simplest example. Li Dan looked up at the sky and said, yes, as a prince I have to compete. Otherwise I can't sit in that position. That position is boring. I'm busy all day and can't arrange my subordinates well. What I leave behind is a bad reputation. Li Yi looked in the direction of Chang'an. How can the people of the Tang dynasty be as happy as the farmers of Zhuangzi? Li Dan asked a question that he felt was inexplicable. Compare the people of the Tang dynasty with the people of other places. The people of other places can't eat enough. The people of the Tang dynasty are tired of eating meat. Li Yi said with a smile. He didn't think that there was anything to be sad about other people not being able to eat meat. I want to live until the people of the Tang dynasty can eat enough. I don't want to be tired of eating meat. When Li Dan said this, there was a trace of sadness on his face. Li Yi looked at him and nodded. Should be possible. No problem. It's really hard to let the people of the Tang dynasty eat meat every meal. Eating, what about eating? Li Dan asked. There's a kind of rice. It takes 2 months to harvest. This kind of rice is drought-resistant and can be planted in any kind of land. Li Yi looked in the southwest direction. No one knew what he was looking at. What kind of rice can be harvested in 2 months? Li Dan was shocked by the harvest time. Harvesting once every 2 months in the south, wouldn't they be able to plant it 6 times a year? Rice doesn't taste good. Li Yi shook his head. Wheat rice isn't tasty either, and chaff is even worse. At least it's rice. How ripe can it be in a year? Li Dan stared at Li Yi and said. At this time he was thinking about whether it was delicious or not. The rice grown now was delicious. It was japonica. Unfortunately, the yield was too small. Depends on the place. In Jiangnan they can ripen 3 times a year and need to be fertilized. In Chongzhou they can ripen 4 times a year. In other places they can ripen 2 times a year. Li Yi introduced the Zhanqing rice. This rice was currently in the Southern Protectorate Manor. Where's Daozi? Li Dan was anxious. The Annan Protectorate Manor grows indica rice, not japonica rice. What Zhuangzi grows is japonica rice. It has many burrs and its yield is low. Even if we fertilize it, it can't compare to indica rice. Li Yi pointed to the paddy field in Zhuangzi. He hadn't planted the rice there yet. He planted the rice for himself. If it was someone else, they would have been dealt with by the imperial court. The Annan Protectorate Manor has indica rice that can be harvested every 2 months. Good. Li Dan remembered it. I'll write a memorial to His Majesty. I'll say that the Annan Protectorate Manor has a type of rice that can be planted in Jiangnan first. Li Yi told Li Dan about his arrangements. He was an official. Li Dan nodded his head. Yes, write a memorial to His Majesty. Go and write it. I'll take a look at it myself. Sure, take your time. Seeing that the old man was about to push him, Li Yi hurriedly left. Noble Consort Lu came forward. Li Dan frowned. This child doesn't forget to take good things out. There's a type of indica rice. Li Dan told Noble Consort Lu about a type of rice that could be harvested every 2 months. It wasn't afraid of drought, and it could grow as long as the grass could. There's such a good thing. The fastest crop in the Tang dynasty is harvesting 3 times in 2 years. Noble Consort Lu was surprised. 2 times a year is because the soil isn't fertile enough. If it's the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi can grow 4 times a year. He can even grow it in a greenhouse. Li Dan didn't consider the actual situation at all. He thought that the Li family Zhuangzi was in Chongzhou. What do you mean? How many seeds are there? How many years do we have to wait before we can grow a large number of seeds? Noble Consort Lu was also anxious. The Tang dynasty would only be stable if the people had food to eat. If I didn't rush him, he wouldn't have written a memorial to the Annan Protectorate Manor. Tell me this child. Li Dan was still angry. Didn't I say it already? With that new type of rice we can crossbreed more varieties. The Tang dynasty can raise more livestock to eat. Noble Consort Lu protected Li Yi and rolled her eyes at Li Dan. At the same time, she thought that the people of the Tang dynasty would eat more food and meat. Li Yi finished writing. It was only 1 sentence. He didn't write it on the paper given by the imperial court. Instead, he wrote it on his own paper in Zhuangzi. He came out and found a winged knight. Send this to His Majesty. Brothers, come with me. The person took the letter and carefully put it in his pocket. He called 5 people and rode out of Zhuangzi. Half an hour later, a fast horse arrived at the Panda Park. Prime Minister Yao, His Majesty urgently summons you. The person found the 3 prime ministers. Let's go back quickly. I haven't seen enough pandas. Yao Chong was helpless. The 3 of them got on the carriage and returned to the palace in half an hour. They went straight to the political affairs hall. Li Longji was reviewing memorials. When he heard the footsteps, he signaled Gao Lisher with his eyes. Gao Lisher passed the paper with Li Yi's words on it to Yao Chong. The 3 of them unfolded the paper and read it together. Zhang Shi read it aloud. Your Majesty, the Annan Protectorate Manor has a type of drought-resistant rice that can be harvested once every 2 months in hot weather. You can plant it in Jiangnan first. It was just a simple sentence. The Annan Protectorate Manor has such good rice? Why didn't they report it? Yao Chong was furious. Quickly send someone to take a look. If it can be harvested now, ask the locals to bring back more seeds. Send most of them to Jiangnan and a small portion to be planted in the capital. Lu Huaishan didn't think about the Annan Protectorate manor. He wanted to see if there was any. If there was, he would plant it quickly. The order was quickly passed down. There was no need to travel 800 miles. It was a waste of horses. No matter how anxious they were, they couldn't rush it for a few days. After settling the matter, Yao Chong said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, this subject requests that Li Yi write down all the good things that are currently available." This subject agrees. Lu Huaishan supported Yao Chong. Zhang Shua made a sound. They all felt that it was fine if it was other things, but why did Li Yi only mention such good rice now? If he said it last year, didn't he plant it in many places this year? He has to remember it first. What's the use if he doesn't? If we ask him now, will he know everything? Li Longji didn't agree to interrogate Li Yi. He would lose even more things if he did. Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dan was asking. Shao Yi, is there anything else that you think will be useful to the Tang dynasty? Li Yi pleaded with Li Dan. He knew that Li Yi would only say it if he wanted to. If he didn't say it, there was nothing he could do. Li Yi looked at the old man and sighed. There really is. In the past, I was thinking about these things, so I wanted to build a ship and forgot about the indica rice over there. What is it? Where is it? Li Dan craned his neck. Sweet potatoes, corn, tomatoes, kidney beans, there are many of them. It's more than 20,000 li away, across the sea. Li Yi spoke the truth. There was, and it was growing there. How could he bring it back? Chapter 644. When Li Dan heard that it was 20,000 miles, he felt that he could send someone to check it out. However, when he heard that it was separated by the sea, he was discouraged. Why does it have to be separated by the sea? Aren't there any connected lands? Li Dan muttered to herself, her interest waning. When we have a fleet of large ships we can go over. The problem of fresh water is easy to solve. We just need to make more large glass covers and bring saltpeter. Li Yi was not distressed. Wasn't it just sailing at sea? He had a sea map. The drinking water at sea could be distilled. He could bring many ships over and each ship would not need to be filled with people. The ships were specifically responsible for supplying supplies. When the supplies were exhausted, the ships could be thrown away. No, it was just a matter of money. The only threat was a hurricane at sea, a big storm, or suddenly encountering a big whirlpool. It will take many years, right? Li Dan thought of a large fleet. It would take a long time for the fleet to go and come back. As long as we do it, there will always be a time when we succeed. If we don't do it, isn't it still normal? Li Yi was optimistic. Just like the country's research on weapons and spaceships, generations of leaders would eventually succeed. Yes, if we don't do it, it will always be like that. Even if I can't wait until that day, you can too. Li Dan's eyes were firm again. If you can wait, there will be ships with money. Ships can fight and wait to help transport the good things back. Li Yi comforted the old man. If the old man lived for another 10 years, he would be able to see things from any continent. Columbus and Magellan's fleets were not big. There were not many crew members, but they were still running around. They didn't even have a nautical chart. They were just relying on their hot-bloodedness and luck. He could tell the sailors a lot of knowledge, including a world map and making various tools for them. If 100 ships went out, many of them would be responsible for supplying. How could they not come back? What kind of luck was that? Are there people in those places? Noble consort Lu was listening and thought of the local people's question. Some places have people, some don't. There are potatoes and sweet potatoes. The local people are not civilized and speak different words from us. Li Yi asked the palace maids and eunuchs to bring in tea and dried fruits. He accompanied the two people to eat and chat. The locals aren't as good as the Southwest barbarians. They use bows and spears. In fact, the closest location is to the north of the Japanese Empire. Follow the northern part of Hebei province and continue to head northeast. Li Yi explained the location to Li Dan and his wife. He told them that after crossing that part of Japan, keeping close to the land, they would come to a strait, and on the other side of the strait would be the new land. It was just that it was very cold there. If they sailed along the land there, the weather would gradually become warmer. There's no canal there now. We can only go down and take a detour to the other side. Actually, we'll find something if we land there directly. The local climate is similar to Chongzhou. This time Li Yi found a pen and paper and drew the continent of America while he was explaining. Li Dan and noble consort Lu listened attentively. The palace maids and eunuchs were also listening attentively. They had never known such a place existed. It looked huge. Xiao Yi, how does it compare to the territory of the Tang dynasty? Li Dan didn't know the exact size, so she asked. How should I put it? During Longshua's reign, it was 3.5 times the size of the Tang dynasty. According to the actual land controlled by the Tang dynasty now, it was 7 times the size of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi gave 2 answers. Many places in the Tang dynasty claimed to be their own, but were occupied by others. It's actually so big and there are so many places to plant crops with high yields. If we occupy it, Li Dan wanted to expand the territory. Li Yi shook his head. Who will govern it if we occupy it? Will the person who governs it be the king of the local area? Sigh. Li Dan thought of it after Li Yi's reminder. It was so far away. The people sent there would build the local area and gather the local people under their command. At the same time, they also knew about the Tang dynasty. If they suddenly announced the establishment of a country, the Tang dynasty couldn't do anything to them. Even if they left their family members in the Tang dynasty as hostages, they would just abandon them. Like now, many protectorates used local people as governors. Some governors didn't take good care of them and betrayed them. It's a pity about that place. Noble consort Lu showed a look of regret. When the Tang dynasty has big steam-powered ships and better weapons, as long as there are no internal problems in the Tang dynasty, they won't dare to rebel. Li Yi had ideas about controlling America, including the kangaroo continent. The cannons were placed on the ships, the shells were not made locally, and the technology was not given. Whoever was sent there would be rotated every few years. If they dared to disobey, more cannons would be sent to attack them. Live up to expectations? Li Dan paused with tea in her hand. If the steam in the pot is made, it will take 2 months to travel from the Tang dynasty to the other side. Li Yi didn't say half a month because the technology was not good enough. Make it quickly. 2 months is good. Li Dan agreed with the time. Li Yi. That night, Li Dan and noble consort Lu left. They didn't stay in Zhuangzi and took the sketch drawn by Li Yi with them. When they returned to Baifu Palace, they first said that the test results were good and that they could live for a few more years. Then they started to tell them about the potatoes that Li Yi told them, emphasizing that the people there were uncivilized aborigines. What was planted grew quickly. There were herds of horses on the grassland. Li Yi did not mention the horses. It was Li Dan's idea. Brothery didn't mention it to me, but he has always wanted to build a big ship. It has something to do with it. Li Longji yearned for it. His first thought was not to occupy it, but to visit many places that he had never been before. As long as the ship is fast enough, we can rule the place. Empress Wang thought about how to control the place in the future when she was taking care of the children and eating. It was such a big place with few locals. Why not use the aborigines? Let's build the ships first. The inland river ships. Li Longji gave up thinking about distant places for the time being. The Tang dynasty was still busy. There were Tubo, Turks, Khitans and Abbasid Caliphate around it. A few days later, more small ships appeared. These small ships were rented out by the Li family Zhuangzi. The water network was still being dug. There were already rivers in the area. There were many rivers in Lantian County. A batch of small ships were sent from one village to another. Someone was in charge of ferrying them. Monthly rental was based on a month's rental. The rental would not be charged first. 1 month later, the situation would be determined. If the renter felt that it was a good deal, he would pay to rent the ship. If he felt that it was better to do other things to earn money or even lose money, he would not have to pay. But the ship would not be rented to him in the future. April 6th, Yao Chong and the others took a car to the construction site of the water network to check on the situation. It's been more than a month, and Li Yi hasn't done anything. Are you all scared? Yao Chong looked at the people digging the trenches and remembered that it had been too peaceful recently. The winter wheat has been harvested. We will plant another batch of crops. The Li family Zhuangzi's people have gone over to check on the cotton. There are also some small ships in use. Zhang Shuo recalled the matters of the Li family Zhuangzi. He was not confident. When Li Yi did not appear, he felt that something was missing in his life. He also felt insecure. Lu Huaishan closed his eyes for a while. Didn't His Majesty say that Li Yi will not be able to come up with any new inventions for the time being? It might not be an invention. There is still Tubo. Tubo's hostage has not arrived yet. Zhang Shuo remembered that the competition had been delayed until now. Chapter 645. They all knew the reason. Tubo went to surround Songzhou. If he couldn't win, he could still run. In the end, the 3,000 winged knights ran to Songzhou with things and made preparations. After the battle with Tubo, most of his men died or were captured. Turning around, the winged knights cooperated with the Songzhou soldiers and took the initiative to attack. Tubo suffered a big loss again. So many of their men were captured. Where could they get 200 more people to be hostages? The matter was delayed again and again. Both sides didn't mention it. Obviously, Tubo was discussing with Songzhou about the exchange of people. Recently, many people came from all over the capital government to work. The fields where they harvested wheat are soaked in water. Yao Chong saw some small flags with the words, XX County written on them. It was equivalent to a county organizing a team to go to the capital government to help build a water network. The speed of harvesting wheat is faster and the speed of threshing is also faster. The people have more free time and come out to find work. This is what Li Yi originally considered. Lu Huaishan looked at groups of people sweating and digging ditches. He mentioned Li Yi. After harvesting wheat, if the people wanted to immediately plant other crops, they could only plow the fields and dig out the roots of the wheat. Otherwise, they would use water to soak the wheat and then plow the fields. The roots of the wheat would be used as fertilizer. At this time, they couldn't plant it immediately. Zhancheng rice could mature in more than 50 days. Why couldn't they plant it 6 times a year? This was the problem with roots. According to the number of people and the progress of the project, the water network will be built this autumn. It will be put to use next year. Yao Chong didn't want to mention Li Yi. As soon as he heard the 2 words Li Yi, he immediately worried that Li Yi would do something big. Li Yi was in the Li family Zhuangzi. He gave the patient an X-ray and looked at the chest. Okay, your situation is not a problem. You can work. Don't do heavy work for the time being. Li Yi said to the patient. The patient was not bound and was guarded by the winged knights. I've already told shopkeeper you, who went to Tubo to do business, about your family's situation. They'll try to contact your family and find an opportunity to come over. Li Yi told the patient something else. Their assassination attempt had failed. They had implicated Tubo and caused him to pay compensation. They would not have a good ending when they returned. Li Yi did not kill them. He wanted to bring their families here, and then they would live in the Tang dynasty in the future. Now they were digging a ditch and this person was helping to get food or something. If they didn't bring their families, it didn't matter. Anyway, their families were going to belong to someone else. Tubo was not like the Tang dynasty. There were many slaves and the system itself was slavery. There were slaves in the Tang dynasty, but it was a feudal system. The existence of slaves was a leftover problem, although there were slaves in later dynasties. You promised us. We will work for you. Our families will come over. You have to teach them. You are not allowed to turn them into slaves. The patient made a choice in his heart. Li Yi promised not to hurt their families. They were not familiar with each other, so they could slowly get to know each other. The captives felt that Li Yi's words were credible. At least the Khitan captives had a good life. As for the Southwest barbarian captives, their food was not good, but they were not beaten. Li Yi did not kill any of them. He also said that if they did well, they would not be slaves. Go to work. Don't be lazy. If you work slower than others with the same number of people, you are lazy. Li Yi waved his hand, and the winged knights took the patient away. There's still more than a month. There's no hurry. Let's wait. Li Yi packed up and went to copy books while mumbling. At night, Li Longji and his family came over again. The little guy could run now, but he kept falling. Brother Yi. His Majesty said that many of the county magistrates elected by the Ministry of Personnel this year are not capable. Li Longji and Li Yi talked about the Ministry of Personnel. More or less. Some of the county magistrates before were bought, not people who passed the imperial examination. Li Yi knew that there were many officials who used their connections to buy an official from outside the 9 sects. Usually, no one would carefully investigate the outer court officials. When they were promoted, they would continue to spend money. After buying and buying, they would become inner court officials and buy more. After buying the position of county magistrate and becoming a county magistrate, the county matters would not be managed by the county magistrate. There would be officials. Is there a way to deal with it? Li Longji was annoyed. There was a problem in the examination of officials. Some officials were not good enough and were actually rated as superior. If all of them did this, the Tang dynasty would be finished. Isn't there the first royal inspection team? Ask them to investigate the Ministry of Personnel. Speaking of which, I don't know how far Zhong Xiaojing's dictionary is. When Li Yi mentioned the inspection team, he thought of his dictionary. The framework had been given to Zhong Xiaojing. It had been a long time. Why is he still not done? The pinyin annotation of the dictionary is very difficult. Zhong Xiaojing had found someone to learn it. As many words have many sounds and meanings, it is not easy to do. Li Longji spoke up for Zhong Xiaojing. Zhong Xiaojing had worked very hard. When he was writing the dictionary, he would leave his name behind. Moreover, the font was his own. Zhong Xiaojing had some ability. Even if he was a corrupt official, there would not be a problem with the dictionary. To an official, being able to write history was a good job. Usually, those officials who participated in writing history would be recognized by the emperor and become high-ranking officials. He can take out a simple dictionary for the people to read. Since Princess Jin Xian is willing to print the book, he can give her the stamp. I Zhuangzi do not have time. Li Yi felt that there was no need to write a complete dictionary. The small dictionary can be introduced briefly. Must the people have a dictionary? Li Longji revealed a look of understanding. That's right, the commoners had a small dictionary. Let's think of a way to urge him. Li Longji nodded. Third brother, the railway from Chang'an to Luoyang should be repaired. The cement factory in Lantian County will be able to produce large amounts of cement in 2 days. Li Yi did not forget the problem of the cement tracks. All the idle people in the capital and the surrounding areas should come over to dig the water network, repair the roads in the counties, villages, and the houses of the people in the villages. Li Longji was worried. In the past, they did not have money, and the people were not enthusiastic in their work. Now that the imperial court was rich, they gave 3 times more than before. The people ran over and prepared to work until they could plant another crop in the fields. Let Luoyang repair it from there first. Send the cement from here. There are many people in Luoyang. Li Yi pointed to the east. Luoyang was there. Okay. Li Longji agreed again. The next day, a decree to repair the roads was sent to Luoyang in Hunan province on a horse. As soon as the 3 times wages were mentioned, the people in Luoyang who were looking for work stopped catching grasshoppers and asked to participate in the road repair. Time flew by and May arrived. The weather was hot, and there was little rain in the areas east of Taihang Mountains. Grasshoppers flew around, but they could not form a large group. Chickens and ducks formed a large group first. The people watered the ground. Although it was dry, the ground was always moist. Li Longji looked at the reports from the various prefectures and said to Yao Chong and the others with a smile, "Everyone, we have this year's harvest." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Yao Chong and the other 2 said at the same time. "Good, everyone is happy. The main thing is that the wells are good." Li Longji nodded. Then, the topic suddenly changed. How many days until the newly appointed county magistrate enters the court to thank the imperial court? Tomorrow. Yao Chong didn't understand why the topic had changed to this. Good tomorrow. At Hanyuan Palace. Li Longji's smile did not change. Chapter 646. On the 8th of May, the weather was fine. Early in the morning, hundreds of county magistrates newly appointed by the Ministry of Personnel appeared in Hanyuan Palace. They were very excited. Some people didn't want to be minor officials, but they thought it was fine. Li Longji sat on the throne and accepted the county magistrate's salutes. He slowly said, "You are the foundation of the Tang dynasty. Where you are, you will be safe. Where you do, you will be comforted. The education and livelihood of the local people are all in your hands. Today, I want to see what you can do if you want to pacify the people." The eunuchs shouted out Li Longji's words. The other maids carried the 4 treasures of the study to the small tables of the newly appointed county magistrates and put them down. Then they helped spread out the paper, moistened the brushes and ground the ink. The county magistrates understood and asked them to write the policy of pacifying the people. Some county magistrates took the brushes and bowed their heads to write. Some were trembling and holding the brushes for a long time, unable to write. The officials in Hanyuan Palace wiped their sweat. The weather was hot. It was hot early in the morning. Yao Chong's face was cold as he glanced at the county magistrates. His Majesty obviously had a purpose. He wouldn't joke. What did those who didn't write mean? "Ask why don't you write?" Li Longji said. A eunuch ran over and looked at the name on the table. He asked, "County Magistrate Xie Yun. His Majesty asked you why you don't write." The brush in Xie Yun's hand fell on the paper with a clatter. The paper turned black. He knelt down. I don't know how to write." The others were in a similar situation. Some said they didn't know how to write, and some said they couldn't think of how to write. Li Longji took out the loudspeaker. Good county magistrates. Those who can't read and those who can read, I want to see what you can write." He waited. The policy of pacifying the people was the foundation of local officials. It was not a profound knowledge. Just like Li Yi, the newly appointed county magistrate, when asked how he was going to teach the people, the officials began to blabber. Basic skills. If they didn't even know this, how did the Ministry of Personnel choose them? The officials of the Ministry of Personnel were sweating profusely. The backs of their clothes were soaked. What if they were caught by His Majesty? Once again it was quite urgent. After waiting for an entire hour, some of the officials were still writing. They had not even written 100 words in total. Ministers of the Ministry of Personnel, go take a look for yourselves. Present the good ones to me. Li Longji continued to shout through the loudspeaker. The officials from the Ministry of Personnel ran over and looked at them one by one. Fortunately, none of them were illiterate. Some of them wanted to kick the new county magistrate to death. In the evening, Li Longji went to the Li family Zhuangzi with his wife and children. He drank a mouthful of wine. "Brother Yi, today His Majesty asked the newly appointed county magistrate to write a policy to pacify the people at Hanyuan Hall. Guess what the result was?" "Someone doesn't know how to write?" Li Yi guessed. "That's right. You don't even know how to write. You're even worse than the farmers in Zhuangzi," Li Longji said as he picked up the food. His chopsticks trembled slightly. Obviously, he was angry. The farmers in Zhuangzi also don't know how to write a policy to pacify the people. However, a few of the managers can write one. Usually, they have to manage the manpower and are good at talking. Li Yi smiled and filled their cups with wine. How can this be? Li Longji could not understand. Actually, people who don't know how to write may not be able to be county magistrate. If you ask them to write, they can't write. If you ask them to speak, they can speak. There are many villagers who are illiterate, but they can manage the village well. Illiterate county magistrates or those who are illiterate, as long as someone helps them write, they can manage the county well under certain circumstances. Li Yi did not kill him. In theory, the county magistrate must know how to write a policy to pacify the people, including being literate. At that time, there was an illiterate village chief who managed the village well. Of course, there was nothing after that. He needed to look at documents. How could an illiterate person do it? Someone from the Ministry of Personnel must be dealt with. Li Longji already had a candidate in mind. He will deal with whoever is in charge. However, he will not kill them. He will make them the provincial governor of a lower province. This shows that the Tang dynasty still lacks officials. There is not enough talent in the imperial examination every year. Li Yi thought of this problem. Third brother, when the dictionary comes out and more people learn Pinyin, we can relax the requirements for the imperial examination. How? Li Longji did not continue to ask about the county magistrate. The imperial examination now requires 5 questions on current affairs, 5 fill-in-the-blanks questions, and 1 extra question on poetry or prose. If you answer 2 questions wrong, you will not be admitted. It can be changed to 50 fill-in-the-blanks questions, 50 multiple choice questions, and also essay questions, noun explanation questions, etc. If you take more, you will be given a few points for each question. If you have enough points, you can be an official. Currently, many students don't know what to do because they can't pass the imperial examination. Some went to teach and some wrote poems all day. If they can't pass the imperial examination, it doesn't mean they don't have the ability to govern. Li Yi looked at it from another perspective. If you can't pass the imperial examination, it doesn't mean you can't manage a company well. They are just not good at the imperial examination. If they are tested on other aspects and are given an official position, they might be surprised. Is this feasible? Li Longji had not tried it before. Zhuangzi's manager, Song De, had failed the imperial examination a few times. Look at him now. Who can you say he is worse than? Li Yi had a ready-made example of Song De. Song De could take the imperial examination this year, and he might even pass. Li Changshu had seen through Song De. He was in charge of this and that every day. Li Yi let go of most of the matters in the manner. Song De was not only in charge of Zhuangzi, but he could also promote people to take care of it. He is better than those county magistrates. Li Longji thought of Song De. He had to admit that Song De could even be a provincial governor now. Such a person had failed the imperial examination a few times, so he had to come to Zhuangzi to find work. Give them an official position in the outer 9 streams. Just like the 220 students in Zhuangzi this year. Throw them to the village to help. Tell them to help manage the village well, and give them a promotion. No matter how bad they are not ordinary people since they were chosen by the provincial government to take the imperial examination. Li Yi told Li Changshu about the background of the students who took the imperial examination. Li Longji thought of Li Yi's words and drank slowly, considering the feasibility. Those who failed the imperial examination were not ordinary people. Some people were talented but unlucky. Some of them gave up and felt ashamed when they returned to their hometown. Some of them just found a job and stayed like that for the rest of their lives. Third brother asked the students who failed the imperial examination and did not leave Chang, and if they are willing to put down their pride and be a low-level official. Li Yi persuaded again. Anyway, none of the students in Zhuangzi could run away today. They had to go. Okay, let's talk to His Majesty. Li Longji agreed. The next morning, he went back to the imperial court happily. He did not care about the county magistrate anymore. There were more students who failed the imperial examination and could write policies to pacify the people. Were they not better than those newly appointed county magistrates? Li Longji found that the Tang dynasty did not lack talents. What they lacked was opportunities for talents. When other things were over, he called Yao Chong and the other two. What do you think of Steward Song De of the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Longji asked the three. Chapter 647. Upon hearing His Majesty ask about Song De, Yao Chong and the other two were all stunned. Song De was the steward of the Li family Zhuangzi. They knew about his abilities. Wasn't Li Yi in charge of the Li family Zhuangzi? What abilities did Song De have? Your Majesty, Song De is able to do his job as a subordinate. I think he's above average. Zhang Shua gave Song De a score, saying that Song De was obedient and not bad. Lu Huaishan thought for a moment, then said, Song De is loyal. I rate him above average. He gave Song De a good rating based on his loyalty. Li Yi usually doesn't care about the affairs of Zhuangzi? Yao Chong guessed. Li Longji nodded slightly in response to Yao Chong's question. The three prime ministers looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Zhang Shua swallowed. Song De is in charge of all the affairs of the Li family Zhuangzi. He's also very organized. He's worthy of being a provincial governor. He changed his evaluation. The Li family Zhuangzi wasn't just a manor. There was also the Zhang clan's village, the imperial plantation, and the migrant workers' settlement. Now, there were almost 12,000 additional captives and there were no problems. This included communicating with the merchants, cooperating with the 16 guards, and settling the winged knights in Zhuangzi. If Li Yi didn't do anything and Song De was in charge alone, then Song De's abilities, Your Majesty, are the other stewards of Zhuangzi chosen by Li Yi? Yao Chong had something he wanted to know. Song De was chosen. Li only chose Song De. Li Longji knew what Yao Chong meant. He's worthy of being the governor of a protectorate. Yao Chong gave a higher evaluation. He took the imperial examinations 4 times but failed. In the end, he was penniless and had no choice but to sell himself in the city. Li Longji talked about Songda's previous situation. Songda had no money, no relatives, no connections, and the job he found was not good. In the end, Li Yi went to buy people and hired Zhuangzi. He was not a slave, unlike the other 4 men and 4 women. Of course, he couldn't leave the Li family's Zhuangzi now. If he dared to terminate the employment relationship, he would die outside of Zhuangzi. Your Majesty, do you want to increase the number of official positions and directly confer officials? Yao Chong caught his breath and understood Li Longji's meaning. For example, Princess True Jade and Princess Golden Immortal would occasionally recommend people. Li Longji hadn't met many of them in person. They were all appointed by the other princes after they saw them, and felt that they were good enough. They could be considered aides. Those people were officials in the capital, and some were even in the imperial city. I don't want to go to places that are far away. I want to be closer to His Majesty. Lu Huaishan added, every year, many of the examinees sent back by the state capital are too ashamed to return home. If Your Majesty wants to confer officials, this subject thinks it's fine. This year, the Li family Zhuangzi has 220 students. In half a year, they will be sent to the various villages in the capital to assist the village chief. Why don't we use this opportunity to send the students who didn't pass the exam to the villages first? When Li Longji said the first part of his words, the 3 prime ministers had an incredulous look in their eyes. When he said the last part, the 3 of them shook their heads. Zhang Shua said, this subject is afraid that the students won't be willing to serve under the village chief. Yao Chong and Lu Huaishan nodded in unison. The students were all arrogant. If they did well in their local studies, they would be sent to Chong and to take the exam. Unwilling? Li Longji snorted, humph. If they don't want to, they can continue taking the exam. If they pass, they will be sent to the villages. The Li family Zhuangzi's students are all A-ranked. If they can go, why can't others? Li Longji was angry. You dare to be arrogant in front of me? I will personally send you to the villages. Do you want to go? If you go, things will be easy. If you don't go, even if you pass the exam, I will still personally send you there. Your Majesty, have the Li family Zhuangzi students been taught by Li Yi and Zhuangzi for half a year as usual? Lu Huaishan thought of the previous batch of 42 students from the Li family Zhuangzi. Yes. Li Longji gave an affirmative answer. This subject requests that Li Yi's knowledge be compiled into a book. Lu Huaishan requested. No. Li Longji refused. The other books could be taken away by the other families. How could the aristocratic families learn Li Yi's knowledge? If it was compiled into a book, the aristocratic families would use all kinds of reasons to ban Li Yi's inappropriate words while teaching their own children. Lu Huaishan lowered his head. Regretfully, he wanted to learn. The current 42 officials, including the top student in charge of communication and analysis, were guiding the government affairs of the 20 counties. Ever since the former officials of Lantian County made a report to the 20 counties, the county magistrates and deputy magistrates' attitudes towards the Li family Zhuangzi's students were much better. When Li Yi impeached the officials of Huazhou Prefecture, the officials of the 20 counties treated the students even better. The students were free to give advice and suggestions in the counties. Last year, the officials of the 20 counties were evaluated to be superior. Li Yi still had to go to the villages. If the second batch of students went to the villages, after a year, it was estimated that the living standards of the officials of the 20 counties would improve by a lot. See how many students are still in the capital. Order them to come to Hanyuan Palace 3 days later. I will appoint them as officials. Li Longji said to the 3 of them. After that, he sat down and took the memorial. The 3 of them left and prepared to go back to the Political Affairs Hall to make arrangements. Li Yi's plan is brilliant. After walking for some distance, Lu Huaishan reacted. What's so good about it? Zhang Shua did not understand. As long as the students still have spirit and do not lack money, they will definitely not want to go back to their villages. The students will feel humiliated if the Ministry of Personnel sends village officials. Lu Huaishan reminded them. There was no need to say more. The two of them already understood. The students were afraid of being criticized if they went back. As long as there was a way, they should stay in Chang'an. The village officials were too small. They would not go if the Ministry of Personnel sent them. If it was the emperor who personally sent them, they would have face. If the students went to the village and could really help the village develop, they would slowly be promoted. It was a climb from the bottom to the top. After more than a decade, the Tang dynasty would have a large number of powerful officials. There would be people who were eliminated in the process. Those who stayed, how clear would their understanding of the people's livelihood be? Something happened. I was right. Yao Chong came to a conclusion from this matter. Li Yi did not move for a long time. Sure enough, when he moved, it was a big deal. The ship incident did not matter. Now that he made a move, he directly targeted the future officials of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Shua put his hands behind his back. Li Yi's plan is far-reaching. He is not suppressing the clans. He is letting the clans participate. The clans will be trapped bit by bit. After that, Zhang Shua shook his head sadly. Li Yi was too young. When they looked at the imperial court, they looked at the pros and cons. Even if Yao Chong came up with the 10 strategies, it was just a matter of discussion. Li Yi directly targeted the clans. That was the root. When the Tang dynasty achieved its goal according to Li Yi's plan, there would be no clans or powerful forces. How many people were there in the clans? How many people were there in the world? When the officials came out, who would be able to control the imperial power? If they were not satisfied, they would be killed. If they were replaced with a powerful official, the three of them returned to the political affairs hall and passed down the order. A group of people began to put up notices. They rushed to the 20 counties and put up notices together. Some of the examinees who did not pass the exam had to go to the nearby county schools to teach the children and prepare for the exam next year because their living expenses were high in Chang'an. Today, I will talk about the specific implementation of the duties of the village organization. A village should not only focus on coordination and stability, but more importantly, guidance. In the Li family Zhuangzi, 220 officials sat in the big classroom and listened to Li Yi's lecture. Li Yi asked them to go down to the village. He had to tell them what to do. Otherwise, they would be in the dark. Chapter 648. If you are a county magistrate, I will tell you to familiarize yourself with the situation of the other officials in the county and dispatch people reasonably. Li Yi said what the county magistrate should do. He changed the topic. Cooperate with the village chief. You must understand the situation of every household in the village. Include how many people there are, their age, what they are good at, whether they are sick, the source of income of the family, and so on. The 220 students lowered their heads and memorized. They had never been officials and did not know how to govern a place. Remember every household. Look at the distribution of the rivers in the village, the wealth of the land, stones, crops, and so on. In places where there are many reeds, consider farming reeds or other things to make money. Weave reeds to make money or make them into fodder. Find out who to make them, who to sell them to, and how much they cost. Investigate clearly before you act. Li Yi was very specific. The village officials themselves had to stay in the village. If it was the provincial governor, it would be a different management model. The provincial governor could not personally go to every household in the state to understand the situation. At the same time, you have to find people with management skills and increase the training. You can't always be an official in the village. When you leave, the original policy will continue to be implemented. Learn how to use people, learn how to manage, learn how to communicate. Don't just think about building a good relationship with the people. You have to establish prestige. Li Yi also asked the students not to lose their identity. If they mixed with the villagers, they would be confused. They had to be close to the people and convince them. An official represented the imperial court. If an official was nice to the people all day long, even if he managed the village well, what about the officials in the future? The imperial court's decrees were not child's play. The people had to carry out what they were supposed to carry out. Now, you don't have to take the imperial examination. In half a year, learn physics, chemistry, biology, geography, astronomy. Li Yi told the students the curriculum for half a year. There was no foreign language, no need to learn advanced mathematics, no need to memorize politics, and they already knew Chinese. They only needed to learn a few other subjects. Li Yi was confident that he could teach the middle school knowledge well in half a year. It would be enough for the students to use. That night, in the Great Mercy Temple in Jinchangfang, the students who did not pass the imperial examination this year gathered together. The imperial court posted a notice. 3 days later, go to Hanyuan Palace to have an audience with Her Majesty. What do you think it is about? In short, it's not for us officials. There are many people who passed the imperial examination this year. They have to wait in line. Can you give me money? Nowadays, life in the temple is not easy. We eat and live here, and there's no light at night. I want Your Majesty to assign me to the Li family Zhuangzi. I'm willing to clean the livestock shed. Wake up, stop dreaming. The Li family Zhuangzi bought the riverside land and built so many houses. There's no empty space left. The people who lived there, those who passed the exam this year, actually didn't move out and are still living there. Once you have a grade, you will have money. Although you need to spend money to eat and use the lamps there, it is still better than living in a shared room in the temple. The weather is hot. It's stuffy when there are too many people. As the students chatted, the topic went off track. The examinees who lived outside the county received the news relatively late. Once they heard that they could go to Hanyuan Hall, they all began to make their preparations. After 3 days had passed, the students who had rushed over from all over changed into what they thought was the best clothes and ran to Hanyuan Hall early in the morning. They had seen Emperor Li Longji, but they had seen him from far away. They couldn't see what he looked like at all. Following that, the eunuch announced the selection of village officials. This was personally appointed by the emperor. Those who didn't pass the exam would be appointed. Everyone was willing. Those who wanted to go could choose their own place. Those who didn't need to sign or make a mark. The selection period would be half a year. After half a year, the examinees would be evaluated based on their performance in the village. Those who did well would be promoted. Brother Donglai, are you going? A student asked the person who wrote the duck poem and chicken poem. This Donglai didn't pass the exam again. It was probably because his literary talent didn't meet the requirements of the imperial examination. When you came in, you already signed your name. The examination certificate is also recorded. Your Majesty wants you to be an official. If you don't, how can you expect to pass the exam next year? Donglai didn't pass the exam, but he had a lot of thoughts. When the examinees entered the imperial city, they had to show their identity. Now that they were willing, who didn't agree in the end? In the future, go. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have gone to the imperial city. I can't believe I'm only going to the village. What a pity for my talent. The person who asked the question shook his head. He helplessly went to find the name of the village and chose one. The examinees had to wait a year. There were more than 1,000 people and the village wasn't enough. They had to choose one from a few people. After choosing, they began to collect their things. They were exiled officials. They wore yellow clothes. It wasn't a bright yellow but a khaki yellow. All exiled officials wore the same kind of clothes. Even the minor officials who weren't exiled still wore khaki clothes. Other than clothes, shoes, and hats, there was also a luggage bag. In the luggage bag were bedding, the 4 treasures of the study, a handful of money, and a bamboo tube of tea leaves. These were the things given to them by the imperial court. They rested for a day and ran to take office the next day. They had to be there within 3 days. Otherwise, it would be considered as refusing to be an official. Brother Donglai chose Liangpa village in Lantian County. His surname was Wang, his name was Su, and his courtesy name was Donglai. Liangpa village, as the name implied, had 2 big slopes. It was south of the Qinling Mountains. There were 3 rivers in the village. The 2 big slopes each had a small river under it. The other one was a tributary of the Ba River. He Xiahao, Chai Baohong, and Zhuan chose Liangpa village. When the 4 of them arrived, they took out their documents and showed them to the village chief. Chunemo was very enthusiastic. Although the other party was here to cooperate with his village, they were all candidates for the imperial examination. They were talented. even if they hadn't passed the examination yet. He asked the villagers to clean up for empty rooms and moved in some simple furniture. They brought in firewood, pottery pots, chopping boards, kitchen knives, oil, salt, rice, and a piece of cured meat. If you want to eat vegetables, pick the vegetables yourself. I'm afraid of mosquitoes at night, so light the mosquito coil. It's from the Li family Zhuangzi. Chen Mo said to the 4 students. He also told them that there would be a banquet in the evening to welcome them. After the village chief left, the 4 of them began to feel confused. We still have to cook by ourselves. Chai Baohong showed an awkward expression. He didn't know how to cook. It's easy. Light the firewood and put it in the stove. Add the rice in the pottery pot and cook it together with the vegetables. You can also add some oil and stir the vegetables in the pot. You can eat them when they're cooked. Zhuan showed an understanding look, even if he had never cooked before. Wang Su and Xia Hao nodded. They also saw others cook and had an impression. Firesicle could make a fire. They learned it from playing with fire. In the evening, the village elders and the village chief accompanied the 4 of them to eat and drink. The 4 of them ate very comfortably. After dinner, they returned to their own rooms and sat in front of the table in a daze. They were a little excited. It was their first time to be an official. As long as their political performance was good, they could continue to be promoted. They were officials personally appointed by the emperor. It was so close to Chong, and they could get the emperor's attention. Tomorrow I'll ask the village chief if there's any work. Xia Hao was tipsy. He lay down from the table to the bed, mumbled and fell asleep. The next morning, the 4 of them got up and found water to wash themselves. They found firewood and started to cook. It's on fire, it's on fire. Come and put out the fire. A quarter of an hour later, a villager saw the 4 of them living next to each other. The smoke was billowing and he shouted at the top of his lungs. If they lived together, they could take care of each other. The village head's house had 2 courtyards. He was the richest family in the village. He used to be, but not anymore. Most of the villagers had the surname Chen. Chen Mo could be considered the head of the family. He was a scholar, and his father used to be a clerk in the county. Chen Mo was literate and could write and calculate. He was chosen by the villagers to be the village chief. The county didn't dare to choose someone with a different surname to be the village chief. It would cause problems. For example, the village chief of Weinan County had no foundation and was considered a special case. When the 4 of them found Chen Mo, he was drinking tea. He glanced at the unwashed bowls they brought over and didn't say anything. After pouring tea for the 4 of them, Chen Mo said, "In the village, if there's anything inconvenient, just call for help." "Thank you, Mr. Chen. The villagers are simple and honest. We are very grateful." Zhuan stood up and saluted. The other 3 also saluted. They knew how to communicate. Chen Mo returned the salute. Everyone sat down again. "Mr. Chen, what do the 4 of us do? Do you have accounts to calculate?" Chai Baohong looked at Chen Mo and asked. Chen Mo glanced at him with a smile on his face. "There are no accounts to worry about. The harmony has been cancelled. Thank you, Your Majesty. When the grains are harvested, each family will bring them over, weigh them, and send them to the county. Now, according to the words of the Li family Zhuangzi, when everyone earns money, they will share a portion according to the ratio. The village has an extra public welfare fund. Then we will take care of this public welfare fund." Xia Hao immediately followed up. He was very serious, as if he wanted to do something for the villagers. "Okay." Chen Mo's smile didn't change. He nodded and agreed. He got up and went to get the account book. The public welfare fund was kept at his house. He could check who paid and how much was in total. After a while, he came back with a stack of books and gently put them on the table. "Take a look." Then Chen Mo picked up the teacup and drank slowly. The 4 people were curious. Why were there so many accounts in the village? They flipped through them and saw accounting vouchers, Project Public Welfare Fund, debit funds, credit funds, corresponding forms, and so on. There were numbers on them. They flipped through them page by page, but they didn't understand. They looked at other books, which were a list of villagers who paid public welfare fund in Liangpa village, initial summary, and amount in arrears. They flipped through them again and saw names and amounts in other tables. There was a total under each table with debits and credits. Then there was a table of expenses with names, amounts, units, and notes. The four people's eyes widened. They found that they were in trouble. No, what kind of accounting method was this? Mr. Chun, is there a running account or an account book of 4 pillars? Brother Donglai swallowed his saliva and asked in a low voice. Chun Mo shook his head. The Li family Zhuangzi's secretary in the county requires all villages to keep accounts according to this method. It's too wasteful. Chai Baohong found fault. It's bought from the public welfare fund. The cost is not much. The Li family Zhuangzi prints it, Chun Mo said with a smile. Is it the same in other counties? Zhuan was curious. No, only Lantian County for the time being. The village originally planned to use this money to build roads. Now that the imperial court is paying, the village will not build roads. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chun Mo stood up and saluted in the direction of Chang, and the 4 people followed suit and saluted. They felt that they had chosen the wrong place. Mr. Chun, is there anyone in the village who wants to build a house? We'll report it. Xia Hao finally thought of something that could help the villagers. Chun Mo shook his head slightly. As far as I know, the villages in Lantian County don't need it, but other villages do. Brother Donglai looked at the account book again. How do we spend the village's money? Is it the account book of the Li family village? Yes, how do we spend it? Please help us think about it. Chun Mo followed. He could see that the 4 officials who were sent here didn't understand the people's livelihood at all. They were also lacking in many aspects. They wanted to take the account book. Was it so easy to seize wealth and power? The most interesting thing was that the 4 people didn't want to seize power, but wanted to help. Mr. Chun, I have an idea. Let's plant more greenhouses in winter and use the money. Xia Hao had an idea. Good. How much? How much cloth? What should we plant? Should we light additional candles for illumination? Which piece of land should we use? Let's discuss it. Chun Mo agreed. Planting greenhouses was fine. Even if you didn't mention it, the village would do it. It's good to plant cucumbers. Cucumbers are expensive in winter. Xia Hao, who proposed planting greenhouses, chose a vegetable. Okay. Don't worry about it, Registrar Xia. Go and ask them how and when to plant cucumbers. Chun Mo agreed in the end, but he threw the work that needed to be done to Xia Hao. The assistants of the village officials were all registrars of the village. That was all. Eggplants are bigger than cucumbers. We can plant more eggplants in the same field. Why don't we plant eggplants? Zhuan had a different suggestion. Okay, Registrar Zhu, help me ask them how to plant eggplants. Chun Mo still agreed. You can ask them and go to work. Chapter 650. Not long after, the 4 of them quarreled among themselves, arguing about what they should plant and how much they should plant. Chun Mo drank his tea quietly and listened. He didn't have any opinions. If he had to say that he wanted to, it was because he wanted to send the 4 of them away in half a year. Looking at the situation, Her Majesty was causing trouble for the village. Everything was going well, but the 4 of them came and started to cause trouble. Around the same time, most of the examinees and village officials from other counties were laughing. However, they were indeed impressive. They went to the village to cook their own meals, reported to the village chief after eating, and began to walk around the village. They looked at the geographical location, which family was rich and which family's house was being repaired. Then they looked at the courtyard. Some people's courtyards were clean and tidy, while others were dirty and messy. They took out their notebooks in red and blue lead to take notes. Some of the dirt and messiness might not be because the family was not hard-working, but because there were too few people working. They went to the village entrance to look at the firewood pile, and asked the people they met which family they belonged to. The villagers would pile the big firewood pile outside and put the small firewood pile and the woodshed at home. Once the fire started, it was easier to put it out. The firewood pile could also reflect the number of people in a family, and how hard-working they were. The firewood pile was usually made of wood that had not been split. It was covered with a grass curtain so that it wouldn't get wet when it rained. Sometimes when they passed by someone's house, they would shout from outside the courtyard and wait for the owner to come out. They would then go in to take a look at the warehouse where the coal and coal blocks were stored. Li family Zhuangzi. After Li Yi gave the nurses an afternoon lesson, Li Longji's family came again. Today was the 29th of May, the last day of the month. When the little guy saw Li Yi, he ran over and opened his little arms for a hug. He usually felt the atmosphere in the palace was different. Empress Wang took him to ride the merry-go-round and row the boat. There was a large group of winged knights around them. Even so, Empress Wang didn't take the child to the Forbidden Garden. The little guy lacked the joy of playing in the fields, mainly because he couldn't see his friends. In Zhuangzi, he could always see children running around and laughing at others. Brother Yi Luoyang is already on the road. There are so many people that it's connected to Lantian County. We used cement and deliberately made the cars with wider wheels. Li Longji mentioned the matter that they had discussed previously. They would hire people from Luoyang to fix the tracks. The wheels were so wide that they left ruts on the road. As long as the wheels of other cars were not wider than this, they could run inside. The middle of the track was not made of cement. Cement would make the horses run on useless horseshoes. This kind of road was equivalent to a fast lane, and the mud in the middle was more compact. When it rained, the water would first flow into the ruts and then out through the troughs next to the tracks. Can it be used before winter this year? Li Yi was calculating the time. If it could be used before winter, the economic benefits would be reflected. The project was not completed before winter, and was delayed for several months. Li Longji said with certainty, "It will not delay the construction period due to heavy rain." Yes. Then, he brought up the matter of the capital's water network. The water network can be fixed this year as well. It can be fixed in autumn. With the water network, the people will be able to farm with peace of mind. When it rains heavily, the water network can help to drain the flood. When the ministers discovered the benefits, they mentioned it to Li Longji. If there was too much water in the 8 rivers, it would enter the water network, and the water network would eventually flow to the Qinling Mountains. If there was too much water, it could form a river that flowed along the edge of the Qinling Mountains. There would be an additional channel for the flood. Otherwise, it would directly rush to the capital. If it rained heavily for many days, the water would first seep into the ground. Then, the main river would not be able to withstand it and burst. When the water network was completed, it would drain before the water accumulated. Even if it overflowed, it was only one place. If the land was flooded, grain could be transported from other places. If the people's houses were flooded, the land would still be flooded, and the houses would be finished. If it was Li Yi's side, it would be called flushing the countryside to protect the city, and flushing the fields to protect the town. Li Yi had already thought of it. He smiled. The water network and river channels can be cleared of silt every year. The silt fertilizes the fields. There is also a lot of fish, especially loaches. Put some salt or sesame oil and let them spit out sand. It is very delicious. Li Longji followed. In the past, he did not think about the problem of how much fish the people ate. Now he understood. The people caught fish with a bamboo basket and could eat for 2 days. They could also be cured with salt and air-dried. Could be preserved for a long time. Every new good idea allowed the people to eat a few more mouthfuls of meat. With many ideas accumulated, wouldn't the people be able to eat meat every day? For the time being, he could not control the distant places. The capital would set an example and other places would follow suit. Third brother, the planting of seasonings has to keep up. When making fish and meat, there are more seasonings. Only then will the people have more choices. The price of salt cannot be increased. Even if the big salt merchants sell salt, they do not collect taxes. If every caddy of salt is taxed 1 copper coin, in the end the people will have to pay 5 copper coins. Li Yi was opposed to collecting taxes on salt now. Salt was a necessity for survival. We also do not collect taxes on grain. Li Longji was also very knowledgeable. Salt and grain could not be touched. Third brother, I asked the workshop to make something to boil water. Take it back and use it when the sun is shining. Li Yi looked at the eunuchs as he spoke. The 4 eunuchs ran out. When they returned, they carried a pot covered with small lenses. An iron shelf extended from the edge of the pot. A copper kettle was placed on the shelf. Mirror? Li Longji knew about mirrors. But when he saw so many small mirrors placed there, his eyes felt uncomfortable. There were so many of them. When the light from these mirrors reaches the kettle will be heated and boil water. Li Yi looked at the introduction of the solar stove made by the craftsman. What is it used for? Li Longji thought for a while and felt that it would work. But he was not sure what it was used for. Seawater cannot be drunk. Use this to heat it up and condense the steam. If you are worried about other things, use layers of cotton cloth to filter it. When it is boiled, the water can be drunk. The cotton cloth can be cleaned and replaced. It is easier to carry cotton cloth on the ship than other things. Li Yi once again talked about how to replenish the fleet with fresh water. Previously, he considered using glass to distill the water, but the speed was too slow. Now that he took out the solar stove, it would be faster. The key was that this stove could be used to cook food. If not, it would be fried noodles and dry bread on the ship. Brother E, there is no need for glass mirrors. You can also use gold or copper. Glass mirrors break easily. Li Longji thought of a substitute. What if the mirror breaks? Stick a smaller piece on it? Change it to something that will not break. Li Yi looked at Li Longji in surprise. Damn, the ancient people were quite smart. Why didn't I think of that? A thin bronze mirror was not light, but it would not matter if it was placed on the ship. Li Longji continued. In the army, it is best to use boiling water to treat external injuries. Add a few of the same things in the logistics baggage to reduce the chances of infection. If we encounter a place where there is no good water, we can use the swamp water to distill or boil it for the soldiers to drink. They will not fall sick. Third brother is right. Li Yi nodded in admiration. Yes, there were no normal rivers in the army. There were only swamps and dirty water bubbles. The water inside could kill someone if they drank it. Bring this thing and boil it slowly. Drinking a mouthful of water and not drinking a mouthful of water were two different things. What if there was no sun when it rained? Drink the rainwater. The rainwater now was not so polluted. Chapter 651. Li Longji was happy. Oh my god, I finally caught up with Brother Yi's rhythm. This is good, but it must be kept a secret. If it is used in the army, many soldiers will die. Li Longji's eyes turned red. The Tang dynasty soldiers were not afraid of death. Many times they died in vain. When the army went to war, they could not find drinkable water and could only drink dirty water. Then they would have diarrhea, fever, and finally die just like malaria. It could boil water at any time, so the soldiers would not die out of non-combat. After the battle, there was no clean bandage, so boiling water was used to boil the bandage. In the Songzhou battle and counterattack with Tubo, the Tang dynasty soldiers suffered few casualties because their post-battle wounds were treated well. The body was cut with a knife, shot with an arrow, sterilized with alcohol, and stitched up. Even if there was pus under the scabs, it could be drained, or the scabs could be removed and washed with alcohol again. If it was in the past, it would depend on fate. A handful of grass ash and bandage, or if conditions were met, some herbs would be applied and bandaged. At that time, they did not know that the bandage had to be boiled. Now, the winged knights were carrying clean gauze made of cotton. Brother E, this thing can't be sold. Li Longji thought of the military use and said to Li Yi embarrassedly, I don't lack money. Originally, I wanted to use it on the long-distance navy. Since third brother gave me new technology, it's better to use it on the army. Li Yi was not stupid. He knew what could be sold and what could not be sold. Li Longji reacted. Brother E, you're starting to make things for the long-distance navy now? What else? Wait until the navy is established, then slowly think about it. I'm still designing the trawl net, the one used by the ships. The navy needs to eat meat and fish while sailing. The long-distance ships have soil to grow crops. For fertilizer, we can use the fish heads, bones, scales, and other things, crush them and ferment them. Also, the crew's excrement can be put in a special fermentation place for composting. Li Yi, who knew the dangers of the long-distance navy, was now trying to figure out what technology could be used. The auxiliary technology was first, the ship construction was in progress, and the training of sailors was also in progress. When the latter two were ready, The other auxiliary items would be added. You have to bring a lot of hemp ropes when fishing at sea. They have to be well preserved. Li Longji was thinking about fishing. No, use cotton thread and steam the pig's blood. You don't have to fish for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. You can use it all the time. You can just steam it again every 10 months. Fish blood is fine too. Li Yi casually revealed his technology again. As long as there was something he needed, he could take it out. Ah! Li Longji was no longer surprised. He was just making a sound at something new. Then he said, "No wonder you want to plant a lot of cotton. In the future, fishermen can use fishing nets with cotton thread and fish every day. It's mainly the size of the boat and the trawl. Nowadays, fishermen use hemp nets for their small boats. They spend a lot of time and gain less. The key is that there is not enough technology and business exchange. Make some changes, and the lives of the fishermen by the sea will be better. For example, a bigger ship." When Li Yi said this, he continued to teach Li Longji. The fishermen's boats were small and could only catch fish near the sea. The wind and waves would interfere too much with the small boats. At this time, investment was needed to build a big ship. It was easy for the Navy's ships to catch seafood in the Bohai Bay. How could the fishermen by the sea have the money to build such a big ship? Give them an investment, they would pay in installments and slowly repay the boat loan with the money earned. It was not only the fishermen's problem of earning money, but it also involved a lot of meat. Was fish meat not meat? Was it not full? The meaning of the existence of capital was reflected in such things, and not just for the sake of plundering benefits. When capital deviates from its original intention, it is also the moment when the country's capital begins to be in turmoil. Li Yi said and suddenly sighed. Li Longji was listening carefully and trying hard to remember. He knew that he did not need to know everything. He only needed to know how to use people. The problem was that he had to at least understand. When he was with Brother Yi, he had been understanding. Other than impeaching people and scheming against the officials of Lantian County and the French, Brother Yi had always been very peaceful and calm in all other matters. But the things he did were not peaceful at all. The more harmless the action seemed, the more he realized that at the last moment, he was pushing for a bigger thing. "Third brother, it's time to eat. Today there are sliced chicken with scallion oil. It's a small pot with bean sprouts and scallion oil." Li Yi looked at the time. It was time to eat, so he ended the previous topic. The normal sliced chicken with scallion oil was like a white-cut chicken, but he turned it into a small casserole. Li Longji actually wanted to continue listening, but after being interrupted by Li Yi, he woke up and realized that if he continued to listen, he would not understand and needed to digest. Empress Wang pulled her son to a single room in the cafeteria. The little boy kept sniffing. There was no snot, he was just smelling. The smell in the cafeteria was a mixture of all the dishes. It smelled more delicious than eating. Li Yi gave the little boy 2 processed chicken butts. The little boy washed his hands and used his hands to bite. Every bite was oily. He especially liked to eat it. One was that it was easy to bite and he could bite it. If it was marinated beef, he would definitely not be able to bite it. The other was that the body instinctively needed to grow. Children were very willing to eat sugar and fat. Most children were very willing to eat big pieces of fatty meat when fed to them. There was also white sugar mixed rice. Normal adults could not eat it, but children had no problem. They even felt that it was good food and sweet. Of course, the result was the same for these children. They still liked to eat it. For the little boys, there was no conflict between salty and sweet. They also did not care whether the fatty meat was greasy or not. In the single room, there were 2 one-year-old children from the village eating with them. They were being looked after by the palace maids. The 2 of them played with Shang-er before. When they were eating, Shang-er wanted to eat with them. Therefore, the 3 little boys sat alone at a small table. Each of them grabbed a chicken butt and gnawed on it happily. Shang-er is in Zhuangzi. There are no children of his age playing with him. Look at how happy he is smiling. Empress Wang liked everyone. Seeing her son rubbing oil everywhere, she did not criticize and educate him. This was because the children of the Li family Zhuangzi enjoyed the same treatment. It was not only Shang-er who enjoyed it. Shang-er was eating. When he was happy, he threw away the chicken butt that he had gnawed on. Then he laughed. After laughing, he realized that the food was gone. He turned his head and looked around. The palace maid washed it with warm water and put it back. Shonger picked it up and looked at it. Then he threw it away again. The palace maid picked it up and washed it again. Then she put it back. The other two little boys also learned to throw it away and laughed together. Li Longji frowned. Li Yi said, 1-year-old children don't think that eating is eating. Can also be a fun game. They throw things away and the adults pick them up. It's like adults playing polo. When they are older, they will understand and do the same thing. It's a different situation. Li Yi's meaning was clear. The adults treated the children's eating as a normal meal. The children did not have this concept. They felt that they were playing with you all the time. After playing with him for a while, they would stop playing and continue to eat. They did not know that throwing the food on the ground would make it dirty. If the chicken butt was not washed or picked up, the children would squat down and pick it up to eat. Sure enough, as Li said, after playing a few times, the little boys did not like to play and started eating again. Chapter 652. At the pier by the Ba River in Lantian County, the sound of cicadas was noisy and irritating at first. But after listening for a while, they automatically turned the sound of cicadas into background music. 30 people moved the goods onto the ship. After everything was placed properly, they found a place to sit and look at the scenery outside. A shout to start the ship sounded. The people on the shore pushed the ship with bamboo poles, and the wheels on both sides of the ship started to rotate slowly. About 2 miles south of the wharf, there were 3 water wheels rotating. The water wheels were connected to large earthworms that were shelled. The people working next to them put wheat kernels on them. While processing, they also collected the shelled wheat and cleaned the wheat bran. Not far away, a shed was built. The shed provided free tea, the worst kind of tea foam, for 1 coin a bag. Inspector Zhang Sun Xian sat at the side, fanning himself as he drank tea with his 4 aides. Luo Ocheng's 4 cousins passed the exam, and all of them got first class. After passing the interview with the Ministry of Personnel, the 4 of them applied to help Inspector Zhang Sun Xian deal with and learn about government affairs in Lantian County. Now, the 4 of them were subordinates of Inspector Zhang Sun Xian. Zhang Sun Xian pulled the 4 of them to make money together. The 4 of them helped to come up with ideas. Each of them took half of the profits. Zhang Sun Xian paid for it and took 80%. The money they earned from selling chrysanthemums, finding people to work on the spinning wheel, and making canned fruit was mostly invested into the flour processing. 3 water wheels shelled the wheat, and a group of people in the shed shook the ceramic core of the flour grinding machine. Then there were people in charge of weighing and bagging. The paper bags made of paper were 1 caddy each, and they all contained 60% powder, so the price was higher. 2 caddies contained 70 and 80% powder, and 10 caddies contained 90% powder. The discarded black flour was 50 caddies each, so it was cheap. When others bought it, they could make steamed buns with black flour. Inspector Zhang Sun, few people buy black flour. Why don't we set up a small bakery in the back and turn the black flour into bread? Luo Aocheng drank the tea foam and he didn't mind at all. He gave Zhang Sun Xian ideas. The 4 of them took 20% of the profits and wanted to make money. The black bread that Li Yi sells in Zhuangzi for 1 coin? It's hard and sour. Zhang Sun Xian had tried it before, and it tasted awful. The Li family Zhuangzi had announced the recipe. Not only was there a layer of wheat on the outside, there was also very finely ground wheat bran. The cost of making this kind of black bread alone was more than 1 tael. It was long and difficult to eat it. Many commoners were still willing to buy it. No matter how bad it tasted, it was still better than cooking wheat rice. Wheat rice was expensive and tasted sour. Those who were reluctant to spend money on long trips could buy a bag of black bread, which could last them for 2 to 3 months. Along with dried salted vegetables, they would be able to fill their stomachs as long as there was water. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi has announced how to make it. Someone has rented or bought the same flour grinder. The inferior flour is suitable for making black bread. Luo Aocheng said as he took out a piece of black bread from his bag. Ocheng, why are you still eating this? Zhang Sun Xian was surprised. In the past few days, both sides had been exchanging letters. The ships traveled by water, So they would charge 1 coin for running errands, sending letters back and forth between Lantian County and Chang, and they had just met today, but Luo Aoqing was actually eating black bread. Once we didn't pass the imperial examinations. The 4 of us sought out Inspector Zhang Sun to join his sect. We wanted to walk the path of Ganyi. Luo Aoqing said. Luo Aoqing continued, at that time, we knew about Inspector Zhang Sun's difficulties, so we gathered together to think of a solution. The first was to survive first, and have a virtuous wife at home. So we had the inspector bring his wife here. Luo Aoqing followed. Luo Ojuan said tacitly, later, when we analyzed Li Dongzhu, we no longer pondered over the knowledge in books. We looked at the Li family Zhuangzi's layout. And then? Zhang Sun Xian listened and nodded. And then we looked at things differently from before. This time, for the imperial examinations, we answered with ease. Li Dongzhu is a great talent. Luo Aoqing said as he cupped his fists in the direction of the Li family Zhuangzi. The other 3 also cupped their hands. Looking at him can pass the imperial examinations? Zhang Sun Xian wiped her sweat. It was hot outside. Li Dongzhu's actions are for the country and the people. The current affairs itself is for the country and the people. Just memorizing the books is enough. The poetry test is the foundation of writing. Luo Ojuan told Zhang Sun Xian what they learned. For the country and the people. Luo Aoqing also took out a piece of bread. What the people eat we naturally eat. In the future, when we govern the place, we must know what the people need. Poetry is good, and the current emperor likes it. But without the ability to govern, the emperor will not give a good official. Luo Aoqing concluded. Li Yi has the ability to govern? Built a bakery, huh? Good, if he can bake black bread, he can bake other kinds of bread. Zhang Sun Xian, who knew some of the situation, did not dare to say. This was not political wisdom but survival instinct. Inspector Zhang Sun, we came to Shuk. A group of people drove a cart to the place. A man in his 50s slightly bent his waist and bowed, smiling as he spoke. See which platform is about to end. Go and wait. There is tea here. The weather is hot, so you can't lack water and get heat stroke. Zhang Sun Xian pointed to the position of the water wheels. 3 water wheels drove 9 shuckers. After he built it, he did not collect money. The people came to shuck as they pleased, and he also provided free tea for everyone. If the people wanted to grind flour and collect money, they would have to shake the worst layer of flour themselves. When they shook it, the outer layer would fall down. Collecting it would be money to borrow tools. He did not count on corruption and bribery to make money. He did processing and middleman business. He provided a lot of jobs. When everyone praised him, he was willing to be a good official. What he came into contact with in Lantian County was officials working seriously, mining detailed accounts to pay taxes, and the people supporting the work of the yamen. The entire atmosphere was like this. He could not do anything bad even if he wanted to, and the people had a good impression of him. If they did not grind flour after shucking, they would specifically leave some wheat bran. This was because Zhang Sun Xian said that in the middle of June, they would catch piglets to raise. A 4-month-old pig was not small. When they were killed for meat during the new year, everyone would leave some wheat bran for him. The people drove the carriages over. Zhang Sun Xian drank a mouthful of tea and sighed. Actually, it is not difficult to be a good official. First, you have to know how to make money. Only then can you help the people make money. When you have money, there is no need to be greedy. If you work with me and make money, don't take the blood and sweat of the people. The 4 of them. Inspector Zhang Sun is right. Luo Aoqing was stunned for a moment and quickly cooperated. Li Yi has not been doing anything recently. I suspect that he is going to cause trouble. Zhang Sun Xian did not forget to think about Li Yi every day. According to his observation, Li Yi would make a move every once in a while. In the past few days, Li Yi had not done anything other than taking out a ship. According to the pattern, the longer Li Yi did not cause trouble, the bigger the trouble he would cause. We will keep an eye on him. Once we find a chance to make money, we will follow. Luo Aoqing expressed his understanding. The 4 of them had also figured out the pattern. They were waiting for Li Yi to appear and seize the best time to make a fortune. The Li family Zhuangzi did not lie in this regard. He had never cheated anyone. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please come to Chidian to support. In addition to subscriptions, the key was whether anyone had monthly tickets or recommendation tickets. These 2 tickets were in short supply. The farmer bowed. Chapter 653. Dropping anchor. Throw rope and set up stakes. At the Baishui pier, a large ship docked. Accompanied by shouts, the ship dropped anchor, the rope was thrown to the shore, and the people on the shore were tied to the stakes. The gangplank immediately hit the pier and the side of the ship. One by one, people wearing canvas waistcoats, canvas three-quarter pants and cloth shoes rushed up. They put their pouches on their shoulders and things fell on their shoulders. They stepped on the trembling gangplank and ran over again. This time they didn't run ashore directly. Instead, they put the goods on the flatbed from the pier. After putting in a pile, the ropes hanging on the flatbed were untied. The wheels under the flatbed were stuck on 2 wooden tracks, and they slid down the deliberate slope to the shore. There were fewer people coming and going from the pier to the shore. There was no need to frequently hide from people when moving goods back and forth. The goods on the flatbed were loaded onto other cars, or directly pushed to the warehouse on the shore. The track extended all the way there. When the flatbed cars went in, another flatbed car was pulled out. After a round trip, the flatbed car arrived at the pier again. There was another track exit in the warehouse, and the goods needed to be moved out with flatbed cars. It was also an oval track that went back and forth. Good idea. Good idea. Yes, good idea. A person wearing a third-rank official's uniform stood on the pier and praised. Minister Song Dongzhu has always been like this. He always finds a way to make it convenient for others to work. The person's attendant said with a smile. If you want to call him Dr. Li, even if you say Dongzhu, it should be Baishui Zhuangzi Li Dongzhu. How can the people around me, Songjing, not know the rules? The person who claimed to be Songjing scolded the attendant sent by the imperial court with a sullen face. Understood, Minister Song. The attendant lowered his head and responded sullenly. Songjing said to the attendant and stepped toward the place where the crowd gathered. On the shore, a group of people gathered together to do something. This is a gently sloping shelf. The flatbed cars coming from the pier can be affected by inertia and go up the shelf. The height of the shelf is parallel to the other cars. It's enough to carry the goods with a board. When Songjing arrived, a young man wearing large underpants and a large singlet was telling the craftsman that he was holding a blueprint. All right, let's give it a try. Donglin, you know how to design now. Congratulations. One of the craftsmen agreed. They began to make wooden shelves on the spot, each with a toolbox. It didn't take long for a gently sloping shelf to be completed and docked with the track. The wooden planks at the other end were smooth. The height of each cart was different, and there was an additional set of adjustable wooden braces. The carriage was tall, so the braces could be supported by the shorter ones, which could be retracted. Since the car was low, it was naturally because of the high support. As a result, the loading speed was also increased. Yes, this method is not bad. Songjing saw the Li family Zhuangzi's efficiency. The craftsmen were wearing the Li family Zhuangzi's logo. The character Ba on the chest was the most conspicuous. The Ba River was so long, but the character Ba only represented one place. Songjing felt that the Li family Zhuangzi was a little domineering. They used the name of a village to crown it with the name of a river. Fortunately, he didn't say anything. He had only been back for 3 days, and all he could hear was the voice of the Li family Zhuangzi. As soon as he spoke, everyone looked at him. He took a step forward and said, "This is my family's Minister Song. His name is Jing, and he is from the Ministry of Justice." Everyone nodded and continued to study the slope. "So be it. It has nothing to do with us." Songjing. He finally admitted that what Yao Chong and the others said was right. Yao Chong and the others once said that the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers had no respect for the officials. The villagers thought that Dongzhu's official position was high enough. He was a secondary class second-rank official. Then the minister was a primary class third-rank official. Zhao Donglin, who was just drawing, looked at Songjing carefully. He slowly moved out and ran toward Shuangzi. Dongzhu, the new Minister of Justice Songjing, is at the pier. Zhao Donglin reported. Songjing? Ah yes, he should have come back from Guangzhou. Old Yao should go down. I will help Old Yao one last time. His morals are not good, but his ability is obvious. Li Yi smiled when he heard Songjing's name. He moved closer to Zhao Donglin and whispered a few words. Zhao Donglin looked at him in surprise and waved his hand. Zhao Donglin left to arrange things. He had never been an official. He was learning from Li and Zhuangzi. At the same time, he was in charge of the affairs of 41 students in 20 counties. Half an hour later, there were many more people at the pier. They were wearing all kinds of clothes. The Li family Zhuangzi has established a litigation support fund. If someone is wronged and cannot find a litigator to help with the lawsuit, the Li family Zhuangzi litigation support fund will take care of it. Now is the initial release of the fund's lottery. As long as you pay 10 yuan, you can touch the lottery once. You may hit the jackpot. Li family Zhuangzi's team arrived. Songda was in charge of shouting. He also had a box in his hand. The team stopped in front of Songjing. Songda held the box and placed it in front of him. As long as you pay 10 yuan, you can put your hand into the box and grab a slip of paper. On the slip of paper there are prizes. Some of them are only worth 1 yuan, while others may be worth tens of thousands. It all depends on luck. Li family Zhuangzi will release 1,000 boxes, and each box will contain 2,000 slips of paper. Songda shouted again, his eyes sweeping around. Songjing frowned. He felt that it might be a scam. If the box was filled with slips of paper worth 1 yuan, then people would have to pay 9 yuan each time they bought it. He could not help but ask Songda, how do we know if there are more valuable items in the box? If Li family Zhuangzi of Bashui says there are, then there are still some. Moreover, the money will be used for the people of Chang, and for the time being. Songda puffed out his chest and showed Songjing the word Ba on his chest. He was so domineering. Yes, even Steward Song has come out. If he says there are, who dares to not believe him? There are still people who doubt Li family Zhuangzi. What kind of person is Dongzhu? This official must have just been transferred from somewhere else. He doesn't know anything. Ba Shui Li family Zhuangzi's Dongzhu fart is a trap. Won't his pants be torn? Take off your pants and fart. Why are you scolding people? In the midst of the clamor, a person stood up and said, I'll give you 10 yuan. Let's see what I can get. He handed over a 5 yuan coupon, a 2 yuan coupon and 3 1 yuan coupons. Songda took it and asked the person to put his hand into the box. The person waited for more than 10 breaths before taking his hand out. He opened his hand, and there was a folded slip of paper in his palm. He opened it and looked at it. Then he passed it to Songjing and said, I can't read. Help me take a look. You're an official. Songjing looked at it curiously and read, 1 piece of soap. That's great. Li family Zhuangzi's soap costs 200 yuan per piece. Does anyone want it? I'll sell it for 150 yuan. The person who drew the prize was so happy that he jumped up and shouted that he wanted to sell soap. Let me. Another person stepped forward and handed over the money. This time he quickly took out a folded slip of paper and passed it to Songjing. Songjing read, 10 pieces of fermented bean curd. I thought it was soap. Li family Zhuangzi's fermented bean curd is only 20 yuan for 10 yuan. Alright, take it home. The person looked unhappy. The rest of the dock workers and passers-by were tempted. 2 people did not pay. They wanted to take out their money to draw the prize, but they suddenly found someone shaking his head at them. Just as they were about to get angry, the person who shook his head lifted his outer shirt or unbuttoned it, revealing the word, Ba. These people nodded their heads. They understood. Later, don't be in a hurry to leave. I'll give you a piece of soap. Everyone who sees it will get a share. One by one, the villagers said to the person who was stopped. These people all smiled. Good, they could get a piece of soap just by watching the fun. Chapter 654. One by one, people went to the place where the prizes were drawn. Someone touched a dime and looked very distressed. Someone drew a rooster and said that he wanted to raise it to lay eggs. Song Jing felt that this person should go to see a doctor. There were also people who drew a 100 coin membership card on the second floor of the heavenly world and ran away like crazy. Song Jing was watching from the beginning and did not want to participate. Just as more than 30 people drew the prizes, there were sounds of discussion around. Did you see that official? I heard that he is a minister and is not willing to help the people at all. Lower your voice. That is the minister of the Ministry of Justice. If the people have someone to help them, how can the Ministry of Justice harm them? What is the Ministry of Justice doing? If you are guilty, you are guilty. The most annoying thing is the people who help the people in the lawsuit. Oh, no wonder. Song Jing's face became more and more ugly. Was the Ministry of Justice an ordinary case? Only the death penalty would be reviewed by the Ministry of Justice. What do you people know? When the Ministry of Justice intervened in the case, it was not the problem of the litigator and the broker. The words around were getting more and more unpleasant, and they were all directed at Song Jing. Song Jing finally could not bear it anymore. He took out 10 coins and an exchange voucher with the words, "Pick up money" written on it. I will draw one too. He handed over the money and glanced around. Everyone nodded. Songda took the money and motioned him to reach into the box to draw the note. Song Jing rolled up her sleeves and reached into the round opening of the box. Her hand touched many folded pieces of paper. He took out one randomly. He did not care about the prize. He wanted to use practical actions to prove that he supported the lawsuit. He unfolded the note and read, "A membership card on the third floor of the heavenly world." Wow, he is so lucky. How is it possible? A membership card on the third floor of the heavenly world costs 1,000 coins. Being an official is different. What official is it? The minister of the Ministry of Justice. What does he do? No, I have to go and draw it. The crowd rushed forward and pushed Songda and the box away. Slow down, line up. Songda shouted. After a while, everyone quieted down and lined up. The box. Looks like it's been squeezed to the point that it's a little different from the previous box. The person in line gave him $10 and reached in. He didn't know how to read, so he passed it to Song Jing. 10 coins and a bar of soap. Song Jing could not refuse the request of the people, so he read it out loud. I've earned an extra bar of soap. The person was happy. Another person went over to grab it. Song Jing helped him read. $10 and a bar of soap. 10 pieces of fermented bean curd and a bar of soap. $1. 3 cents. 2 bars of soap. Song Jing continued to recite. Later, Zhao Donglin came and helped him recite. Everyone began to collect their prizes one after another. A membership card was handed to Song Jing. He held the membership card and looked at the other recipients. He felt like he was dreaming. Minister Song, the 4 of us also went to touch it once. Look, we're lucky to be with you. Sun Xiao and I each got a bar of soap. Old Six and Squinty Eyes got 10 coins plus soap. The lackey who spoke earlier came over and showed Song Jing his prize. Why did I get $1? Can I do it again? No. Is this a thank you for participating? I should be able to do it again, right? It's actually a caddy of good white flour. Buy 2 tails of meat and go home to make dumplings. I'm also a member of Earthly Paradise, but I'm the second one on the second floor. The crowd shouted and the scene was a mess. Song Jing was pushed further and further away. Coupled with the hot weather, he was sweating all over. He didn't want to know more about the Li family Zhuangzi today, so he took the 4 lackeys back. On the way back, he didn't say a word. He was stunned by this membership card. 1,000 coins for a membership card on the third floor of Earthly Paradise. How many people would not be tempted by 1 million coins? When he returned to the palace, he stayed in his office for a while. Seeing that it was noon, he went to the political affairs hall. He had a good relationship with Yao Chong, but his character was different from Yao Chong. He had a good personal virtue. Yao Chong betrayed Wei Zhigu because Wei Zhigu didn't agree to his 2 sons' request and complained about it. If it was Song Jing would directly drive his 2 sons out. Song Jing was such a person. After he retired, he didn't allow others to use his connections. He went to the dock today because on his way back, as soon as the ship reached the Yellow River, He began to hear rumors about the Li family Zhuangzi. Moreover, the Li family Zhuangzi's exchange coupons were used there. Many merchants were willing to buy at a premium. The closer he got to Chang'an, the more rumors he heard about the Li family. When he arrived at the palace and was given the title of Minister of Justice, all the administrative staff would mention the Li family Zhuangzi when they chatted. Even Bai Gu, Yao Chong, Zhang Shua and the others talked about it. As for His Majesty's private army, the Winged Knights, some of them were in Songzhou, most of them were in the Forbidden Park, and the rest were in the Li family Zhuangzi. How powerful was that? Even the Prime Minister didn't favor him. Song Jing was more cautious. He didn't directly tell Li Longji that he shouldn't do this. He wanted to see for himself and understand the situation. He discovered that the Prime Minister and the various ministers had to limit their views of Li Yi, but they couldn't do anything about it. Song Jing arrived at the Political Affairs Hall with complicated feelings. When he entered, he found Bai Gu and Wei Zhigu arguing. 8 million taels, that's enough. You're still asking me for money? Where do I have the money? Bai Gu shouted. 8 million taels was the Ministry of Revenue's income in January and February. It's now June, 4 months later. How much money has the Ministry of Revenue earned? Wei Zhigu didn't budge at all. As he spoke, he looked at the three prime ministers, especially Yao Chong. His meaning was, you tricked me, so now speak up for me. Song Jing entered and looked around. How much money has the Ministry of Revenue earned? What do you mean by earned? The Ministry of Revenue only earns money by selling noodles. Right now it's considered normal taxation. Bai Gu glared at Song Jing. Why are you interfering? Song Jing didn't want to go against Bai Gu. He reached into his sleeve and pinched the Earthly Paradise membership card. Today I went to the Bashui Pier. The pier uses the rails. The Li family Zhuangzi's farmers are just as you say. They don't care about officials. Song Jing was still depressed. He was the Grand Minister of Justice, yet he was ignored just like that. Did you say your identity? Bai Gu didn't shout anymore. His voice was gentle. Naturally, I said my identity. Song Jing nodded. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't give you any benefits? The Ministry of Justice said so. Wei Zhigu spoke. At the same time, he took out a membership card from the 3rd floor of the Earthly Paradise. Everyone took out their cards, including Bai Gu. Yao Chong returned to his office. He looked around and found his card in the hall where the tea leaves were placed. There were a total of 5 people, and each of them had a membership card. Song Jing's mouth was slightly open. He took out the card from his sleeve and placed it gently on the table. I knew it. Since you revealed your identity, I promised to give you benefits. Guangbing, didn't you not accept gifts? Didn't you judge people based on their talents? How did you get your card? Bai Gu laughed. He also didn't accept gifts. Then, he also got his own membership card. I didn't accept any gifts. I spent 10 coins to draw a prize. At that time, many people were drawing prizes. Song Jing felt wronged. He argued that he got it by luck. Huaishan, did you see that? You always said that Xiaoyi was good. Now, her methods are getting better and better. She doesn't even need to write anymore. Ha ha ha. Wei Zhigu said to Lu Huaishan and laughed. Luck. It's Guangbing's good luck. Lu Huaishan held back his laughter and looked at Song Jing. Chapter 655. Song Jing looked at these familiar yet strange faces blankly. What happened to Chong? And in the few years he was away from Chang'an. I did get the membership card from the lottery. Many people also paid to get it. Some got the membership card on the 2nd floor, and some only got 1 yuan. Song Jing said as he recalled and found that there was no problem. There were so many people at that time. There were all kinds of prizes and thanks. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, if he did not take out his money to draw the prize, would the Li family's farm force him to do so? Everything was reasonable. He took the initiative to spend money to get the prize. Others also got the prize and kept giving out prizes. Guangbing, do you think it's normal? There's no problem? Yao Chong was a steady person. Now when it came to Li Yi, he became lively. Yes, I went to find out the situation. The Li family Zhuangzi said there will be 1,000 boxes. If there are no more, I'll believe you. Song Jing was angry. He didn't think he was bribed. I guarantee there will be. Guangbing, don't worry. And in the end, everyone will get benefits. Those who get 1 yuan, 2 yuan, and thanks are all farmers. Do you believe it? Ha ha ha. Zhang Shua continued to laugh and squat there while holding his stomach. Lu Huaishan gave Song Jing an affirmative look and said, yes, there will be 1,000 boxes to get the prize. You see, it will start tomorrow. I don't believe it. If that's the case, why would he pay such a big price for someone? Song Jing still insisted. You're just doing it casually. When Li Yi gets serious, you will know how powerful he is in a few days. Wei Zhigu looked at the 6 membership cards on the table and shook his head. I'll treat you to lunch on the 3rd floor of Earthly Paradise. Song Jing felt wronged. He was so old, but he spoke like a child. Okay, we'll go with you and spend the money in your card. Lu Huaishan agreed on behalf of the other 4 people. Everyone nodded to show their support. The group set off and arrived at Earthly Paradise. When they entered, many people were drinking tea and chatting on the 1st floor. Are these people resting? Song Jing was not familiar with the situation. He had been very busy for the past 3 days. There are no seats. Let's go up, Bai Gu said as he walked in front. The 6 of them went straight to the private room on the 3rd floor. Lu Wan appeared soon after and handed him the menu. Welcome, Minister Song. You know me? Song Jing looked at the woman. I just met you. I've seen the others before. I only heard that Minister Song had returned, but I didn't see you. Since you can come in with the others, you must be Minister Song. Lu Wan's voice was soft and she kept her distance. How much money do I have in my card? I'm going to spend it all today. Just serve the dishes. Song Jing started to argue. Didn't you guys say that I took bribes? I spent it all in one go and won't come back again. Minister Song, what a coincidence. You're the 588th table today. There's a reward package. You can pay the bill next time. Very naturally, Lu Wan took back everyone's menus and turned to leave to arrange the set meals. How is it? Yao Chong looked at Song Jing and asked, is it really a bribe? The money in this card can't be spent? Song Jing's IQ and EQ were both online. Heavenly World is His Majesty's business. He gave us the card to raise integrity. You Song Jing are famous all over the world. You're honest and you don't accept bribes. Li Yi made arrangements when he knew you were there. You taking the card is a small matter. The big thing is the lawsuit fund. Li Yi is going to make trouble. In a few days you'll see there will be officials who will be dealt with. Lu Huaishan told him about the card. Otherwise, Song Jing would still be thinking about whether he took bribes. The money is counted on His Majesty? Song Jing was surprised. You can't say that. Li Yi took 10% of the share. On the surface, Heavenly World is Li Yi's business. In fact, he has to take out 10% or several times to help His Majesty raise soldiers. Zhang Shua lowered his voice. He knew that Li Longji could tolerate other things but not Li Yi. Why did Li Yi do this? Song Jing had not been in Chang, and for a long time. He was not used to the changes. To eliminate the Xuanwu Gate, Yao Chong said in a deep voice. Song Jing was stunned. Yao Chong said Xuanwu Gate. He knew what it meant. It was not a gate but an incident. If Li Yi controls the army and rebels, how can we deal with it? Song Jing was worried about the Tang dynasty. He won't rebel. He can rebel whenever he wants. He doesn't need to control the army. If you betray the country and run away with people, the Winged Knights won't be able to catch you. If His Majesty wants to deal with you, he will find Li Yi. Li Yi will personally catch you alive. Wei Zhigu provided Song Jing with another reference. Think about it yourself. How capable was Li Yi? Song Jing was not convinced. What if I don't eat or drink and commit suicide? I will die. If I don't come back alive, I can still hit my head against the wall. Okay, Guangbing. Go to the Li family Zhuangzi for a checkup in 2 days. I envy you. You finally showed up. Yao Chong said gloomily. If he had not used his other identity to get in touch with Li Yi, he could also use the name of Prime Minister to get a checkup. If he was sick now, he would still have to use his original identity. At this time the dishes were served. They were given priority. Several stoves served them at the same time. However, the lobby manager who came was Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun came to take over the night shift. She had nothing to do, so she came early. I heard that Minister Song is doing something beneficial to the people in Guangzhou. He taught the local people to build brick houses to prevent fire. The local food is light and delicious. Heaven on earth can be imitated. Please, Xiaoyun said to Songjing with a smile. She was dignified and generous. Please. Songjing looked at Xiaoyun's expression and attitude. He had no choice but to cup his hands. After Xiaoyun bowed and left, he asked the others, are they from Nankou? Guangbing has good eyesight. Two great masters who specialize in bringing people around. Their actions and words follow the rules. Lu Huaishan nodded. What's going on with Li Yi? Songjing felt even more uncomfortable. Why did he encounter things so different from what he had imagined? He's a very interesting youth. It's okay to bully him occasionally in the name of righteousness, but don't go too far. Zhang Shua said with a smile as he looked at Bai Gu. What are you looking at me for? How am I going too far? I have more than 8 million yuan of money. Didn't I listen to his arrangements? Did I impeach him? Bai Gu was angry. If Zhang Shua spread the news, how could he find Xiao Yi to fix his broken teeth in the future? You always keep an eye on his money and collect taxes. You also take benefits from him. Wei Zhigu targeted Bai Gu. I won't keep an eye on it. Don't ask the Ministry of Revenue for money. If you want to do anything, find Xiao Yi yourself. Bai Gu retorted. Songjing listened and looked and became more confused. What was the relationship between them? Eat and drink. Zhang Shua was the most cheerful. Eased up. Although he was the prime minister, he was not worth much. Prime ministers were worthless nowadays. There could be 3 of them, and there was an even more powerful foreign minister outside of Chang'an. Everyone began to drink. Songjing tasted the shrimp braised cabbage and found that it was indeed light and fragrant. Even Guangzhou can't make this taste now. How can earthly paradise make dishes from there? Songjing had been the governor of Guangzhou for several years, and was used to the local taste. He had not adjusted after 3 days back. He did not expect earthly paradise to serve dishes from there. Chapter 656. Yao Chong was also used to eating. He had eaten no less than 300 dishes of various flavors. He picked up the wine cup and said, the dishes in Heavenly World are just average. The best place is Drunken Immortal House in Lantian County, and the best place is Li Family Zhuangzi Canteen. Yuanji is right. The dishes in Li Family Zhuangzi Canteen are not only from the Tang dynasty, but also from Tubo, Abbasid Caliphate and Chateau. They can cook anything. Lu Huaishan gave an evaluation. He was mainly talking to Songjing because Songjing had just come back. Songjing tasted another dish. Sure enough, they were all local flavors when he was the governor of Guangzhou. Was Heavenly World so good? It seemed that the membership on the 3rd floor for 1,000 taels was not expensive. We can cook anything from all over the world. 1,000 taels is okay. Songjing gave an evaluation even though he did not have 1,000 taels. There is a mailbox in the restaurant. If you are bullied by local officials, you can write a letter and throw it in. No one can see the content. Zhang Shua told Songjing that there was no mailbox in their private room. There was one outside and people would send letters in. Censorate. Songjing realized that he should use these days to understand the situation in Chang'an. It's more powerful than the censorate. The officials you mentioned should be recorded by the censorate and other officials. Now we have the first inspection group in the Tang dynasty. If there is a problem in the future, he will join the group. Zhang Shua said to Songjing, but he looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong did not respond. He just frowned. Guangbing, since Xiao Yi knows about you, you go to Li Family Zhuangzi to say hello to His Majesty. Remember that at night. Bai Gu told Songjing how to do a physical examination, especially liver function. Songjing nodded to show that he remembered. He did not ask such an idiotic question as why he had to say hello to His Majesty. The 16 guards outside Zhuangzi and the winged knights inside Zhuangzi were enough to make a judgment. On June 7th, Songjing and Li Longji applied for leave and went to the Li Family Zhuangzi early in the morning. They were stopped by the 1,000 bull guards, who took turns to guard the bridgehead. but they were not searched. After waiting for about 8 minutes, Li Yi ran out, followed by the palace maids and eunuchs. Beside him were the winged knights, 100 of them. Every single one of them had arrows knocked on their bowstrings, pointing diagonally at the ground. Song Jing saw this lineup from the other side of the bridge. "Old Song, quick, come in. Her Majesty is very strict. She is not guarding against anyone but everyone." Li Yi ran over and pulled Song Jing's sleeve to invite him inside. According to the records, Song Jing did not have any problems with his personal morals, nor did he have any problems with politics. He had always been honest. As for his literary talent, one would know just by looking at his poems, essays, and prose. There weren't many poems left behind by Song Jing, but they matched rhymes when they should. They matched rhymes when they should. They matched rhymes when they should. Most of them were about national policies and people's livelihood. It was an insult to the prime ministers and ministers to say that their poems and essays were not good. It was just that they did not have the heart to write so much. They put more energy into politics and the situation of the Tang dynasty. The people of this generation were the foundation of Li Longji's prosperous era. When this generation passed, the new generation would be finished. Therefore, Li Yi was very warm to Song Jing and always had a smile on his face. Song Jing was not used to it. It was awkward for a young man who was much younger than his son to interact with him like this. But when he saw Li Yi's sincere gaze, he felt that he was better than his son. It was a special kind of temperament. "Li Yi, are you like this because I'm the Minister of Justice?" Song Jing was pulled away and onto the trailer. He sat down and asked Li Yi, "Old Song, if you think like this, you're just scolding yourself. The Minister of Justice is just that in my eyes. The previous Minister of Revenue, Zhong Xiaojing, was removed by me. He's now the Vice President of the Calligraphy Association and is compiling dictionaries. Old Bai is a good person. I know that he's always eyeing my income in Zhuangzi and wants to make money. I also know that if he wasn't the Minister of Revenue, it would be a different matter to get along with me. It's the same for you. If there's something that I approve of, I'll pay attention to you. If the previous Minister of Justice wanted to come to Zhuangzi, I wouldn't agree." Li Yi spoke casually to Song Jing. He was calm and said whatever he thought. "Aren't you afraid that I'll arrest you?" Song Jing glared. "Who can't you learn from? Why do you have to learn from old Bai? Arrest me? I'm just a secondary class rank 2 official. Who are you to arrest me? I thought you would only come in 2 days. I didn't expect them to leak the news to you, right? You can take the card from Earthly Paradise. It's from Her Majesty." Li Yi was still so honest. He chatted casually with Song Jing. "Sure enough, it was arranged by you." "I didn't eat anything last night. I only drank 2 bowls of water. Now I'm hungry and thirsty." Song Jing understood everything now. As soon as his identity was exposed yesterday, the trap was set. It was impossible to guard against it. "This is mainly to test your liver. Did you go to the toilet in the morning?" Li Yi nodded to show that he understood. "No, I'm enduring it." Song Jing wasn't stupid. He knew that it was to check his physical condition. "That's great. After the blood draw, I'll check the rest for you. Let's do a full set." "Actually, you shouldn't have any problems, but I hope you'll be healthier and live a few more years." Li Yi created a relaxed atmosphere. They arrived at the hospital as soon as they spoke. First, the blood was drawn and sent to the examination room for automatic examination. Then he gave Song Jing 2 small bamboo cups and asked Song Jing to go to the toilet. When Song Jing came back, he was very embarrassed. However, Li Yi still looked calm and took the cups for examination. It's just as they said. When it comes to the examination of diseases, Li Yi is always so calm. What a good doctor's heart. Song Jing muttered to himself. He finally understood why those people wanted to restrict Li Yi while not allowing others to provoke Li Yi. The restriction was for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Not allowing others to touch Li Yi was also for the sake of the Tang dynasty. "Old Song, you don't feel comfortable going to the toilet. You've stayed in the south for a long time. The bacteria and climate are different. I have some cheese here. It's all fermented. You can eat it directly. Don't leave at noon. After the examination, eat some pickled vegetables and pickled vegetables. You can treat the cheese as an appetizer, although it's not very delicious. Ordinary people can't adapt to the taste. After Li Yi finished the examination, he gave Songjing a prescription and ate. If he didn't care, Songjing would adjust himself in a few days. The imperial doctor gave me Croton. Songjing said gloomily. Yes, Croton is okay. Takes effect quickly. 2 days. Eat with me to adjust. It's also 2 days. Li Yi gave the imperial doctor a thumbs up. Croton was diarrhea. After the diarrhea he would adjust again. There was no problem. He used nourishment to adjust, but the imperial doctor attacked. It was very direct. In fact, there was another medicine that he had written to the imperial doctor, betel nut for digestion pills. After eating it, it was not very uncomfortable. It was better than Croton. However, the imperial doctor probably didn't give him all the other medicines he needed. It was water honey pills. Croton is okay. Songjing thought that the imperial doctor was lying to him. No problem. In fact, if you want, I can give you continuous popsicles. Eat 10 popsicles first, then another 10 popsicles at noon, and continue at night. Basically, you'll be fine. Li Yi nodded. There were other ways. He couldn't acclimatize. Diarrhea suppression, adjustment, anything was fine. This was Chinese medicine. I'll eat here. Songjing chose the most comfortable place. Chapter 657. In the afternoon, Li Yi and Songjing cooked a pot with 3 layers of meat instead of pure white meat. The kimchi was naturally made using the Sichuan kimchi method. It was not spicy. The cheese was served as an appetizer and was placed on top of the fried fish. Li Yi did not like to eat this kind of food. Songjing did not like it either. However, he forced himself to eat it and drank a small cup of realgar wine. Old song, don't eat anything too salty at dinner. Otherwise you'll have to drink too much water and get diarrhea. Li Yi advised the doctor that drinking too much water would cause diarrhea. Why should he use the bacteria from pickled vegetables, kimchi, and cheese to adjust his digestion? I'll stay at Zhuangzi tonight. Songjing did not stand on ceremony. He had already heard from Yao Chong and the rest that he could stay at Zhuangzi whenever he wanted. The prerequisite was that Li Yi personally invited him in. Otherwise, he would not even be able to enter. Stay at night? Then let's not eat pickled vegetables. Let's eat skewers and rice wine slowly until night time. Li Yi changed his strategy when he heard that Songjing had time. He gave the untouched food to the palace maids and eunuchs. Then he ran outside and set up a small grill. Li Yi personally grilled the food. He did not take away the kimchi. This Sichuan kimchi was very useful for adjusting the digestive tract. Those who had not eaten it would not know how delicious it was. It was not the northeastern spicy cabbage from Li Yi's time. It was the kimchi from South Korea. Even the northeasterners from Li Yi's time admitted that kimchi was from Sichuan. In their own place it was not called kimchi. It was called spicy cabbage, platykodon, and other local dishes. Is it okay to eat like this? Songjing was more worried when he saw that they had changed again. The rice wine is enough. Let's eat slowly. I have a class today to talk about medicine. I'll accompany you. They will go and practice. Li Yi placed great importance on Songjing and stopped the class. The practice was to treat the people in the migrant area, including the students. Some of the students were admitted this year and still stayed there. They didn't feel ashamed. They lived comfortably in the house and helped out with some work. It was said that Li Dongzhu personally went to fight with the enemy's assassination team. That was the action of a martial artist. Li Dongzhu had no problem with that. There was also the production of tools for the benefit of the people. Proprietor Li was personally involved. The students who lived in the building gradually felt something. They worked hard when they were given free lodging and paid to use lights and eat. The people he came into contact with were the villagers of the Zhang family and the migrant workers. The people in these two places had been working hard to learn how to read and write. The students felt a kind of atmosphere. An atmosphere that contained labor and a thirst for knowledge. A person's personality was influenced by their environment. Otherwise, why would Meng Qi's mother change so much? Songjing, as the governor of the prefecture of Guangzhou, was able to go deep into the grassroots and think of building brick houses for the local people. Naturally, he understood. Li Yi no Xiao Yi, do you think it's appropriate for me to let them build brick houses in Guangzhou? For the first time, Song Jing had doubts about his policy. He wanted to get confirmation from Li Yi. Old Song, have you built enough kilns? How do you solve the problem of fuel? What kind of sand are you using to burn bricks? Li Yi actually didn't agree. What nonsense was this? Where in Guangzhou can you build brick houses for me? That can only be a portion of the people. How much money have I invested? The people in the capital can't all live in brick houses. You can go to Guangzhou? When did the prefecture of Guangzhou develop? You're so awesome. Why do I have to persuade Old Bai and stop the Ministry of Works from using the Works Alliance? How much did I invest in Lantian County? It's impossible to build brick houses everywhere. I'll just repair the mud houses and see if I can build brick houses by the end of the year. That's because Lantian County is rich in natural resources and it's easy to burn bricks. Can Guangzhou be compared to the Guangzhou of my time? Why don't you compare it to Hainan and Sanya? If you didn't put your thoughts on the people and the imperial court, I'd spit on your face if you dared to talk to me about Guangzhou's achievements. Song Jing didn't know what Li Yi was thinking, but he could tell that Li Yi despised his administration in Guangzhou. What's wrong? Song Jing was straightforward. He worked very hard. How should I put it? There are many factors in a fire, but the source of the fire is the root. Old Song, look at the buildings in Zhuangzi and the buildings by the river. They're still the same. My frame is made of concrete, but it can't stop the fire from spreading. There's no construction method that can absolutely stop a fire. Li Yi didn't hold back. He told Song Jing about his method. The local people are used to houses made of grass and trees. They live comfortably, but you insist on building tiles. What if the winter suddenly turns cold and it's a difficult day? Did I do something wrong? Song Jing heard it and felt disappointed. The starting point is good. After you leave, the local people will adjust back. The people aren't stupid. Li Yi patted Song Jing's shoulder. Li Yi only patted twice, but what Song Jing felt was the weight of 10,000 caddies. He finally understood that there was a problem with his administration in Guangzhou. Building a brick house to prevent fire. Are the bricks of the brick house money? Are the tiles money? The same goes for the Ministry of Justice. They have to go deep into the people's lives. The fund I mentioned isn't fake. It's a joke to give you a membership card. In fact, the external income is a loss because I have to find a place to spend the money. The people buy the chance to draw the prize to break even. The premise is that there's no interest for 2 years. The essence of the lawsuit is to control the officials' indifference and corruption. Li Yi admitted that he arranged the membership card for Song Jing. At the same time, he told Song Jing that a membership card wasn't the Li family Zhuangzi's goal. It wasn't worth mentioning. Song Jing understood again. You want to use this fund to intimidate and restrict the actions of the officials in the capital office during the trial? How can I intimidate and restrict when I'm doing my job impartially? Li Yi shook his head. He wouldn't admit it. Report. The Turkic Matsu has been killed. The internal situation of the Turkic Empire is unstable. The winged knights ran over just as Li Yi finished speaking. They didn't care about Song Jing and reported directly to Li Yi. It seemed that they were tired from running. How did he die? Song Jing wanted to know the details and asked. The people of the Featherwood Flying Cavalry still ignored him. Li Yi smiled. He was killed by Jiazilyu, right? Matsu was too arrogant. After killing someone, he felt that there was no problem. When he returned, he didn't even line up with the scouts. Yes, I just got the information. It's the same as what Dongzhu said. The winged knights nodded vigorously. They didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Even if Li Yi got the name right and the general situation, it was still Li Dongzhu's strength. Good, this is easy. I've been waiting for a long time and didn't dare to make a move. At first I wanted to keep him, but later I felt that it would be easier for me if he died. Sure enough, it's good that he died. Li Yi was in a good mood and said something that the people around him didn't understand. It had been a few months. He hadn't done anything to the Tang dynasty because he was worried that he would change the history of a special era. Get ready. Get ready to negotiate with the Turkic and Khitan tribes. Let's develop trade, not fight and kill. I'm a person who hates seeing blood the most. Even if I cut my own finger, I'd be afraid and faint at the sight of blood. Li Yi smiled and said to the people around him. Other than Song Jing, the others turned their heads and didn't want to say anything. Chapter 658. It's time to draw the prizes. It's 10 coins per draw. It's a lawsuit fund. If you don't have the money to file a lawsuit in the future, the fund will pay you to find a lawsuit master. The Li family Zhuangzi started to take action when the Honglu temple still didn't know about Ma Xi's death. Boxes for drawing prizes were placed everywhere in the governor's office. The normal prizes were a bar of soap, a few pieces of fermented bean curd, a box of mosquito-repellent incense. The 10 coins would be returned to the people who drew the prizes 2 years later. It was equivalent to the people who drew the prizes using the 10 coins interest to buy something. It was a good deal. The Li family Zhuangzi would use the money from the fund to invest. If anyone wanted to file a lawsuit, the Li family Zhuangzi would help them find a lawsuit master. The Li family Zhuangzi released a total of 1,000 boxes. Each box contained 2,000 pieces of paper. If all 2 million pieces of paper were sold, they would get 20,000 coins. Many people would draw 1 coin at a time. If they had money, they wouldn't have to pay and would get a bunch of daily necessities. The officials of the Ministry of Justice were nervous. The number of people who would file a lawsuit in the governor's office would increase. Normally, if there were any disputes, the district head of each district in Chang would mediate. People didn't have to go to the governor's office. The situation in the county was easier. A village could find the village head to mediate. If the people didn't have the money to file a lawsuit, they might not be professional. Now, if there were any problems, they could go directly to the people arranged by the Li family Zhuangzi. The Li family Zhuangzi was buying houses in each county. They bought a house with a courtyard. They also bought 2 houses in Chang and near the east and west districts. They were going to use the houses to hire a lawsuit master to intimidate the people with power. If they wanted to bully the honest people would find a lawsuit master. The lawsuit master wouldn't be honest. The candidates for the lawsuit master were the students who didn't pass the exam and lived in the houses of the migrant workers. A large group of students was called to the big square of the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi held a loudspeaker. Even if you pass the exam and become an official, you will still be asked to answer a question. Li Yi started to talk about the process of the imperial examination. The students whispered to each other. They didn't understand why they were called here today. The lawsuit fund has been established, but it lacks manpower. Based on the principle of voluntary participation, is there anyone who doesn't want to help the people solve their problems? Please raise your hand. Li Yi revealed the reason why he had gathered a group of people here. The students looked at each other. They didn't want to be litigation masters. A litigation master's job wasn't for good people. Just as someone was about to raise his hand, Li Yi's voice sounded again. Everyone, please don't have any misgivings. Just follow your hearts and raise your hands. I will definitely not take revenge. You can't say that you can't be a good official just because you don't want to help the people. The student who almost raised his hand shivered in fright. That was close. Luckily, he didn't raise his hand. As expected, you're all people who serve the people wholeheartedly. This Li admires you greatly. Next, everyone sign up. You'll be paid 50 yuan per person a day. Li Yi said that because of the high salary, the students needed to buy paper and candles to study. The ink was easy to deal with. The Li family Zhuangzi gave away the ink that was not made into ink blocks for free. When the students heard that the salary was so high, they felt much better. Wasn't it just being a litigation master? They could even take the imperial examinations next year. This wasn't considered a profession. It was a free service, the kind that didn't require any money. The students went to the side to register and received an advance payment. They went to each county to choose a leader to manage the office funds. The first batch of students took their luggage and went to various places in carriages. The other students waited. They rotated once a month to earn the 50 yuan. At the same time, they could also use their official position to study. There was also paper for office use. In the imperial city, Songjing was busy. When Baigu came back to be the Minister of Revenue, Li Yi gave him taxes as a gift. When Songjing came back to be the Minister of Justice, Li Yi gave him litigation master as a gift. After arranging the work for them, none of them should think about being idle. When Song Jing was working, Li Longji strolled in with his hands behind his back. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The others hurriedly greeted. Song Jing raised his head and stood up. Your Majesty is here. How are you feeling? Li Longji was concerned. My gastrointestinal tract isn't very good. I just need to recuperate for a few days this year and next year. I will be fine. Dr. Li's medical skills are good. Song Jing was very grateful to Li Yi for not needing to take laxatives. The imperial physician had his ways, but it was uncomfortable to use them. Criminal cases are no small matter. The people depend on someone to help them seek justice. Li Yi has settled the litigation master's matter. The Ministry of Justice will be busy in the early stages. Li Longji encouraged Song Jing. Song Jing brewed tea and poured it over. Your Majesty is right. When the litigation master is out, the people will have to bring up old matters. When the case is settled, they will restrain themselves. Some of the minor officials who are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice have made small mistakes. Take a look at the minor ones and make a list. Li Longji instructed a few things. Your subject obeys. Song Jing understood. His Majesty wanted a general pardon. Li Longji took a sip of tea and prepared to leave. Song Jing hurriedly said, your subject has overstepped his boundaries. The Turks are in internal strife. We should take this opportunity to weaken them. I know. Li Yi is in charge of this matter. He has been holding back for many days. It turns out that he is waiting for Moxie to die. Li Longji said these words and left with his hands behind his back. Song Jing wanted to ask Li Longji again. How did Li Yi know who would die? Could he predict? Yesterday he asked Li Yi, and Li Yi said he dreamed of it. This at night, Li Longji's family of 3 went to Li family Zhuangzi. The people in the manor were busy packing the goods, packing the boxes and putting the bags in. Soap, toilet water, glycerin and so on. Naturally, there was a kerosene lamp and a thermos bottle. These were also under warranty. They were slightly more expensive and had to be shipped. The kerosene lamp was 200 jin, and the thermos bottle was 400 jin. Brother E, where are you sending this to? Li Longji asked curiously as he looked at the busy farmer. Moxie is dead. The Khitans and Turks have promised to build a good relationship with the Tang dynasty. They will send people to both sides and sell them to the Bohai Sea. Li Yi gave the answer. He could start working now. It is not safe there. The tribes are fighting with each other. The Bohai Sea. The Bohai Sea is hiding its strength. Li Longji knew everything, including the Bohai Sea. He just did not have enough manpower. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Those who are obedient trade well and change slowly. Those who are disobedient kill them. Li Yi said these words without any anger. It was as if he was talking about what to eat for dinner. There are kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. How much are they? Li Longji was in a good mood as he thought about making money from others. 200, 400. Li Yi reported 2 numbers. The Khitans and Turks can't afford them. Only a few leaders can buy them. You have prepared too much. Li Longji knew how poor others were. You are allowed to pay in installments just like buying clothes. It can be divided into 30 installments, 1 installment per month. You can pay with things. Li Yi helped others think of how to buy. He was not afraid of not having money. He could do it bit by bit. There are many problems such as people dying, not paying for the next purchase, or being robbed by others. Li Longji thought of the things that the Khitans and Turks would do. Those people were basically unreasonable. Even if they agreed on a business deal, they would directly attack you when they saw that you were not strong enough. Some would even kill people with long-term business relationships. Anyway, they should not be given any chance. There are ways to deal with it. Li Yi was still smiling. Chapter 659. Kerosene lamps need oil. Every time you send oil over, you have to pay. If you don't pay, you won't sell the oil. Li Yi had a way to deal with the other party. Thermos bottles don't need oil. Li Longji casually mentioned the problem of thermos bottles. Thermos bottles were easy to use and there were many in the palace. The palace maids and eunuchs went to fetch water. They didn't need to guard the stove in the hot weather to provide hot water at any time. Everyone was very careful when using them. So far, none of them were broken. If they were broken, they could only collect the pieces and exchange them with the Li family Zhuangzi. If you want to buy thermos bottles, you have to buy kerosene lamps. The total is 600 cubes, 20 cubes each time. After Li Yi finished brewing the tea, he poured some water for the two of them. 20 cubes is not affordable for ordinary Khitan and Turkic people. Li Longji was angry when he thought of how poor they were. Why did they always have to fight in such poor places? Why didn't they plant their own fields? Relying on robbing, who didn't die on both sides? They don't need to buy expensive daily necessities. We can even sell them at a cheaper price than in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi picked up the teacup. Li Longji sighed. They learned the methods of the Qing Chu. Many people in the Tang dynasty didn't know how to do it. Their envoys learned it and passed it back. That way they have more livestock. The Tang dynasty needs it. The Qing Chu can't keep it a secret, but they can't refuse to give it to the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi didn't care whether others learned it or not. As long as the technology kept improving, in the later stage, others wouldn't be able to learn it even if they wanted to. Li Longji drank tea for a while. Tubo lost the Turkic people's control over the Tang dynasty and was attacked by Songzhou. They suffered heavy losses and will ask for an alliance again. Use their captives to exchange for our people first. If they want to make peace, the Tang dynasty won't. Li Yi gave his attitude. According to the records, Tubo lost in Songzhou. Because of the Turkic civil strife, Tubo wanted to make peace. The Tang dynasty couldn't fight anymore, so they agreed. Actually, both sides knew what was going on. They would rest for a while and then fight again. Things were different now. There was a huge area east of Taihang Mountains, and there was still food to be harvested. This year, the capital government's water network was completed, so there would be no more Li Longji going to Luoyang to eat next year. According to history, there was not enough food in the Guangzhou region this year. Li Longji wanted to bring everyone to Luoyang for a meal. How many wells have been drilled? At the same time, the track connecting Chang and to Luoyang was being repaired. It would also be completed before the end of the year. There was a shortage of grain to transport from Luoyang to Chang, and by land. If the emperor ran to Luoyang to eat, what would happen to the common people in the governor's office? According to the records, the emperor was fortunate enough to stay in Luoyang for 2 years. When the capital government had food again, he ran back. The information did not mention what the people in the capital were like, including Huazhou. However, when he thought about it, he realized that he wouldn't be able to eat his fill. It was caused by the natural disaster, and Tubo was taking the opportunity to recuperate. Li Longji had to agree. Third brother, there are now a lot of vegetables in the greenhouse. In the past 2 years, the people have used a lot of fertilizer. I Zhuangzi have released nearly 20,000 cows and horses for them to use. Chang'an will be stable for the next 2 years. Tubo wants peace, so we can't give them a chance to catch their breath. Li Yi listed out the situation. Everything was under his control. Chang'an couldn't be touched. Chang'an had an army. If the emperor left, the army would also leave. Chang'an's army would attack the grasslands in the north and Tubo in the west. Yes, 30,000 winged knights would be in charge of Chang'an. Let's not get along. Li Longji had decided. Why should they fight and make peace whenever they wanted? In the past, there were many difficulties, but they were all solved by Brother Yi. When the water network was completed, it would be easy for the people to water the crops. How much food would they have? Thinking of food, Li Longji said to Li Yi, the Annan Protectorate has found the indica rice you mentioned. They sent back news that it can be harvested in 50 days. Really? Li Yi's eyes lit up. That's great. Plant it in Jiangnan province. Let them line up their cows and horses. After planting a batch, soak it in water and plow it. This way they can get 3 seasons a year, as long as the number of cows and horses can keep up. For the first harvest, send the seeds to Jiangnan province and plant them there. Factoring in the time it takes to go back and forth, Jiangnan province should be able to get 1 season this year. Li Yi directly made the arrangements. Otherwise, Jiangnan province would harvest twice a year, and they could still plant other crops. Most of the time would be wasted on the roots of the indica rice. After digging out the roots, they would pick them up and compost them before planting them in the original land. They would use animal labor to increase the frequency of planting. There would be enough manpower, and the weather wouldn't be a problem. They could also try it out in all 4 seasons. The weather in Fujian province was good. Factoring in the time it took to plant, harvest, and plow, it should be enough. It didn't matter if the zhancheng rice didn't taste good. It could be made into rice noodles, and rice cakes. Li Longji smiled and nodded. It's probably already planted in Jiangnan province. There's not enough time in Jiangnan province this year, so Jiangnan province can prepare more seeds. After a pause, Li Longji smiled and said to Li Yi, "Brother Yi, your contributions are enough to make you a king. What's the use of being a king? I'm still in Li family Zhuangzi. Can they give me more land? Do I lack money? Oh, I can build a manor and recruit some private soldiers. But I have the winged knights and the 16 guards taking turns to protect me. Zhuangzi has Zhuang soldiers. Can they let me go to the fief? If I go, no one in Chang and city will be able to sleep peacefully. They'll be wondering if I'll rebel all day long." Li Yi expressed his disdain for being a king. "No." Li Longji nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Yes, being a king is useless to you. It's impossible to let you go. The other kings were so stupid that they didn't let you go. They only gave you a nominal position. If you go, oh my God." "Third brother, I just remembered something. Yao Chang's son Yao Yi is an official in Dengzhou. Send someone to send some medicine. If he falls sick in 2 months, see what kind of illness it is and take the medicine according to the illness." Li Yi suddenly remembered something. He almost forgot. "What medicine?" Li Longji frowned. He didn't like Yao Chang's son. "One is a big honey pill to treat malaria. Take it when you get malaria. The other has 3 medicines. You can't drink alcohol. The other is ammoniac yellow fever. It supports treatment for typhoid. It doesn't kill the cold virus. The other is cephalexin. It's an antibiotic. When you get typhoid, it prevents other bacteria from harming the body. The last one is morpholinidine hydrochloride. It can inhibit the reproduction of the typhoid virus to a certain extent." Li Yi gave the medicine to treat the 2 diseases. Isn't it better to wait for him to die? Li Longji didn't want to give it to him. He knew that Li Yi exchanged his life for these medicines. Old Yao has contributed. If his son falls sick, the medicine won't work. Quickly send it over from Hunan province. After treatment, old Yao should join the regiment. Li Yi looked at it from another perspective. If Yao Chong joined the regiment, how would his sons do? Would the people in the regiment care about a new member? Who was worse than who? When Li Longji heard that Yao Chong could join the regiment, he felt that it was fine. If not, he would also want to let Yao Chong go. The prime minister couldn't stay for too long. He had too much power. "That's good too." Li Longji agreed. "If your son falls sick, I will save him. I won't let you send your son off. Don't you understand? Quickly change your position. When the time comes, change your son's position. For example, put him in Lantian County as a patrol." Chapter 660. Li Yi and Li Longji were discussing the matter of Yao Chang's son and Yao Chong joining the Tuaner. In the migrant worker district, Yu Zhang's hair was about to turn white from worry. He had just received news that the Turks were having internal strife. The internal strife of the Turks was no longer a threat to the Tang dynasty, and the Tang dynasty could send troops to fight outside. Would the Tang dynasty want to fight the Khitans? Was there a need to ask? Li Yi wanted to fight, but he still had money. The trade agreement between the Li family Zhuangzi and the Khitans was a strategy to pacify the people. Now that the situation had changed, how could he hope that the person who drew such a detailed map would not support the idea of sending troops? The winged knights and the 16 guards were always around the Zhuangzi, so Li Yi would definitely say something. No, without the Turks, the Khitans will not be able to defeat the winged knights. 10,000 winged knights with hot air balloons, gunpowder, and maps will be able to rampage through the Khitans. I need to find Li Yi and ask him if he wants peace, not war, trade, not military force. Yu Jiang was anxious. He ran to the border and requested to see Li Yi. I won't see him. Pull the group going to the Khitans outside and tell him that he can go with us. Li Yi did not have time to argue with Yu Jiang. The other party was just afraid that the Tang dynasty would send troops. If the trade caravan went out, the other party would be relieved. Sure enough, when the 1,000 people who were in charge of accompanying the Li family Zhuangzi went out, the manager found Yu Jiang and asked him to go with them to see the world. Yu Jiang heaved a sigh of relief. He saw clearly that the Khitans still had a chance. Those who were obedient still had a chance. As for those tribes that were not obedient, the 1,000 winged knights were another way to deal with them. Yu Jiang also saw his own people. 100 Khitan captives were following the group with scabbards hanging from their waists. 100 people rode on horses and ran around, protecting the caravan. It was a caravan made up of 42-wheeled carriages. Four-wheeled vehicles wouldn't work. The roads weren't good. Four-wheeled vehicles were only suitable for running in the capital. Yu Jiang found an opportunity to look at a Khitan. He knew this person and the other party also knew him. He asked loudly, "Have you been released?" The man glanced at him and replied with a helpless look in his eyes, "Let's go back and have a look. We're not at war with the Tang dynasty." Yu Jiang was very sad. The other party actually didn't have a respectful expression, which meant that he couldn't command them anymore. The only fortunate thing was that Li Yi didn't interrogate them, and they didn't take the initiative to tell him who was the contact. After feeling sad for a while, he shouted again, "It's an honor for you Khitans not to fight with the Tang dynasty. Yes, you can't beat him at all. Do you understand? It's too easy for Li Dongzhu to kill people." The other party finally said something useful. Yu Jiang lowered his head and analyzed this sentence. What did he mean? Can't beat him? Was it easy for Li Yi to kill people? The Khitan continued to shout to his other comrades, "Let's go back and tell the others that Li Dongzhu of the Tang dynasty doesn't want to kill us. He'll even teach us some skills. Yes, it's too hard for us to survive the winter. I learned how to make a Kong bed." The Khitan next to him echoed, "When we go back, I'll release the people of the Tang dynasty in my clan. We can't make Li Dongzhu angry. If he kills them personally, none of our clans will be able to survive. Yes, release the people who were captured. We also have to compensate them. Some of them were killed. We have to give Li Dongzhu an explanation." The other Khitans spoke one after another. What they meant was that the people of the Tang dynasty who were captured were killed, and the killers had to be captured and sent to the Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't say what would happen to the people who stole other people's women, killed their husbands and gave birth to children. Kill men? The children would lose their fathers. Kill men and children? Would Li Dongzhu kill the children? What about the women? Li Longji also asked Li Yi the same question. What should we do with the women who killed their men and gave birth to children for the Khitans? Ask the woman. If she wants us to stay, we'll stay and continue to live. If she wants to kill men, she'll kill men. If she thinks the children should die too, she'll kill both the men and the children. But she's not allowed to commit suicide. The Tang dynasty can tolerate her. No one dares to say anything to her. Li Yi didn't want to talk about the children at this time. Hadn't the children of the Tang dynasty been killed before? Hadn't the pregnant women of the Tang dynasty been killed before? Hadn't the country that flaunted democracy and human rights bombed other people's hospitals and schools? Everything depended on the woman. This was the Tang dynasty's debt to the captured people of the Tang dynasty. Brother Yi, I thought you'd be soft-hearted. Li Longji smiled. I'm only soft-hearted to the people of the Tang dynasty. The people of the Khitans, Turks, Tubo, Bohai, and other places are integrated into the Tang dynasty. They're the people of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi sighed. He didn't want to kill. The problem was that sometimes when others wanted to kill, what he gave in and endured was definitely not peace. He remembered the situation during the war between the two mountains. Women and children were tied with grenades. Time to eat. Our little Ro is hungry. Empress Wang came to greet them while holding the little girl's hand. Rice, rice. The little girl followed. The main dish for dinner was noodles, specially prepared for the little girl. There were several large plates with large pieces of meat and vegetables and small pieces of meat and vegetables. The little girl was trying hard to grab the noodles. He was carefully scooping the noodles with a spoon. Together with other small pieces of vegetables, he ate happily like an adult. He used to grab with his hands before, and no one stopped him. He was used to eating by himself. He was anxious when he saw others using chopsticks and spoons. He thought he could do it too. So he gave him a small spoon. He grabbed it and ate clumsily. He could use both hands. It was similar. Li also used a spoon to eat noodles, one in his left hand and one in his right hand. Normal people either use their left hand or right hand. Li was a doctor, so he had to use both hands. Some patients had injured their right hand and needed to recuperate for a few months. They could basically use their left hand to eat on the same day, but it was very strenuous. There was no such thing as not knowing how to do it. People were forced to do it. Li had 2 spoons. The little girl saw it and also had 2 spoons. He ate a pile of noodles and vegetables, but he didn't care and continued to eat. This is the same as the winged knights. When the child grows up, the left and right hands are trained in different areas of the brain. When Li explained to the 2 of them why he had to guide the little girl to use tools with both hands. Yes. Before the adults said anything, the little girl expressed her opinion first. Yes. The palace maids and eunuchs ate quickly at the side. The noodles were slurped into their stomachs. They glanced at the little girl from time to time, afraid that something would happen to the baby. This child was not an ordinary child. He had too many responsibilities. Brother what kind of person is suitable for Jian'er to be taught? Li Longji looked at his son and scooped a spoonful of minced meat into his mouth. Teach cultural lessons? No, it's just playing now. The babies in Zhuangzi are not taught. Their bodies are not well developed. They can't remember knowledge at all. Li shook his head. He didn't want to educate the child. What do you want to play? I think the children in Zhuangzi are playing with blocks, slides and mazes. Li Longji asked. Just those, including swimming. The child can swim now. It's hot now. Take Jian'er into the water more. You must watch over him. Li scooped a spoonful of watermelon paste and fed it to the baby. The little girl smiled when she ate something sweet. Chapter 661. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, but the rain did not fall at all. Other than the Guangzhou region, there were also no clouds in the eastern provinces of the Taihang Mountains. The sky was always so clear, blue and blue. If this situation had happened 2 years ago, the people would have cried, and the officials would also be in a terrible state. This year, the people saw it and understood that the drought was very tiring, and it was very tiring to keep the wells down. Pressure wells were being pressed all over the place, and the underground water flowed out along the ridges and furrows into the ground. Your Majesty, please promote Guanglu Dafu Li. Baigu came out early in the morning to promote Li. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue and knew what the harvest would be like if there were not so many wells. Not to mention collecting rent, the Ministry of Revenue also had to open and close the positions. The difference between income and income was huge. I impeach Guanglu Dafu Li for selling luxury goods without paying taxes. In the name of economic and cultural exchanges with the Khitans, he evaded 80% of the tax. Baigu had just said that he wanted to promote Li when someone jumped out to impeach Li. This person was Imperial Censor Li Jia, the person who had a conflict with Zhongsun Xian in Nankou. Baigu turned and stared at Li Jia, very confused. Li was transporting goods to collect taxes. That was the Ministry of Revenue's business. This old man did not say anything, so what were you? Baigu naturally knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had set off 2 groups yesterday. One group was protected by 1,000 winged knights to the Khitans, and the other by 2,000 winged knights to the Turks. The carriages in the group were loaded with luxury goods. They were going to sell them to make money and buy things back. He did not care. He was not stupid. This was not a business transaction, but an economic war in a strategic game. What tax? Could it make money? In order to achieve his goal, Shaoyi was willing to pay the price. If he sold it in the Tang dynasty and dared not to pay taxes, he would personally go to the Ministry of Revenue and give the money to him. The Ministry of Revenue was poor. Shaoyi did not move until Moshi died. He continued to act. While helping the Ministry of Justice push for the lawsuit, He also sent people to the Khitans and Turks to do business. This was the big deal. Xiaoyi was serious. But my Ministry of Revenue didn't say anything, so why did you, the Imperial Censor, jump out? Do I know you that well? Do I need you to speak up for the Ministry of Revenue? Li Longji smiled. He already knew that Li Yi had said that Zhang Sun Xian was going to die, and had specially arranged for Zhang Sun Xian to be sent to Lantian County. Now that Zhang Sun Xian had provided many jobs to Lantian County, the people of Lantian County had a good impression of Zhang Sun Xian. Do you have any evidence? Li Longji suppressed his anger and asked. The impeachment is actually going to impeach my brother Yi. Does brother Yi lack that bit of tax money? Do you dare to stand on the Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the Imperial City and shout for the impeachment of Li Yi? The people will beat you to death. If Zhen dared to arrest brother Yi, the entire capital government's common people would probably run out and kneel outside the Imperial City to cry out for Li Yi's injustice. Li Longji thought and prepared to kill. Imperial Censor Li Yi puffed out his chest and raised his head. This subject has the report of Imperial Censor Wang Su. Guanglu Dafu Li Yi's crimes are clear and accurate. Summon Wang Su into the hall. Li Longji decided to kill today. My brother Yi tried his best to help the Tang dynasty gain benefits, but you all stabbed him in the back. Yao Chong and the others were also puzzled. They looked at Li Jie as if he was a dead man. Li Yi sent a team out to sell things, and the winged knights followed to protect them. You're impeaching? Where's your IQ and EQ? That's selling things? That's taking advantage of Mosizi's death to cause trouble. A little more than a quarter of an hour later, Imperial Censor Wang Su arrived while everyone was silent. He was a little chubby and had a belly. His rank was low, so he couldn't attend court. Unless it was the Imperial Court, all other positions were for 5th-rank officials, and 7th-rank officials from the Imperial Censorate could attend. Today wasn't the Imperial Court, so Wang Su didn't make it to the live broadcast. Imperial Censor Wang Su impeaches Guanglu Dafu Li Yi for giving out a lot of expensive things yesterday without paying taxes to the Ministry of Revenue. Wang Su came over. He seemed to know what was going on, so he went straight to the point. I impeach Imperial Censor Wang Su for embezzlement. Gao Lishur stood up at this time. He was now in charge of the intelligence system. Usually he didn't say anything. You can do whatever you want. If His Majesty didn't punish you, he wouldn't say anything. But now he had to speak up. Li Yi couldn't be discredited, whether for public or private reasons. In public, Li Yi worked for the Tang dynasty, so he was His Majesty's brother Yi. In private, as long as there was something good, the Li family Zhuangzi would want to give him a share. I didn't. Wang Su began to sweat. What was going on? Just check the accounts and find out how much property he has, what he does, and how much his salary is. Gao Lishur sneered. Check. Li Longji narrowed his eyes. Gao Lishur ran out and looked for the intelligence records. Now that he had money, he could set up his own intelligence system. He checked all the officials in Chang'an. In less than 100 breaths, Gao Lishur came back with a stack of papers and presented it to Li Longji. Li Longji flipped through it casually and threw it to Wang Su. Wang Qing, take a look. Wang Su picked it up and flipped through it page by page. It recorded his salary, his family's property, his family's current situation, how many times he went to earthly paradise, what dishes he ordered, and what takeaways he ordered. There were also the baths he took, the number of times he went to Pyongkong Square, the girl he found. According to his income, it was obviously not enough to support his expenses. So, where did the extra money come from? Wang Su was sweating profusely. Needless to say, the sweat on his forehead had already dripped down his cheeks. The other officials didn't pity Wang Su. They were secretly looking at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur could casually tell them about Wang Su, but what about them? Were they also being watched? Gao Lishur was expressionless. Today he stood up. For Li Yi and for His Majesty. He warned the officials not to think that His Majesty didn't know what they had done. Who recommended him? Li Longji asked again. Several people looked at Imperial Censor Li Jie. Wang Su was promoted by Li Jie. Li Jie was dumbfounded. Impeaching Li Yi didn't work. Why did he have to get himself involved? Take them away for investigation. Li Longji didn't want to talk anymore. He ordered the Qianyo guards to take the two people away and lock them up separately. Your Majesty, promote Li Yi. Bai Gu didn't care about the lives of these two insignificant people. He had to fight for Li Yi's benefits now. If these two people didn't impeach him, it would be fine if he just mentioned it. Now, these two people were impeaching Li Yi for not paying taxes. If the news reached Li Yi's ears, what if Li Yi misunderstood? How could he go to the Li family Zhuangzi for a checkup and dental implants in the future? If someone in his family was sick, how could he bring them to Zhuangzi? We'll talk about this later. Li Longji didn't care whether he promoted Li Yi or not. Just as Li Yi said, so what if he was conferred a title of prince? Your Majesty. Bai Gu was about to cry. This matter had to be cleared up. It wasn't me. I didn't want that tax. Minister Bai, go for a checkup tonight. Li Longji understood. I want you to explain. Don't yell at me. I can't make Brother Yi a new official. Brother Yi didn't want it. What's the use of being an official? If he wanted to kill someone, he could kill anyone in the court. Thank you, Your Majesty. Bai Gu was sweating. He hated Li Jie and that person to death. Why are you two causing trouble? You're cheating me. Those who knew the situation wanted to laugh. Song Jing once again felt Li Yi's influence on the court. He wasn't in the court, but the court always acquiesced to his actions. Those who knew. Those who didn't need to know. This was the young Li Yi. Chapter 662. It's my turn. Don't show off. It'll be your turn later. In a field next to Jialing County, a man pushed another man aside and took over the work of filling the well. It was not far from midnight. Everyone lit haystacks to drive away mosquitoes and took turns to fill the well. The water from the well flowed out into the canals and then into the fields. It had not rained for 2 months. Everyone was counting on the water from the well. Every county was filling the well, including the fields outside Chang'an. Li Longji's family, Li Yi, and Guozi were watching the people fill the well at a place 55 miles south of Chang'an. The water network was not built here. They could connect to the water network at a place 40 miles away. Guozi came back and returned the gun to Li Yi. His dead brothers were preserved with salt, burned to ashes, and buried in the Forbidden Garden. A monument to the heroes of the Tang dynasty was erected in the Forbidden Garden. Li Longji personally went to burn incense and paper for them. The people of the Tang dynasty valued incense very much. They were afraid that no one would burn incense for them after they died. They would not have a good life in hell. Dongzhu, after experiencing the war, the brothers who survived are better at fighting. If we do it again, we will not lose more than 100 brothers. Guozi blamed himself. He thought that he did not command well. He did not wait for the enemy to completely collapse. The enemy had counterattacked. He ran out of bullets and brought it back to Li Yi. Li Yi disassembled and reassembled the gun. The magazine was full. He fired 2 shots in the distance and held it for Li Longji to watch others watering the well. Li Longji did not have the desire to shoot. He kept looking at the people filling the well where the fire was. Brother Yi, your steel-making workshop in Zhuangzi has been redesigned. Wait for the good steel to come out and make it into a gun. How about this? Li Longji touched the position of the safety and calculated the changes of the Tang dynasty's weapons. Li Yi asked people to set up the table and stools and set up the barbecue grill. Third brother, whether a gun is accurate or not depends on the person. The guns we make ourselves can't be compared to the ones we have now. They can use paper shells, load the rear and fire flintlock. Without the rifling, it had an effective range of more than 100 paces. The rifle had a range of more than 600 paces. With this gun we can't contend against thousands of enemy guns. No matter how far the effective range is, within 500 paces, numbers will determine victory or defeat. Li Yi was in a difficult position. How was he supposed to evaluate this? Can you say which type of gun is guaranteed to be powerful? When the paper shells first appeared, every gun was different. Shooters had to be familiar with their guns in order to have a high hit rate. Guns could only be averaged. Humans were the most important. For example, Little Guo's gun sense made people jealous. Most of the time he didn't even need to aim. When he saw that you were just a small dot, he didn't even need a scope. He just held the gun level and opened fire. The key was that he could still hit the target. This was what he felt. It was like shooting a basketball. The moment the ball was released, one would know whether the ball would go in or not. Li Longji understood and said happily, "Then wouldn't the Tang dynasty be invincible?" Li Yi shook his head. "It depends on what kind of army they meet. If the winged knights meet another army, they will still lose even if their weapons are twice as good." "What kind of army is so powerful?" Guozi was not convinced. "The rabbit army doesn't have the problem of being defeated. We will fight to the last man." Li Yi smiled. "Even rabbits can form an army." Li Dongzhu really likes to joke. Guozi was joking, but his expression was serious. "Yes, I'm joking. But I hope that the winged knights can do it. As long as the flag in their hearts doesn't fall, they will fight to the death and never retreat." Li Yi's tone was very calm. Laughter could be heard from time to time at the well. Although they were tired, looking at the water flowing into the field, they felt a different kind of excitement at night compared to during the day. "Let's go and have some barbecue," Li Longji suggested. "Okay." Li Yi nodded. The team went over. The people of the Li family Zhuangzi quickly cut the meat and skewered it. There were frozen meat in the carriage. The people working didn't understand at first, but when they saw the people of the Li family Zhuangzi, they understood. "Everyone get up. Don't sleep anymore. Li Dongzhu came to see us. There are barbecue skewers to eat." Someone called out to the people who were tired and sleeping. The people who were called out were irritated at first, but soon they were no longer sleepy and tired. They waited for the skewers to be served. Tao Hong and 8 palace maids and eunuchs surrounded Shang. Shang came. He had slept for more than 4 hours in the afternoon and was now very energetic. He could eat barbecue skewers. He could eat barbecue chicken skewers and meat skewers as long as there were no tendons. So now he was eating noodles, instant noodles. He used a small fork to pick and eat slowly. To him, all food was the same. When the first barbecue chicken skewer was placed on the plate in front of him, he threw his fork away and reached out to grab it. When he grabbed it, it was just nice that it was warm. He grabbed it with his small hand and suddenly turned to Li Longji. "Chi-chi." Li Longji paused for a moment, then ran over as fast as he could. He bent down and opened his mouth to eat the small piece of chicken. The little guy was very happy. Li Longji carefully chewed the chicken and swallowed it. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and kissed the baby's face, laughing with him. His eyes were red. He had so many children, but this was the first time a child had given him food like this. The palace maids and eunuchs were busy as usual, but they knew that the position of the crown prince was fixed. Without Li Dongzhu's help, no one could take the position of the crown prince. Chi-chi, the little guy grabbed another piece of chicken and gave it to Empress Wang. He waited for Empress Wang to eat before grabbing the meat to eat. "You're not going to give me a bite?" Li Yi said with a hurt expression. The little guy looked at him and giggled. He directly pushed a piece of chicken into Li Yi's mouth. Li Yi quickly opened his mouth and ate the meat. He used his forehead to touch the little guy's head. The little guy was addicted. He ate a bit and gave it to others. He passed it to Guozi. Guozi knelt on the ground and ate the small piece of meat the little guy gave him. Li Yi held the meat skewers with his hands behind his back and looked at the pressure well. When the little guy gave meat to the palace maids and eunuchs, the palace maids and eunuchs all knelt to receive it. The people who came to eat skewers did not know that at this moment a position was fixed. The palace maids and eunuchs who ate the meat given by the little guy changed their positions. They did not care about others. 8 people, 8 directions surrounded the little guy. Guozi reached out and took the gun from Li Longji's hand. He half-squatted in front of the little guy. "See." The little guy wanted to say water, but his pronunciation became the C. Li Yi did not look back. He walked to the side of the pressure well and stretched out his hand to let others give it to him. He pressed down and felt the force of the water. Okay, there is plenty of underground water now. With the current pressure well, it can't be drained. There are many mosquitoes at night. Did you touch the toilet water? Li Yi sniffed and did not smell the toilet water. Toilet water is too expensive. The person standing next to him whispered, "Soap is enough. Don't wash it too clean." Li Yi gave a solution. "Li Dongzhu, can cotton be planted in this field next year?" The person standing next to him asked. "No, only mulberry and hemp fields can be changed to cotton fields. The other fields still need to be planted." Li Yi denied. "But some people have changed it in private and are preparing to plant cotton," the person said and complained. "Which family? Tell me, I'll deal with him." Li Yi asked directly. If he did not use a bureaucratic tone, he had the ability to deal with people. Chapter 663. Investigate for this old man. Find out who planted cotton in their grain fields. The next day after Li Yi and Li Longji returned to Zhuangzi, Bai Gu, the Minister of Revenue, received Li Longji's notice and slammed the table in his office. The people in the Ministry of Revenue started to get busy. They checked the brochures and went out to look for land to plant cotton. It was already past the time to plant cotton. Cotton was planted 2 months ago. People who wanted to plant cotton dug out the seedlings that should be thrown away and moved them to other fields. Some people were smart. They saw that the imperial court's policy was good and the demand was high. They wanted to plant more. Even if the imperial court didn't accept them, it would be useful for them to keep them in their hands. These people had a lot of land at home. They collected rent according to the land they were given. Some people annexed other people's fields. They paid rent for the land they were given, but they didn't pay rent for the land they bought later. As for those who sold Yongye fields for various reasons, they paid the rent by selling their fields or simply ran away and became fugitives. For example, the migrant workers in Li family Zhuangzi were mostly people who didn't have land. Originally, the annexed land would grow grain. If there was more grain, they would naturally sell it. Overall, the capital's grain consumption was stable. If cotton was planted, the overall grain income would decrease. If it wasn't controlled, people would see that planting cotton was more profitable than planting land. They would change their grain fields to planting cotton. At that time, there would be no grain to eat. The Ministry of Revenue started to investigate. The next night, Bai Gu went to Li family Zhuangzi. "Xiaoyi, it's shocking. Guess how many fields are planted with cotton?" Bai Gu drank wine. There were cold dishes on the table. Compared to the total amount of cotton planted in the capital, 1/4 of the grain fields are planted? Li Yi thought and gave a number. "How do you know?" Bai Gu showed a surprised expression. "The survival rate of the seedlings is not high. They planted their own cotton immediately after the seedlings were digested. The seedlings taken from other people or bought at a low price will die easily." Li Yi explained his analysis. Cotton was sown, but they had to change it to transplanting seedlings. The key point was that they couldn't use the seedling transfer tool. They weren't specialized in growing seedlings. "That's right. Even so, many of the grain fields have been invaded. Now that we've plucked the cotton, there's not enough time to plant anything else." Bai Gu was vexed. Now that he mentioned what the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to do, the commoners immediately thought that it would be profitable. Li Yi drank a mouthful of wine with him. Since it's already been planted, the Ministry of Revenue will send someone to manage it. From now on, hire someone to look after the cotton in the field. Confiscate it. Yes, they should be confiscated. At the same time, they should be punished to pay more rent. They have more land, so the rent they pay is less. The land annexation has caused the rent collected by the Ministry of Revenue to decrease. Bai Gu made up his mind to punish him and earn more rent for the Ministry of Revenue. Li Yi lowered his head in thought, as if he was making a decision. When he raised his head, he looked at Bai Gu and said, "Old Bai, I have an idea." Bai Gu put down his wine cup and looked at Li Yi seriously. "Something big. It's average." Li Yi nodded gently. "Can this old man bear it?" Bai Gu was lacking in confidence. "Not now, but in a few days it'll be fine." Li Yi smiled. "Speak." Bai Gu took a deep breath. "Investigate the land of the Tang dynasty. Collect rent according to the number of mu. Those who don't have land won't be charged." Li Yi threw out the idea of paying rent. In fact, after the Enlushan rebellion of the Tang dynasty, one of the two tax laws was exactly the same. However, there was an additional household tax. If there was no household tax, it would be a good policy to pay rent. Bai Go stared at Li Yi and swallowed his saliva. He finally knew what it meant to be of average age. According to Li Yi, how many people's interests would be affected? Rent must be paid in advance. It can't be converted into money. Otherwise, the commoners will sell their grain at a low price during harvest season to raise money. Li Yi continued to talk about how to collect taxes and asked for money. The harvest season was the time for merchants to lower the price. Bai Gu slowly shook his head. It's difficult. People with a lot of land will oppose it. It can be done. Li Yi was certain. When the court was determined, there was no problem. This was not the Song dynasty. There were no messy new policies like the Qing calendar. It was also not like Wang Engxi's Baoma method or Qing Miao method. It was directly done in one step and paid rent. Local officials are likely to make false reports, hide and lie when paying rent, especially for upper, middle and lower fields. Bai Gu actually thought of how to pay rent and divide the land into good and bad. Li Yi shook his head. As long as the court is stable, the following matters are easy to deal with. The emperor is determined and has the winged knights and the 16 guards. Wait a moment. After the tax matter is pushed back, we'll work on this. Bai Gu was afraid that if he pushed two big matters together, he would not be able to do one well. We can try it out in the capital office first. The capital office is easy to use. Li Yi liked the capital office more and more. Everything could start from there. Under the eyes of the winged knights and the 16 guards, who would dare to disobey? Yao Chong drank a cup and did not eat. He lowered his head and thought. After a few breaths, he raised his head. Try it. Li Yi gave Yao Chong an encouraging look. It's no big deal. Who would dare to rebel? Your Zhuangzi, do you want to pay rent? Bai Gu's first thought was to pay rent to the Li family Zhuangzi. Oh Bai, I thank you. The land that my Zhuangzi bought before is not good land. Some of it is used to build industries and some of it is used for farming. Pay rent. Li Yi agreed. The Li family Zhuangzi was too big of a target. The people of the capital office were all watching. However, he continued, I want to make some plans. A part of the land is for military use. Take this part out. As for the rest of the land, take it out. If Li Yi was willing to pay rent, then so be it. He did not have much money. He wanted to make the properties of the land clear. Otherwise, what would the land be used for in the future? It would be considered as occupying grain fields. 1 month. In 1 month, this old man will definitely pay rent to the capital office. Starting from this year, this old man will start collecting rent. With Li Yi's support, Bai Gu made up his mind. Once all the land in the Tang dynasty was paid, it would be a huge amount of rent. Mediocrity was no longer needed. The people would have more time to do other things. After the meal, Bai Gu did not stay at the Li family Zhuangzi. He took his own carriage home. The city gates were not closed, and people could enter and leave as they pleased. The 16 guards and the winged knights set up camp outside the city gates. It was said to be training, but in reality it was to prevent problems. After returning home, Bai Gu began to write memorials. On the morning of the new day, he did not mention the amount of land in the capital office. He was going to collect rent according to the amount of land and the condition of the land. Everyone else had left. He signaled Li Longji to leave Yao Chong and the other two behind. Yao Chong and the other two looked at Bai Gu. What do you want? You went to the Li family Zhuangzi last night. What did you throw out today? Your Majesty, the land annexation is serious. The number of refugees fleeing is increasing. Just yesterday, the capital office investigated the cotton plantation. Many people have too much land. Bai Gu started to talk about the matter. He rambled on for a long time before he finally said, I would like to invite the imperial magistrate to survey the land. The land will be classified as third class, and the land will be rented out. Yao Chong and the other two closed their eyes at the same time. It was over. Sure enough, Li Yi had not caused trouble for a long time. When he did, he would turn the sky upside down. Li Longji picked up the tea and drank it. When he put down the cup, he nodded, okay. Chapter 664. Take the forms, one for each person and an abacus. Take it to match the land area of the imperial court. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi gave out things to the 220 students. Long tape measure, short tape measure, abacus, spreadsheet, pen 1 to 100 square meters. Remember the formula of the area of a circle and the triclinic summation technique. Don't use the area of a circle with 3 spheres. Didn't our Zhu Chongji give 3? 1415926? Calculate according to 3. 14. Li Yi continued. The current formula for calculating the area of a circle was the square of the diameter multiplied by 3, and then divided by 4. If the diameter was 8, the square was 64. Multiplied by 3 was 192. Divided by 4 was 48. According to the formula of the area of a circle, the radius was 4, the square was 16. Multiplied by 3. 14 of the circumference, the figure was 52. 24. When they arrived at the land, the triangular land was not regular. First, measure the large pieces of land that could be used in steps and then estimate the rest. Li Yi gave them the triclinic summation technique. Know the length of the 3 sides of the triangle, and calculate the area of the triangle. When measuring, they don't use steps but tape measure. They agree on how many feet a step is equal to and both sides will convert. The 220 officials had jobs. 20 of them were in charge of the land around Chang and city. The rest of the officials were in charge of 10 people per county. They were in charge of teaching and statistics. At the same time, they were in charge of supervision. They had a lot of tape measure and used a cart to pull it. They were serious officials. If anyone dared to cheat, they could write it down in a small book and impeach them. The officials set out with the heavy responsibility of measuring the land. The imperial court ordered to resettle the land. There was news that the rent would be calculated according to the mu in the future. The people who had annexed the land through various means were dumbfounded. How can this be? It can't be. If the rent was calculated according to mu, their families would have to pay a lot more rent every year. The people who had given the land and sold the land were happy. They could pay less rent if the rent was recalculated. With the cancellation of the mediocre harmony, the families' days were much better. The people who were officials in the imperial court wrote letters to tell their families about the situation in the imperial court. In the future, they would use the same method in the entire Tang dynasty. If they didn't want to pay more rent every year, they had to think of a countermeasure. The imperial court was surprisingly calm. No one was impeaching him. The imperial censor and an imperial censor were still locked up. If His Majesty wanted to implement a new policy in the capital government, it was useless to oppose it. It would even implicate him. Many rich families wailed, feeling that the trial method was cutting off their flesh. In this way, there will be no need to worry about land annexation. People who don't have land won't have to pay any rent and can just focus on finding jobs to make money. At noon in earthly paradise, Yao Chong and the others gathered for lunch again. Lu Huaishan had a smile on his face. Zhang Shua used a pen and a ruler to calculate, hook 3 for 5 two right triangles put together to form a rectangle. One side was 3, the other side was 4, and the area was 12. It was divided into 2 triangles, one of which was 6. Then, he calculated according to the formula. The circumference is 3 plus 4 plus 5, 12 divided by 2, 6 minus 3, 6 minus 5, 6 minus 4, 6 minus 4 is 6, and multiplied by 6 is 36. 36 times the square. 6 by 6 is 36. That's right. He chose a stupid method to verify the correctness of the formula, and found that the data was correct. In this way, it will be convenient to calculate the area of a triangle in the future. The area of a circle Zhu Chongji 3 and 3. 14 are quite different. Wei Zhigu was looking at the area of a circle formula. It was different from the current method of circumference 1 by 3, and it was more accurate. Baigu was deeply worried. This old man is worried that if the local governments know that the capital government rents out the land, there will be chaos. The big families might rise up. Rise up? What kind of rise up? Rumors? Are they getting the news faster than the imperial court sending horses to the various prefectures? Song Jing wasn't afraid. The imperial court had soldiers, and the imperial court's documents would be sent out through the relay station. He would tell the various yamens to post the imperial court's land and rent according to the number of acres. If the people who don't have land knew, they would hope that the imperial court would quickly release the decree. No matter how big the local power was, they couldn't incite the people. With their own manpower, the imperial court soldiers were just decorations. When he thought of the current situation, he shook his head. Could it be that Li Yi took advantage of the Turks' internal strife, the Khitan's lack of support, and the Tubo's defeat to come up with this idea? He suspected that it was too much of a coincidence. Why didn't he mention it earlier? Next year, the Ministry of Revenue will collect more rent from the imperial court. It's less money for the transfer, but more money for the merchants. Bai Gu was happy again. He hoped that the Tang dynasty would spread out as soon as possible. This year, the imperial court would be able to rent out land in many places in the Tang dynasty next year. At the same time, the tax collection work would also be promoted. Yao Chong looked at the people outside the window who were wiping their sweat and walking under the sunlight. 1 tax, 1 rent per acre. Both are targeted at the rich families and merchants. The dictionary will be published next month, and the newspaper staff will be trained before the end of the year to target the other families. Zhang Shua looked at Lu Huaishan. Lu Huaishan was a member of a big family. Lu Huaishan also looked outside the window. What kind of family is this old man's? It's just a side branch. If everything is done well, the prosperity of the Tang dynasty will really come. In the past 2 years, Chang'an has changed a lot. Yao Chong, who was still looking at the people below, had a look of expectation in his eyes. He looked for a long time, but did not see a pedestrian in tattered clothes. This meant that everyone was rich, at least they had money to buy clothes. If they could buy clothes, of course they would have no problem eating. Songda. Lu Huaishan saw an acquaintance. Songda was driving a cart with many watermelons on it. Under the protection of a group of winged knights, he walked over. He's going to the east and west markets to sell watermelons? Bai Gu looked down. The Li family Zhuangzi doesn't have enough watermelons for himself. Why would he sell them? He's delivering them to the Grieffield Square. The Li family Zhuangzi delivers things to the Grieffield Square every day. Usually, it's the leftovers from the Zhang family's village. It's hot recently, but it doesn't rain. You're sweating just sitting there. Let's eat. Zhang Shua also glanced at him and ignored him. Before they finished eating, Songda appeared again. The watermelons on the cart disappeared and were replaced by a mess of things. His cart is filled with old clothes? And leather clothes, where did he get them? Using watermelons to exchange for them? Lu Huaishan was puzzled again. He went to the pawn shop. Dead pawns and clothes that haven't been redeemed. Why would Li Yi want old clothes? Yao Chong raised his eyebrows. When others went to the pawn shop to buy things, he would not pay much attention. Li Yi bought a few carts at once. How could he not think about it? I'll go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight. Bai Gu looked at Yao Chong proudly. Yao Chong could not go now. I'll go too. Song Jing decided to accompany Bai Gu. Ask him if he has any other big moves. Don't suddenly throw them out. We don't know who the prime minister is. Zhang Shua, who also could not go to the Li family Zhuangzi, made a request. Everyone nodded. Yes, ask him. Li had been quiet for a while. Could he be crazy now? After dinner, everyone went out. There was no longer the coolness of the heavenly earth. Instead, it was hot. The merchants who stocked up on ice last year made a lot of money this year. Are there any good ways to relieve the heat? We'll go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight and ask. Bai Gu was old and could not stand this kind of weather. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, go to Qidian to subscribe. In addition, you especially need monthly and recommendation tickets. See if you have any. The farmer bowed. Chapter 665. Li family Zhuangzi is buying a large amount of worn-out leather clothes, boots, hats, silk clothes, satin clothes and other clothes at a high price. When Song Jing and Bai Gu arrived at the Ba River Bridge together, they saw a signboard and then Song Jing read it aloud. Sure enough, something happened. Let's go and see the pandas first. Baigu prepared to make himself happy first. He was afraid that when he saw Li Yi later, he wouldn't be able to bear some kind of shock and would collapse. If that happened, he would have to trouble Li Yi to save him. The weather was hot and the pandas didn't want to move. Zhuangzi gave them a big shade outside the shed. If the pandas didn't want to stay in the house, they would go to the shed to rest. There was a man-made canal flowing under the shed. The key point was below the ground of the shed. It was empty and had stone slabs. Below the stone slabs was a tunnel. Ice was placed in the tunnel and the surrounding area was cool. The pandas didn't look skinny anymore. Each of them was chubby and round after eating. They sat there holding the bamboo and chewing slowly, looking bored. Occasionally, they would tilt their heads and look at the surrounding people who were watching them. It's cool here. How much ice does it use to raise pandas? Baigu felt the temperature drop and it wasn't so stuffy anymore. Everyone is really happy to see the pandas. How can this thing? Songjing couldn't describe it for a moment. Whether it was adults or children, the silly appearance of the pandas always made people want to laugh. Pandas looked different from other animals. They looked like bears, but bears weren't as interesting as them. Li Yi is losing money to make everyone happy. Songjing praised Li Yi. Do you want to buy a panda pillow? As soon as Songjing finished speaking, a man with many panda pillows walked over and asked, "How much is it?" Baigu saw those fluffy pandas and felt he could buy one. 100 renminbi for the small one, 200 renminbi for the medium one and 500 renminbi for the big one. Pandas can drive away evil spirits. Keep them by your side and give yourself and your family a sense of safety. The man took down 3 panda pillows of different sizes and said sincerely, "No, I don't have money." Baigu shook his head. He didn't know how this thing could be worth 100, 200 or 500 renminbi. The other party smiled and moved on to the next person. Songjing looked around and found that many people had bought panda pillows. Especially when a man and a woman came together and bought some couples' pillows. They say that pandas are black and white, which means that they miss each other both day and night. It's getting dark. Let's go. We'll stay in the Zhang family's village today and eat the food from the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Someone called out to his family. I take back what I just said. Songjing admitted his mistake. Let's go eat too. Baigu looked at Songjing's appearance, and his mood became even better. After walking around, they entered the Li family Zhuangzi. The Zhenban found a place to eat by themselves. The two of them saw the villager pushing a flatbed cart to deliver the old clothes he had purchased from outside to the workshop. Don't tell me he made panda pillows out of rags and old leather coats? Songjing recalled the appearance of the panda pillow and asked with uncertainty. Baigu shook his head. No, look at the weight of the pillow. It's very light, and it's not made of leather. Old Bai will have boiled fish and hot chili oil tonight. Other than the chili shells, the Zhuangzi has saved some. Everything is boiled in hot chili oil tonight. Li Yi received the villagers' report that the 2 ministers had arrived, so he came to welcome them. Can't be too spicy. Baigu was afraid. He knew that the Zhuangzi had planted a lot of chili peppers, and they were very spicy. They were called small chili peppers. It's not very spicy, just slightly spicy. Li Yi looked at him with a, "You have to believe me" expression. The 3 of them entered a single room, and the palace maids and eunuchs helped to put a pot in place. They divided into 2 groups and ate first. As they ate, they took deep breaths. It was so spicy that they were sweating profusely. No manners. Songjing was more serious. He looked at the palace maids and eunuchs and said. The 4 eunuchs lowered their heads and continued eating. The 4 palace maids stuck out their tongues at him. Songjing. Forget it, I won't lower myself to their level. When he took a bite, Songjing began to take deep breaths. Slightly spicy? Eat, it's not a problem even if it's spicy. Baigu admitted defeat. He took a bite of the fish and chewed carefully. How is the spiciness different? There are too many Sichuan peppers. It's a type of pepper. Old Song, don't eat chili peppers. The fish is fine. It's slightly spicy. Li Yi emphasized. He was right. When he went to Sichuan to eat authentic boiled fish, it was only slightly spicy. Xiaoyi, the Zhuangzi at the bridgehead collects old clothes to make panda pillows? Baigu asked on behalf of Songjing. No, the panda pillows are stuffed with panda hats, gloves, and scarves. When the weather gets cold, you can open the belly of the panda pillow and take it out to wear. The other stuffing is a pouch with vanilla. Li Yi waved his hand and introduced the materials and stuffing of the pillow. If that's the case, 100 coins, 200 coins, and 500 coins are not expensive. Bai Gu thought that there were still things that could be used in the pillow, and felt that it was worth enough. Song Jing nodded and realized that he did not know Li Yi well enough. He smiled and asked, "Are the things collected to make paper? It's better to collect the materials to make paper. There's no need to collect old goods. They're expensive." Li Yi still waved his hand. Before the two of them could ask again, he took the initiative to speak. "Refurbish the leather boots and clothes. The leather clothes are better. Wash them clean, color them, and make them waterproof. Make them with the other clothes. Make the other clothes to dry. The leather boots are still leather boots after refurbishing. Clean the insides and change the soles. Change the leather clothes into leather gloves and hats. Make the boots, gloves, and hats into camouflage colors as much as possible. When the winter is cold, the soldiers can wear the camouflage when they fight against Tubo. The soldiers now need to prepare some things for themselves." Li Yi gave the answer. "Refurbish the old goods and send them to the front line." The soldiers of Zhichong had to bring their own rations. At the same time, they had to prepare their own swords and bows. They had to go to the storehouse to collect their armor and crossbows. Some people did not have hats, gloves, or boots. Some of the cavalry did not even have boots. Now that the lives of the people in the capital were better, they did not want the old goods anymore. Zhuangzi collected them. Song Jing and Bai Gu stared at Li Yi. "Eat, can you be full just by looking at me?" Li Yi picked up a piece of fish. Bai Gu raised his wine cup. "Shall we? Let me toast you. We didn't have to do this before. Isn't it just providing some things for the soldiers? I have money, but the soldiers have no money. They still have to fight for their lives. It's no big deal to give them some old things." As Li Yi spoke, he raised his wine cup and gestured to the others. Then he raised his head and downed the wine. He put down the wine cup and said to Song Jing, "Old Song, you don't have to raise it. Eat quickly. This fish has no bones. Don't be afraid of being pricked. It's easy to prick it. I'll take a pair of tweezers and get it out for you." Song Jing still raised his wine cup and drank. He finally understood why the emperor did not allow anyone to speak ill of Li Yi. On such a hot day, people were thinking about how to earn money, support their families, and where to go to play. Li Yi was worried about what the soldiers at the border would wear in winter. Of course, he would not take money for the refurbished and modified clothes. When the officials saw that the people in the capital were living well, they thought of a prosperous era. Li Yi took the opportunity to buy cheap things. His demand was high. The soldiers at the border wore leather boots, hats, and gloves. It was warm in winter. This way they could reduce non-combat casualties and use their skills in battle. "Shao Yi, if you don't like someone, you can impeach him. I'll help you." Song Jing put down his wine cup. Chapter 666. Song Jing was a very upright person. Even after he resigned, he did not meet any officials. Now that Song Jing was agitated, he actually wanted to help Li Yi impeach someone. In his opinion, Li Yi must have committed a heinous crime if he wanted to impeach someone. "Old Song, you are indeed a good man. Do you have teeth?" Li Yi was touched. He wanted to see Song Jing's teeth again. "I will help you too." Bai Gu was depressed. Shao Yi knew how to bully the right person. "Oh Bai, thank you. Look for me again in the future." Li Yi was satisfied. "It is cooler in Zhuangzi than in the imperial city. What good things did you use?" Bai Gu quickly changed the topic. He was hot. Li family Zhuangzi gave people the feeling that the overall temperature was low. It was even more obvious in the cafeteria. There are many rivers. Zhuangzi has many small canals. When the water flows in the canals, it will naturally cool down. There are many houses in the imperial city. When the wind blows, it will be blocked. Li Yi expressed that he did not have any good ideas. The cafeteria was cool. There were also cement canals under the cafeteria. When the water flows, the temperature above was of course lower. Is there any other way? The ice given by Her Majesty is not very good. Songjing helped to ask. He was also hot. If he put a basin of ice given by Her Majesty in the office, the effect would not be obvious. There is ice. Isn't there a human-powered fan? Let people use the fan to blow. Big brother and third brother were in Zhuangzi's courtyard. When they came, they had this cooling method. I have air conditioning, but the situation is special. I can't let you use it. Li Yi suggested another way. Artificial ice. People would step on the fan and rotate it. It was better than using a fan. It was not as tiring. It is not good to use people. Is there anything else? Songjing was not willing to let others work while he enjoyed the cool. Is there wind in the imperial city? Li Yi frowned. This energy was conserved. It was easier to operate when there was wind. Wind itself was a type of energy. The imperial city has walls. How can there be wind? Unless it's high up. Baigu looked at Li Yi as if he didn't even know the structure of the imperial city. That's enough. Can you erect something that's a few dozen feet or a few dozen feet tall in the imperial city? If you can erect it, then it'll be cooler. Li Yi finally thought of an idea. Yes, there was wind in the sky. You want to fix a windmill? Then it's used to drive the connecting rod into our office to connect to your fan? An image appeared in Baigu's mind. It was a windmill with a sail. It would spin no matter which angle the wind blew from. When it was set up, there were a series of connecting rods below, and all kinds of transformations just like the mill by the river. Actually, you can make a crooked bamboo chimney that connects to the office. When the wind blows in from above, there are many openings below, and they are small so you will feel cool. Li Yi was talking about the method of using plastic bottles as air conditioners. It required an external force. How could it blow without wind? There were such situations. Some buildings had special corridors. The wind blew down from above. It was hot outside and the building was cold and gloomy. The key was that there was ice that could be used. Actually, even water could be used to cool it down. Well, water, when the wind blows, it will save the ice. The wind will feel very natural. Can you use it in the imperial city? You can also take down a large tube from the walls of the imperial city and place a large wooden trough below it. The trough will be filled with well water from the pressure well. Put it on all four sides of the city walls. No matter where the wind blows from, it will cause the temperature to drop. Li Yi gave another idea. Otherwise, he really had no other ideas. Songjing and Baigu looked at each other and shook their heads. How could it be possible? How could the imperial city let you do such a big project? Why don't we create artificial fog? I will design a nozzle and place a hot air balloon in the imperial city. Pull a pipe up and spray it, wasting petrol. Actually, we don't need a hot air balloon to create artificial fog. The pipe is long enough and the pressure is high enough. We can just spray it into the sky like a fire truck. Li Yi tried to think about it in a simple way. Spraying water to cool down was something that everyone knew. The pipe can be removed at any time? Songjing knew that the tools used to put out the fire, such as the pump and the pressure car, were all provided by Li Yi. Now there were cars in the city that would spray water to cool down the road every day. However, if the water was sprayed too high, it would be like rain. It can be removed. Also, if you want to spray water, you can spray water. If you want to spray, you can spray fog. Just add a small modification to the top of the head. It's very simple. Li Yi promised that the tighter the spray bottle used at home, the more water mist there would be. When it was open, the internal structure was a gasket with 1 or 2 vertical water outlets. After adding a screwdriver, the outside of the gasket would gradually shrink outwards. The tighter the screwdriver was, the less water would come out of the gasket. However, with the pressure, there would be mist. After dinner, shall you draw a picture? Baigu agreed. With an additional spray car, they could leave at any time. No one would reject it. Everyone would be able to cool down. Li Yi poured wine for both of them. I can only draw a man-made picture. It needs people to step on it and not suppress it. Why? Songjing wanted to know what else was there to suppress. The blowtorch on the hot air balloon is that. Old song, do you want to learn? Li Yi pointed to the canopy. Song Jing shook his head like a rattle drum. No, I am not interested in those things. He already knew that when he returned to Chang'an, he would learn it. The hot air balloon and gunpowder were top secret. No one was allowed to ask about it. Otherwise, why did the Li family Zhuangzi have 3 layers of protection? He heard that this was how Tubo was cheated. 250,000 yuan. After dinner, Li Yi gave each of them 3 big pills made of hawthorn, licorice, dark plum and luohan fruit. Eat one first. Eat one before going to bed. If you are thirsty in the middle of the night or wake up in the early morning, eat one more. You two eat too much spicy food. Li Yi was afraid that both of them would have constipation if they ate 2 spicy foods, so he gave them some supplementary food. The 2 of them were not polite at all. They ate one on the spot. It was sour and sweet. The sweetness of luohan fruit was different from normal sweetness. When you 2 leave tomorrow, let the people in Zhuangzi take a few sets of equipment. Now I will draw and ask the workshop to do it. It will be fast. Li Yi motioned for the palace maids and eunuchs to arrange accommodation for the 2 of them. He went back to draw. Song Jing and Bai Gu lived in the same courtyard. They were not in a hurry to enter the room. They drank tea at the stone table outside. Ziyu and He Yen stayed behind to serve the 2 of them. No matter what, they were 2 ministers. The 2 of them had eaten too much of their own zhenban, so they sat next to them and drank tea together. You 2 go back to your rooms and rest, Bai Gu ordered. There were many rooms in the courtyard, and there was a place for zhenban. Minister Bai let them take a bath. It will be cool and refreshing. Ziyu suggested in a low voice. Yes, go take a bath. Bai Gu agreed. The 2 of them left happily. They had long wanted to take a bath. They had not washed their hair for 3 days. Shaoi really has a way. It will be cool in the imperial city tomorrow. Bai Gu felt that his goal had been achieved. Who would have thought that Li Yi, who made such a big thing, is preparing for the winter war? No matter how much money he earns, I am not jealous, and I don't have to take it from him. Song Jing sighed with emotion about Li Yi providing things for the border soldiers. This old man is. Bai Gu was anxious. He felt that Song Jing was alluding to him. I'm not talking about you. It has nothing to do with you. I'm talking about this matter. Song Jing explained. Chapter 667. We'll be able to bring something back tomorrow. I've never heard of Li family Zhuangzi's logistics. Song Jing changed the topic. He heard about it when he came back. Bai Gu was obsessed with money all day long. It was said that His Majesty was already dissatisfied. He always wanted to get money from Li Yi. It didn't matter if he got money directly or found a way to get money. If he takes Zhuangzi to guard an important border city between the Tang dynasty and Tubo, Tubo will cry to death. Bai Gu was energetic when he talked about this. He took a sip of tea. Everyone knows that Li family Zhuangzi's workshop is the best, including the cafeteria. As long as there's a need, Zhuangzi will be faster than you can imagine. Send him out. Song Jing wanted to say send him over there. Shoo! You can't send him out. Shaoi can only stay in Zhuangzi and walk around occasionally. He can't be too far away from the capital. Bai Gu put his finger in front of his mouth to emphasize Li Yi's range of activities. Why? Song Jing thought it was a waste of talent. Do you have dental implants? Seeing that you're missing 2 teeth, I'll take some time to make a bite mark. Shaoi will make you a dental implant like mine and put it on your other teeth. Some people don't have dental implants and suddenly fall sick, injured or poisoned. The imperial physicians can't treat them, so they'll be sent to Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu started from the dental implants. He didn't say anything like you're sick because it was inauspicious. Song Jing had gone through a physical examination. He was very confused by the results. In the end he was healthy, but his gastrointestinal tract wasn't very good. Now, he took the medicine prescribed by Li Yi and didn't take the croton prescribed by the imperial physicians. He suddenly realized that Li Yi was His Majesty's personal lifesaver. If he went far away, someone would fall sick. What a pity. Song Jing felt that it was not good for Li Yi to be a doctor. Ask about politics. His Majesty will come to ask about politics. Empress Wang brought the child over to play. The little guy is very willing to play in Zhuangzi. If Shaoyi leaves Chang and for 2 months, not to mention His Majesty, we will also feel empty in our hearts. Bai Gu told the truth. He and Yao Chong were already used to Li Yi's presence. As long as Li Yi stayed in Ba Shui's Li family village, even if he did not do anything, they would feel at ease. Even if he was unwilling to admit it, he couldn't go against his heart. Li Yi gave everyone the feeling that he was the kind of existence that could turn the tide. As long as Li Yi was willing, he could reverse the situation. When he had no good ideas, he could look for Li Yi. Li Yi would help him think of one. It was very easy. The two of them chatted. Song Jing continued to ask about Li Yi. Li Yi first drew a blueprint and threw it to the workshop so that the workshop could make 8 sets of them. When he returned to the courtyard, he continued to draw. He still wanted to build 2 large windmills and connect them to pipes. He would usually use them for viewing, and at critical moments he would use manpower to help put out fires. There should be surface canals in the imperial city. There were actually many layers of brick and stone structures under the imperial city to prevent people from digging through the ground. The most powerful one was the Forbidden City. If they dug there, they would not be able to dig at all unless they used a tunneling machine. Before dawn, Song Jing and Bai Gu finished washing up, brought breakfast and 8 sets of large equipment, and returned to the imperial city with the help of the winged knights. The weather was still so hot, and there were no clouds in sight. In elegant words, the sky was blue as if it had been washed. In vulgar words, it would be, "Fuck, why isn't it raining yet?" In history, Li Longji went to Luoyang to eat next year. It was easy to understand by looking at the weather. This year the people felt it was too hot, but no one suffered from heat stroke. There was herbal tea everywhere, and they could quench their thirst with a little money. Some places even had free soup. Not only the Li family Zhuangzi, but also the rich people who were partners with Li Yi in business also gave soup to drink. They gave mung bean soup. There were only a few mung beans in a large pot, and they added some salt. Whoever wanted to drink it could drink it. The soup was cold. After it was boiled, it was just placed there. There was no one watching it, and no one stole the stove and pot. Rich people would not spend the effort to steal the pot. What if they were caught? If they stole it, would they sell it or take it home? If they sold it, their names were written on the pot. If they took it home, the neighbors would definitely be curious. The person who provided the pot would report it to the authorities, and the neighbors would report it. There were also large iron pots at the entrance of the imperial city in 3 directions. They built a shed and boiled mung bean water. There was sugar in it. The children were the most willing to come over to drink it. After drinking so much water, they could not eat anymore. I had a good night's sleep at his place. The children drank water early in the morning. At the entrance of the imperial city, Bai Gu shook his head when he saw the children drinking the free mung bean water with bamboo tubes. In order to drink that little bit of sweetness, no one suffered from heat stroke on such a hot day. Li, I can't say anything. Song Jing knew why the children drank water and put sugar in it. He also knew that everywhere in the capital, including on the roads from other counties, there were sheds that provided light salt water to drink. As the two of them talked, the other officials who came over saluted and greeted them. At the same time, they looked at the 8 big guys curiously. What was that? It was such a long pole, and it looked like a cart used to fight fires. Today was the 22nd of June, and there was no court meeting. The things were brought to Xingqing Palace like a crane. When Li Longji heard the news, he ran out with a group of officials to take a look. Song Qing Bai Qing, what did the two of you bring back from Li family Zhuangzi yesterday? Li Longji knew about the situation last night. The two of them went to Li family Zhuangzi to look at the pandas in a public place. Then they went to find Li Yi for dinner. What was it now? It was so big and it looked like it could be set up. It would be very tall. Your Majesty, it's something that creates mist. The winged knights gave the answer. To see a rainbow? Li Longji actually thought of this. There should be one, but it's to lower the temperature of the imperial city. It's dry and hot. The winged knights were also not sure if there was a rainbow. I felt that the room was too hot. When I opened the door, there was hot wind blowing in. I'm not used to using ice, so I told Li Yi. Bai Gu took the initiative to admit that this was his purpose. Thank you, Bai Qing. If it's useful, I'll make another batch. Li Longji squeezed out a smile. He knew that if anyone could find Li Yi to ask about this, Li Yi would definitely give them a solution. Song Jing walked in and approached Li Longji. Your Majesty, Li Yi is buying old clothes, especially leather clothes, to refurbish and change them into winter hats and gloves. For the soldiers? This was the first thing that came to Li Longji's mind. Yes, Song Jing did not flatter him. He was very direct. Only Brother Yi would be able to think of such things. Investigate those who had impeached him in the past. Li Longji's tone was very light. After he finished speaking, he sped up and returned to his seat. Your Majesty, Song Jing muttered softly. He wanted to investigate. As the Minister of Justice, he felt that he should seek justice for Li Yi. Why should an honest person be bullied? Even if Xiaoyi did not look very honest. When the court session began, everyone spoke. Still, no one said anything about the Qingzhong incident. No one said that this year's harvest would be poor. Waiting for the court session to disperse, 8 devices were set up. A human-powered bicycle was stepped on. One device was stepped on by 4 people at the same time, sending water up to the sky. As the water mist appeared, they saw a rainbow. It was that simple. There should be one in the harem. Baby, don't you think so? Empress Wang held the little boy's hand and ran over to watch the show. She reached out to catch some water mist and said to her son, Thin. The little boy could not speak clearly. Chapter 668. Is anyone willing to give it a try? 2 days later, mobile sprayers appeared on the streets of Chang'an. 4 people stepped on the sprayers together to provide pressure. It was very tiring. They were smart and asked the people if they wanted to play. The people who were watching the fun were very willing to participate. They stepped on the sprayers with all their might. The ground was wet. There was a water wheel sprinkling water on the ground first. Now the sprayers were creating mist in the air. The water wheels behind them helped to replenish the water. When the mist was sprayed out, rainbows appeared one after another. The people in Chang'an felt like they were in a dream world. Dreams were not rainbows. It was the power of the Tang dynasty and the new technology. In fact, they did not get any benefits. They still had to work. However, they just wanted to see the current Tang dynasty. Can we find another chance to assassinate Li Yi? Isimba, whose leg had completely recovered, asked Wuxia in a low voice. Unless Tubo sends 200 hostages. But there are too many of our warriors captured there. They are exchanging hostages. Wuxia wanted to kill Li Yi, but he knew there was no chance. Li Yi was so timid that when he discussed the sale of alcohol with you, he was so far away that he could not even spit on you. The key was that Li Yi had killed many people. He killed them alone. Why didn't he learn from the Turks? After winning the battle, he became arrogant and was ambushed on the way back. When Li Yi went out, the winged knights would scout everywhere. They never gave anyone a chance. In the capital's territory, the scouts would spread out for 30 miles. They had never seen such a person. He could kill many people, but he was still so timid. Didn't he feel tired of staying in Zhuangzi all day? Didn't he want to go out and have fun? No. Li Yi was addicted to staying in Zhuangzi. What could they do? If we don't get rid of him, he will become a big problem. Isimba was jealous when he saw the people on the street reaching for the sprayers. The imperial city of Tubo did not have such things. There were no wide streets and neat squares. There were no smiles and rainbows in the hot weather. No one could always provide opportunities to make money and free soup. There weren't that many imperial physicians who didn't want money to treat their patients. Furthermore, he didn't have any easy-to-carry coupons to use as money. His Tubo only had copper coins and bartering. And the copper coins were from the Tang dynasty. The prosperity in front of him did not belong to Tubo. Old leather clothes, leather boots, a new basin, sandals, kitchen knives, scissors, needles, mosquito-repellent incense and soap. Just as Isimba regarded Li Yi as an enemy he must kill. A very discordant voice appeared. Along with the voice, a person pushed a flatbed cart forward. There were 2 large baskets on the cart. One of the baskets was filled with old clothes while the other was filled with random things. How did you change it? This was the first time Simba had heard this, and he could not help but ask. The other party sized him up. The weather is so hot, and you're still wearing leather boots? If you can't, I'll change your sandals for you. Look at what I'm wearing, pure leather shoes. Hand-stitched, wear-resistant solid wood and cool soles with anti-slip texture. It's the latest Ba edition. What's the latest Ba edition? Boxy did not understand and felt that it was very impressive. The new sandals made by Li family Zhuangzi in Ba Shui. The other party replied patiently. This was just like when Li Yi was selling clothes, he would say, "This is the Korean edition," or "This is the European edition." It sounded very awesome, but in reality it was popular in Korea and was now popular in the Abbasid Caliphate. Li Yi would not buy this kind of sandals. He was not from Korea or Arabia, so it was not suitable for him. Sorry. I feel that your shoes are a little too narrow for me. Boxy measured with his feet. This is a pair of slim-fit sandals. It brings out the beauty of your figure and feet. It's a pair of pedicure sandals. If you want to change it, you can make the size bigger. This person's feet moved and he wore it just right. Li Yi's clothes and shoes were not designed well. They were too small, too narrow, and too thin and could not be sold. He would shout something about slim-fit sandals, and when people bought them, they would make them a size bigger. Simba stared at this person. If I take it off now, you will change it? Yes. This person nodded his head vigorously. Simba's slippers emitted a special smell. Cats should like it. The other party took a bottle of toilet water and sprayed it a few times. Then he used a piece of paper to pick up the leather shoes and threw them into the basket in front of him. He gave Simba a pair of sandals and it was not bad. He sprayed the toilet water on Simba's feet for free and then pushed the cart away. Why does Li family Zhuangzi keep these things? Boxy stood to the side. The smell was too strong. I don't know. After a while, Simba gave an answer. Then he looked at his feet and turned around. At noon, Li Chengqi came to Li family Zhuangzi. Brother Yi, I found a problem. Li Chengqi ate the eggplant with garlic paste and slurped the cold noodles. What's the matter? Li Yi scooped egg sauce that was not very salty into his bowl of noodles. Chang'an City lacks baths. It's easy in summer because there are wells in every square. You can just put on some clothes and take a bath. In winter, you can't take a bath even once a month. Li Chengqi peeled a clove of garlic and bit half of it. Then he said while chewing, I plan to build baths in every square. Li Yi looked at his big brother eating the garlic boldly. He swallowed his saliva and felt his throat hurt. He said, it will cost a lot of money. Yes, the houses in Chang'an City are expensive. Is there a way to save money? That's why I came to ask you. Li Chengqi threw the other half of the garlic into his mouth. Big brother, don't eat raw garlic like this. It's not good for your stomach. There is a way. We can cooperate with the temples, monasteries, government offices, Li Palace, gardens, and ancestral temples in every square. Let's not talk about making money. We can say that we provide a place for them to take a bath for free, and then they will do it for free. We can take the money from outsiders to take a bath. As expected, Li Yi answered every question and gave him an idea. Li Chengqi nodded. He was about to peel the garlic again when he stopped. How much money is appropriate? I want to let the people take more baths in winter. 1 coin per bath. They can do it at home. In winter, it's more than 1 coin per bath. We can pay 1 coin per bath. Li Yi gave him a price. Then we won't make money. Li Chengqi hesitated. Those who don't have money can just come here to take a bath. Those who have money can provide them with baths, massages, pedicures, and tea. I guarantee that you can make some money, but not a lot because you can't provide other services. The original intention is to let everyone take a bath and be healthy. Absolutely no problem. Li Yi said with certainty. This situation was to provide jobs, not to make money. Okay. I'll open baths in every square in Chang'an City in winter. Li Chengqi agreed. We have to prepare now. We also need to ask the imperial physicians to keep an eye on them. If someone has a disease, they must be found and treated. As for the water, we need to add some lime. Li Yi was indeed thinking from a health point of view. Brother Yi, before I came here, I just received news that many Turkic tribes want to surrender. Li Chengqi began to talk about important matters. They can surrender, but we can't give them weapons. Moreover, their leaders can't be with us. Li Yi frowned. He knew about this matter because of Mazip's death. Chapter 669. The Qinling Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, and the Taiyuan Valley nurtured the people of the dynasty. It was difficult to grow plants in the mountains, so many officials wanted to buy land and store it. It's still early. They will be in chaos for a while. When the Turkic tribes surrender, the Tang dynasty will be able to free up people to face the Tubo dynasty. Li Chengqi took a sip of the cold noodle soup with ice stubble, and said with a relaxed expression. Li Yi smacked his lips and also took a sip of the cold noodle soup. Fortunately, we prepared a lot of ice last year. Otherwise, we would have to use saltpeter to make ice. The higher the water temperature, the more saltpeter we need. Li Yi sighed with emotion. Last year, they dug a series of ice cellars and used well water to freeze ice, which could be eaten directly. The ice in the river was not so clean, but the people of the Tang dynasty also ate it and drank the river water directly. Li Chengqi had seen saltpeter used to make ice, a big basin with a small basin. The saltpeter that was used to make ice could be turned back. Now, a small part of the saltpeter in the Tang dynasty was supplied to the medicine shops, and the rest was sent to the Li family Zhuangzi to make gunpowder. The other kind of saltpeter could not be used to make ice, so it was used to make watermelon frost with watermelons or mixed with other medicines. Brother Yi, buy a piece of land this year to store ice. It's good that you don't need a lot of land. You can also use a cave. Li Chengqi wanted to increase the storage of ice and sell it. Now, someone was selling ice water, which was very expensive. More ice from the 6th Li village was rewarded to the officials, more than before. The ice stored in the palace was also used a lot, and even the ordinary palace maids and eunuchs used it. The ice of the Li family Zhuangzi could be used just by looking at the cold noodles with ice stubble. Some ice stored in the imperial plantation of Wangxing was also sent to the palace. A large number of ice cellars in the Zhang family village served the tourists, so they could not take out more ice. It was absolutely impossible for the pandas not to give them ice. Li Yi frowned and thought about the amount of work. The Mount Li behind is not bad, and there are also hot springs. It will be good if Wangxing can take care of it. The place Li Yi mentioned was the imperial garden connected to the imperial plantation, but it was not under Wangxing's management. Yes, ice can be stored there. Li Chengqi agreed. Speaking of places, there are a lot of uninhabited mountains in Huazhou and Tongzhou. I want to buy them. Li Yi stopped eating and went to get the map. Spreading the map out on the table, he pointed out a few areas that could be connected together. Li Chengqi took a look and said, "The people of the two prefectures are farming in the areas where the plateau and the canyon have been washed out. It's too difficult to farm in the mountains. Building terrace fields. Now is not the time to protect the natural scenery. I want to build many terrace fields there." Li Yi explained his plan. "The land you've designated is hundreds of thousands of mu. You want to send the captives from the southwest to build terrace fields?" Li Chengqi looked at the land plan and did some calculations. It was estimated to be more than 300,000 mu, or even bigger. "Let's buy it first. We can think about it later. There's no rush." Li Yi put away the map and continued eating. "Okay, I'll ask around for you. That place belongs to the government and the price is not high." Li Chengqi was ready to help him get a good price. The mountains were useless there, so he did not want the price to be too high. "After the terrace fields are built, you can still pay the rent. I own the land, so I don't enjoy the policy benefits. As long as the crops are grown, it's called rent." Li Yi offered a better price. If hundreds of thousands of mu of land were converted into terrace fields, they would be able to grow a lot of crops. Terrace fields were most suitable for growing rice. If the Zhanqing rice was cultivated in Jiangnan province, it would be planted on the terrace fields next year and harvested twice a year. Li Chengqi shook his head and slurped his noodles. Terrace fields were not easy to grow. It was strenuous to plow the fields and troublesome to use water. Moreover, people had to go up and down. After lunch, Li Chengqi left with the idea of building a bathhouse at a low price and Li Yi's plan to buy such a large piece of land. He threw the matter of buying the land to Baigu and told Baigu that the terrace fields would be paid as rent. He discussed with each square about setting up a bathing pool. A group of people would handle it. Each square would choose 2 places. The government and the temple would cooperate. The people of the other side were allowed to bathe for free, and they were allowed to bathe every day. In summer, it was easy for the people to take a bath. It was the most convenient for them to swim by the river. As for the rest, they could wash with well water at home. It was cool and cost less. Sprinklers and spray trucks were running back and forth on the streets. The cleaners in the 2 cities were the busiest. They were required to clean up every hour. No dirty water or dirty things were allowed to prevent people from getting sick. The butchers covered the entire case with gauze nets. They did not allow the cut pieces of meat to be hung for flies to bite. The people who repaired the water nets wore bamboo hats and were bare-chested. After a while, they were urged to come up to drink water by the supervisors. On the road from other places to Chang'an, there were sheds that were sent by the yamen to provide water at every certain distance. The people who were in a hurry would enter the sheds when they came across them. They would sit down and chat, take a rest and mainly drink water. Her Majesty used the money from the auction of the right treasury to provide water for everyone. The temporary low-ranking official said something important. As for who would drink the water, he had to emphasize that Her Majesty would pay for it or the money from the sale of the right treasury. Li Longji listened to Li Yi's idea. They took out the land tribute that they did not need and auctioned it off. They would tell the people where it was provided. They could help the local people advertise and raise funds to do things. The people were indeed moved. Every year there were people who died from the heat. The water in their own water bags could not quench their thirst. They could only ask for water to drink when they came across a village. This year there were sheds everywhere in the capital. The water they drank had salt and green beans in it. Places where there was no green bean water were given tea. There was also a little salt in the tea. In the imperial city, Baigu handed 2 documents to his subordinates. Send these to Huazhou and Tongzhou. His subordinates arranged for people. He turned around and went to the political affairs hall. Something big had happened. The documents said that the 2 prefectures were to sell their land. They did not say that they were to sell it. Baigu could not decide whether to sell or not. A spray truck sprayed mist from the side. Baigu looked up at the rainbow and shook his head. It's still drought. The people are watering their fields with well water. They are all waiting for the water network to be built. This year, there have been no reports of people dying from the heat in the capital. Baigu muttered to himself. He reached out and caught some more mist. He felt much cooler. When he reached the political affairs hall, he directly said to the 3 prime ministers who had come out of their respective offices, Li Yi wants to buy land. He bought nearly 400,000 mu of land. He bought mountains in Huazhou and Tongzhou. He said that he wants to build terrace fields. I have already sent the documents for the land in Qingzhong to the 2 prefectures. The 3 of them were stunned. 400,000 mu of land in other prefectures? Li Yi can afford it. Lu Huaishan considered it from a financial point of view. He bought that land and wants to build terrace fields. Does he not know how to build terrace fields? Zhang Shua began to suspect that Li Yi did not know anything about farming. Terrace fields were something that no one knew how to do. Farming 1 mu of terrace fields was more tiring than farming 3 mu of flat land. The key was that the yield was not as good as that of flat land. It was tiring but not rewarding. The 2 prefectures are not far from Chang'an. It is relatively easy to manage. Yao Chong explained his point of view from a management point of view. Sell it to him. Baigu understood that Yao Chong meant to sell it. It is not up to you and I to decide whether to sell it to him or not. Give him a low price. We can't always let him suffer losses. Yao Chong did not have any other thoughts. Her Majesty would ask to sell it. Shaoyi said that as long as the crops are grown, we will pay rent. Baigu did not care about the price. He cared about the rent. The rent was grain. The grain was stored in the warehouse. He was confident. Chapter 670. Get out of the way. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Li family Zhuangzi got out of the car. The people in front shouted for other people in cars to get out of the way. There were cast iron crushers in the cars, which were used to grind the ores and clinkers for cement. Previously, Zhuangzi used hammers to burn cement in a big iron box, added water, and connected the hammers with a lever. The hydraulic power of the river pushed it and slowly crushed it. There was a high demand for cement for the tracks from Luoyang to Chang'an. The river in Lantian County used crushed stones and couldn't keep up with the progress. The men among the migrant workers were sent out. They used this kind of foot-operated crusher to crush the clinkers. Cast iron things were heavy. Li family Zhuangzi's car was equipped with bamboo shock absorbers and iron springs. At the same time, a large number of protective masks were sent. Originally, there were only masks when burning cement. Now they wore masks made of glass, charcoal powder, and cotton cloth. Their clothes were also one piece. The advantage was that they wouldn't get sick from inhaling dust. The disadvantage was that they had to rest for half an hour, drink water, and take a shower with well water. The migrant workers were only responsible for processing the clinkers. They didn't participate in the raw materials and the firing process. Previously, they were responsible for planting fruit trees, digging ditches, and fencing the 30,000 mu of land that Li Yi bought. As soon as they finished their work, they had a new job to go to the cement factory. Li family Zhuangzi's chickens were thrown there to be free-range. The ducks and geese were in the water every day. Look, there's never a lack of work. As a leader, you must always think about what work you can do. Li Yi was talking to Bai Gu. Today Bai Gu brought the contract and land documents. It was the end of the month. Tomorrow would be July. Li Yi wanted to buy 210,000 mu of land. It was a round number, but the data was a lot worse. It wasn't the area of mountains but the area of flat land. The total area was more than 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. The mountain stood on it, so the total area was bigger than this. It was sold for 500 yuan per mu. It was equivalent to Li Yi spending 105,000 yuan to buy nearly 2 million mu of land. Those were all mountains. Could it be counted as flat land? Yes. I know, Xiaoyi, you're amazing. Do you still have money? None can be paid in installments. No interest. Hurry up and change it to terrace fields. Bai Gu and the prime ministers came to the conclusion that there was no point in leaving the mountain there. If he wanted to change the land into terrace fields, the cost would be the biggest. He wanted to save money for Li Yi and use it to change the land into terrace fields. With 2 million mu of land, as long as they could produce 1 million mu of land, how much food could they grow every year? Paying rent was only a part of it. As for the rest of the grain, Li Yi still had to sell it to the capital magistrate. He could not finish it all by himself. Li Yi smiled and nodded. We are a typical case of officials and businessmen colluding to embezzle the land and resources of the Tang dynasty. Wrong. This is called collusion between officials. You are an official. As long as you can grow food and make up for the lack of food, I will sell it to you at the same price. Bai Gu did not admit to colluding with officials and businessmen. It did not sound good. He had no intention of protecting the resources. He only wanted more food to eat. Li Yi became serious. Don't worry. I will definitely pay more than what I get. 105,000 mu. I have cash. I can even pay twice as much. Li Yi was rich. Currently, Zhuangzi had more than 300,000 mu of funds to use. This was the balance after constantly throwing money out. It was not money that was casually printed. Zhuangzi's main sources of income were from buying floral water and buying large amounts of soap and soap made from oiled paper. There were fewer people buying glycerin. They could only increase it in the winter. There were not many people who sold flour and had a stable income. They had sold too many tea leaves before. Now it was enough for everyone to drink for a while. The capital magistrate's office was relatively saturated with kerosene lamps and thermos bottles. Generally, they would wait for businessmen to come and buy dozens or hundreds of bottles. As for the large amount of oil residue left over from boiling oil, the farmers had long since grown tired of eating it. They would put it in free soup for people to drink. The money that came back was used to help people buy clothes, other things, and rent handheld flour grinders. The rental of 20,000 cows and horses did not cost much. It helped the capital magistrate's economy develop. Baigu could not calculate the Li family Zhuangzi's income and expenses. He was still worried and asked, "Is there enough money to feed the captives?" "Enough. The captives can go to work. I won't provide food," Li Yi said with a look of "I don't care." "Sigh. They can eat a lot." Baigu was sad. The captives worked for free and he paid for their food. They also work hard. Li Yi was not convinced. The captives in the war were strong. "Since you have money, I will take it with me when I go back. I will give Huazhou and Tongzhou 5,000 mu each. The Ministry of Revenue can only get 95,000 mu from selling land." When Baigu mentioned 95,000 mu, Li Yi had a feeling that he was looking down on it. 95,000 mu was more than 5 million. Last year, the entire Tang dynasty earned nearly 4 days' worth. Li Yi laughed. "Old Bai, from February to July, did the Ministry of Revenue make a lot of money from taxes?" "Not a lot. I need to spend money everywhere. It's not easy for me to be the Minister of Revenue." Baigu looked like he was about to cry. "Then how much is it?" Li Yi asked. "More than 2.9 million. What about it?" Baigu stared. "Mu, right? From February to April, there is still the support of the greenhouse vegetable tax. After April, the Yellow River can be transported and merchants will flood in." Li Yi knew where the money came from. He also knew that when the grain harvest in the south began, there would be another period of growth before winter. Then, the price of greenhouse vegetables in the winter would be lower and the quantity would increase. A lot of taxes could be collected. This included the extra tax from the capital magistrate's land survey. This year's tax could be compared to this year's annual rental income. The imperial court is not afraid of war now. There is money. Baigu smiled. 1.8 million mu was spent. It could be considered an investment to build a water network, roads to every village, and houses for the people. There were more practical benefits to gaining fame. When the river was reopened next spring, the effect would be seen. "Okay, but if we don't have to fight, it's better not to fight. We should focus on defense and fight for years to come." Li Yi was worried that Li Longji would take the initiative to send troops to fight Tubo. Tubo's current location was still okay. The closer they were to the sea, the higher the altitude. The soldiers could not breathe. It was not like he could provide them with unlimited oxygen. How many oxygen tanks did each of them have to wear? Even if you don't attack them, they will still attack. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Baigu now supported the war because he had money. "The Taibai mountain near us is not bad. Why don't we choose the troops to fight Tubo and climb Taibai mountain for training? It is at least 3,000 meters above sea level." Li Yi was thinking about how to train the soldiers. If they could adapt to the height of Taibai mountain and do strenuous exercise, the chances of winning against Tubo would be higher. When fighting Tubo, the soldiers from other parts of the Tang dynasty were obviously affected by the climate. The soldiers who could fight the best were the local soldiers. They could adapt. For example, in Songzhou, the highest place was Min Mountain, which was 5,500 meters above sea level. Songzhou was 2,800 meters above sea level. They could take the initiative to fight into Tubo. The winged knights were specially trained strong soldiers. So the operation was successful. They captured many people in Tubo, and were negotiating there to exchange the captured people of the Tang dynasty. Baigu did not say anything. He was thinking about the situation. That makes sense. Training soldiers. Training soldiers in Taibai Mountain. Taibai Mountain is very cold in winter, just like Tufan. Baigu was surprised. Chapter 671. Shaoyi, you've made me think highly of you. Baigu had already decided to return to the imperial city and tell Yao Chong. Yao Chong was the minister of war. "Thank you." Li Yi did not look happy at all after being praised. "I heard that you're very good at training soldiers?" Baigu brought up another matter. "No, I can only train the winged knights." Li Yi shrugged and spread his hands. "Baigu." He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. When he felt that he could still hold on, he said, "Logistics is a problem when soldiers from all over the country rotate to Taibai Mountain. What's the use of telling me about logistics? Look for the logistics. Can I still follow them when they go to the border to fight? They have to train themselves. Li Yi refused. He did not want the regular army to slack off after he took charge. I want you to teach them logistics. Bai Gu reorganized his words. Do they still need to learn logistics? They naturally know how to arrange logistics when they're fighting a war. Li Yi still refused. For example, the speed at which you make buns and skewers in Zhuangzi can't be learned by others. Bai Gu already knew how Li family Zhuangzi operated. You said small skills. When the army really comes for training, Zhuangzi will teach them everything. Li Yi agreed. There were many small tools in Zhuangzi. For example, a jig to lift the pot out of the pot, a wiper to rub the cucumber shreds, a machine to mince the stuffing, a small brush to scrape the fish scales. He used to have everything on the internet. Although the tools were small, they were very useful. There were also foot-operated blowers, folding brackets, luoyang shovels, multifunctional military shovels, folding buckets coated with glue. They were all used to equip the logistics team of the army. Of course, it saved time. Folding buckets were much more useful than water bags. They could hold a lot of water at one time and were light. I should take it out and sell it. Li Yi thought of the good things in Zhuangzi and realized that they had not been converted into goods. If you sell it, the Tubo people will learn it. Bai Gu wanted to stop him. Old Bai, are you sure our army won't be left out during the war? It's just right for the common people to use it in their daily lives. It's easy for others to learn it but difficult to make it. Li Yi was not worried. Some products required screws. When they saw the screws, Tubo people would think that they were cast and not made by tapping machines. Wait for me to go back and ask. Bai Gu wasn't sure of the situation. He only knew that whatever the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to sell, he had to do some research. It seemed that Li Yi could take out a military weapon at any time. What if he accidentally sold it? Alright, old Bai, you take your time asking. I'll think about it and see if there are any other good things. When the army comes, I'll equip them with them. Li Yi did not care. Whether he sold it or not, it had no impact on Zhuangzi's finances. Bai Gu was relieved. Li Yi had promised, and he would not sell it secretly. This was something that he could trust. He continued to look at the migrant workers as they left Zhuangzi. These people's income would definitely decrease if they left Zhuangzi. Li Yi was always able to find suitable jobs for them, and they were also diligent in their studies. Bai Gu felt that after this year, the migrant workers would not be able to take the imperial examinations. However, they would still be able to become a small scribe. Especially when they went to the village to teach the children, write letters to the villagers, and read notices. The notices could be implemented in the village in the future, and more people would be able to read. Bai Gu looked for a moment. Xiaoyi, the men among the migrant workers are going to the cement factory, and the women are still looking for jobs? There are jobs. I'm making mullioned windows. We are using mullioned windows now, but they can be made into horizontal mullioned windows. I want to make blinds. Li Yi had already prepared for this. After one job was done, he immediately arranged for the next one. These people had always been able to get an income. At this moment, they had regained their household registration. They had settled down in Wanyan and Chong'an counties, and they did not have to pay taxes. They did not have land, and when they were exempted from being mediocre, they did not have to pay a single cent to the imperial court. However, they also contributed to the tax collection of the Ministry of Revenue. They had to spend money, and the foreign businessmen had to pay taxes. They worked for the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Li family Zhuangzi had a lot of large transactions, and they also had to pay taxes. Li Yi was looking forward to the prosperity of the Tang dynasty, and Bai Gu had his eyes on the blinds. What are blinds? Luxury goods? Bai Gu looked at Li Yi, and hoped that Li Yi would say yes. No. Li Yi shook his head. It is made of bamboo and hemp rope, and there are businessmen who buy it in large quantities. Plus tax, it is 20% tax one. The people buy it in small quantities, and my Zhuangzi is considered a shop. We pay 30% tax one. The process is simple, and there is no way to keep it a secret. Others can learn it as soon as they learn it. It is very interesting. It can ventilate and block out the sun. Li Yi did not mention the problem of exposure at special angles. The windows used now, if there was no sticker, wouldn't they be exposed? The purpose of making blinds was to block out the sun and let in the wind. The weather was hot now, and when the sun shone they wanted to ventilate, so they used blinds. Do you have the real thing? Baigu was slightly disappointed. It was not a luxury goods, and they could not receive high taxes. Follow me. Li Yi brought Baigu to the place with blinds. The canteen was just installed today. The canteen windows were screened outside, and blinds were hung on the inside. Pull it up, and the windows changed. Sure enough, the sun and wind could blow in. Baigu tried a few times, and then ran outside to let Li Yi operate it. Xiaoyi, the blinds can see outside, but outside can't see inside? Baigu thought of the secret. Yes, you can see it from special angles. The blinds are used to block out the sun and let in the wind. After adjusting the blinds, Li Yi gave the answer. The holes on the bamboo were made by a hand-operated drill. Baigu was getting more and more knowledgeable. He even knew about hand-operated drills. Li Yi did not answer such an idiotic question. Instead he said, when you leave, take 2 sets and find someone to make it. If you can't keep it a secret, others can learn it if they want. Okay, I'll find someone to make it. My family is rich. Baigu did not want to ask for more. He was indeed rich. Every day he sent people from Zhuangzi to buy red and blue lead wholesale. Baigu left with the samples. He did not eat, but he took a small jar of chili oil. His family loved it, and he would occasionally eat a few mouthfuls. When the weather was hot, he ate less. According to historical records, he and Li Dan were already dead. Now, he and the Emperor Emeritus were still living very comfortably. They could even run to Li Yi to give benefits, fish for benefits, and take benefits. Li Yi sent Baigu across the bridge. He came back and fried a handful of braised pork skewers and tofu skin skewers in cold noodle soup. He found a shady location and watched the busy crowd at the head of the Ba River Bridge. From time to time, he would drink a mouthful of yellow wine. After this year, as long as the merchants who buy things from the Li family Zhuangzi are smart enough, they will definitely discover the advantages of labor-intensive industries. The products produced are of the same quality, and the price will be lower. When many people don't have to pay taxes, and when they don't even have land to pay taxes, capital will recruit them to work. And the prosperity of a country must be linked to commerce. From the beginning of bartering, the status of trade is determined. Surplus goods are sold in exchange for other things that one needs. Li Yi drank the wine and talked to himself. He was not like Baigu, who only cared about taxes. What he wanted to promote was the industrial chain. He did not need to deliberately raise the status of merchants. As long as the merchants could trade normally, it was enough. Baigu, who left, did not know that the blinds in his hand were deliberately thrown out by Li Yi. Moreover, the price would be very low. It was so low that if others made it themselves, they would actually lose money. Chapter 672. Look, I got something good from Xiaoyi again. Baigu asked his followers to carry 2 bamboo blinds. He didn't return to the Ministry of Revenue, but went straight to the Political Affairs Hall. Wei Zhigu was in the Political Affairs Hall. He didn't want to come before. As a former Prime Minister, he was in a bad mood when he returned to the Political Affairs Hall. He felt even worse when he saw Yao Chong. Now he was used to it. Let him come. Anyway, Yao Chong's words were not as effective as the one outside. Now that you've taken me down, you're going to have all the power? Wei Zhigu came to ask for money. He knew that Li Yi bought land in Huazhou and Tongzhou. Since they needed water, they should build a water network. The Ministry of Works would be in charge, the imperial court would pay, and the local economy would be stimulated. As soon as Baigu came in, everyone looked at him and the things his followers were carrying. Long Zai is here? Wei Zhigu was very enthusiastic. He needed money to build a water network, and also to cancel the harmony of the 2 neighboring provinces. He saw Li Yi's plan and decided to help. The capital government canceled the harmony, but it didn't reduce the income. The people would find work that suited them. The imperial court's overall income in the capital government increased because of the tax. This was a special economic model. Wei Zhigu admitted that he couldn't understand it all at once. He also admitted that Li Yi wouldn't cheat the Tang dynasty. Bai Gu was vigilant. Why did he call him by his courtesy name? Why did Wei Zhigu come to the political affairs hall? Bai Gu replied with a single word, neither cold nor warm. Bai Gu, I have an idea. Wei Zhigu didn't care about Bai Gu's attitude. It was more important to do business. Don't tell me. We are both ministers. Bai Gu refused to listen. Okay, I'll talk to Li Yi. Wei Zhigu turned his head. He didn't want to talk to Bai Gu. Zhigu, tell me. As long as the Ministry of Revenue can help, we will help. Bai Gu compromised. He couldn't ask Wei Zhigu to look for Li Yi. Li Yi always caused big trouble. I'll look for you at the Ministry of Revenue later. Wei Zhigu was satisfied. Xiao Yi has figured out a blind for everyone to see. Bai Gu began to introduce the window. Hang it up, pull the rope and adjust the angle. It can block the sun and let in the wind. There are no mosquitoes during the day. Take down the screen outside. Even if you sit by the window, it won't be so hot in the office. Bai Gu demonstrated it a few times and pointed out the advantages. Xiao Yi is really smart. Lu Huaishan was still used to praising Li Yi. He knew that once the things were out, his house would be equipped very quickly. He still had the shares, and the cotton candy would continue to be sold. Even if others learned from him, the Heavenly Earth cotton candy would still have an income. What was even more amazing was that Earthly Paradise told him that there was a new product that needed to be reinvested with his dividends, and he still had shares. Luxury goods? Zhang said, deliberately mentioning this word. No. Bai Gu was instantly disappointed. He found a seat and sat down. Zhang Shua poured tea for him personally. Longzhe, why did Li Yi think of giving you this thing? Yao Chong wanted to ask the reason. He was an escapee from Zhuangzi. No, he called them migrant workers. After finishing the work for him, he rearranged the men to make cement and the women to make the blinds. Bai Gu always wanted to say that those people were escapees. Escapees were not only derogatory, but also sinful. Li Yi didn't call them that. He called them migrant workers. Even so, Li Yi still wanted to call them migrant workers. He was disgusted with the word, migrant workers. Construction workers were construction workers. Why did it have to overlap with the special discriminatory word, migrant workers? Some construction workers were not rural registered permanent residents. Li Yi didn't like migrant workers either. He wanted to call those people mobile freelance workers. During the census, the Bureau of Statistics would not call them migrant workers but fixed population and mobile population. Yao Chong didn't care about the name problem. He personally operated the blinds. It's useful. Li Yi found new jobs for them. Li Yi called it employment opportunity. It should not be expensive. It's easy to learn. Yao Chong never gave up learning. He was trying to understand Li Yi's new vocabulary and operating methods. For those without farmland, Li Yi arranged long-term jobs for them, which meant large-scale work. Li Yi bought things through the Li family Zhuangzi for those who did have farmland, finding jobs for tens of thousands of people, and at the same time the Li family Zhuangzi could make money. This was the best part. Yao Chong always thought that if there was someone like Li Yi in every state of the Tang dynasty, Tuba would have been destroyed long ago. There were also Khitans, Bohai Turks, Abbasid Caliphate. They were all from the Tang dynasty. The Southwest barbarians were the people of the Tang dynasty. There would be no accidents. Do you all want it? This old man will learn from the Workers' Alliance. Bai Gu decided to be generous for once and buy blinds for everyone. Li Yi will give it to us in 2 days. Zhang Shua was not in a hurry. He was used to it. If the Li family Zhuangzi had something good, Li Yi would give it to him. Li Yi bought a large piece of land and finally stopped making blinds. Very good. I hope that Li Yi will take out something small every few days. Lu Huaishan prayed. As long as Li Yi kept putting things out, there would be no big problems. The most frightening thing was that Li Yi had not made any moves for a long time. When he made a move, everyone would be caught off guard. Bai Gu packed up and left. Wei Zhigu followed to discuss the issue of setting up a water network around the capital office. It was now July. According to Li Yi's calendar, the first day of the 7th lunar month was the 28th day of the 7th lunar month. It just did not rain. The people who had a lot of land hired servants to help them suppress the water. The water network had not been fixed yet. The people had completed the small ditches around the well. The children did not know the worries of the adults. They found it very interesting when they helped suppress the well. Especially the children who did not go to school. They were willing to play with the adults by the well at night. The Workers' Alliance's drilling team never stopped. There was no Ministry of Works to pay them now. The Workers' Alliance volunteered to help the people drill. The people helped. Brother Yi, the drought this year is very bad. Li Longji felt uncomfortable in Xingqing Palace. Empress Wang took the children to sleep. He found another woman to do it. Then he did not sleep there. He ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. The weather was not only hot. If it was hot at night, there could be ice to cool it down. The key was that it was stuffy. It will be the same next year. Li Yi handed over a popsicle. Popsicles were the trend in Zhuangzi. They did not eat shaved ice. It was too tiring. Eat this for 2 days first. When I make the equipment, we will eat ice cream. Needs to be soaked. Li Yi wore a cotton singlet and trousers and sat by the artificial pool in the yard. He did not want the air conditioner, but he did not want anyone to help him. In fact, he could get a fan. He had electricity. He knew that there would be a drought next year. The Li Longji in history did not return from Luoyang. In history, Tubo was defeated in Songzhou. The Tujue's Macho died. The Tujue had internal strife. Many tribes relied on the Tang dynasty. Then, the Tang dynasty's Guangzhou region suffered 2 consecutive years of bad harvests. It was not easy for the international situation to change, but it was delayed because of this. Looking at the information, one would find that the Tang dynasty was not easy. Even God was not helping. Li Longji bit the popsicle and frowned. He did not know the history. He only needed to believe in his brother Yi. Brother Yi said that there would be a drought next year. Otherwise, why would Brother Yi build a water network? And so many wells. This year, the wells were barely enough. Next year, the water network would solve the problem. Every time there was a natural disaster, Brother Yi would plan ahead. Brother Yi, are you going to sell blinds? Is it a profitable business? Li Longji did not talk about mysterious things. He talked about normal things. It's profitable. Old Bai always wants to make money from me. I will not let him be happy. Li smiled. Chapter 673. Yes, we can't let Old Bai be too arrogant. Li Longji expressed his support. He turned his head and asked curiously, Brother Yi, how can this make a lot of money? Do you make a lot of it? Quantity, we can't make a lot of money now. There are restrictions on manpower and materials. Bamboo and wood shutters need bamboo wood. Li Yi shook his head gently and took the toilet water with wormwood ingredients for Li Longji. The two of them were outside by the water. There were mosquitoes. He applied the toilet water himself. Li Longji had already clapped his hands a few times. Li Longji took the toilet water and put it down. He ran back to his courtyard and came back not long later. He was also wearing a tank top and trousers. He applied the toilet water and asked, I can't think of how a cheap shutter can make a lot of money. It's custom made. When we painted in the Tang dynasty, we painted freehand and not realistic. I painted freehand paintings, but more often I painted perspective paintings. Li Yi said that the current painting style was not good. You could tell by looking at the people in the painting. Even if you wanted to paint them realistically, you couldn't. He painted himself. Most of them were parts. How could this be freehand? He painted animals and people according to realism. If he painted well, it could be like a photo. Third brother, look, you saw a beauty and wanted to pursue her to replace sister-in-law. At this time, you know, Brother Yi, you can't talk nonsense. Your third brother will not let other women replace your sister-in-law. Absolutely not. Li Longji was sweating profusely. What kind of joke was this? The position of the empress could be changed casually? Even if something happened to the empress, it would be a war between the court officials and the emperor to appoint a new empress. Yes, let's change. There's a man who likes a woman and wants to spend the rest of his life with her. I can customize a shutter pattern for him. Li Yi smiled at Li Longji. Let's change an example. You'll use your painting style to draw it? For example, a panda? Li Longji followed the rhythm. That's right, one by one. Isn't the artist money? There are also roses, lilies, and lotus flowers. They're almost real. Li Yi gave a new price. The blinds could be sold for 1,000 yuan, even though it was just bamboo, wood, and rope. Blockhead, if you want better ones, you can also raise the price. Li Longji was now used to economic thinking. That's in terms of the material. The money earned from using good wood is actually not much. I have another one. I'll give you 2 pictures. Li Yi said and ran away. When he came back, he had 4 pieces of paper in his hand. On the paper there were pictures that looked neat, but no one knew what they meant. Third brother, are you cross-eyed? Look at this. Li Yi took out a piece of paper and put it in front of Li Longji. Li Longji thought for a moment and placed his finger between his eyes. Soon he became cross-eyed. At this moment he was stunned. He realized that the picture in front of him had an edge, and he felt that he had entered a new place. When he looked at the picture normally, it was a red rose. Now when he looked at it, it was a blank picture of a big rose. Li Yi took the paper away, and Li Longji came back to his senses. Without waiting for him to speak, Li Yi put the paper in front of him again. Third brother, when you look at the paper now, you have to think that you can look very far behind the picture. Look at the picture and look into the distance. Li Longji nodded and began to try, but there were no changes. Just when he was about to give up, the picture in front of him changed. A big rose was not blank, but a bump with color appeared in front of his eyes. It was an indescribable feeling. It was as if he was in a new world. It was especially magical. His eyes were about to move and look elsewhere. He instantly came out of that state. He looked regretful. Just when he was about to look again, Li Yi took the paper away. Third brother, you can practice this. This is called a 3-dimensional drawing. When you are familiar with it, you will be able to see the details without breaking away. Do you think it's expensive to put this on the blinds for 100 taels? Li Yi mentioned the selling point of the blinds. It was a 3-dimensional drawing. It's not expensive. It's really cheap for 100 taels. You can take the girl you like to look at it and teach her as you look. When the girl sees such a beautiful picture, she will definitely be very happy. Li Longji admitted that he wanted to continue looking at it. It was too beautiful. He felt as if he had entered the picture. This was the feeling of seeing a 3-dimensional drawing for the first time. I have hundreds of pictures to choose from. They are custom-made, such as an umbrella in the rain, a person under an umbrella, and so on. Li Yi introduced his stock. In fact, he had more. It was more strenuous for him to follow the drawing, but he could draw it. After that, he would hand it to the craftsman. It would be easy for the craftsman to draw after they were familiar with it. There's actually such a wonderful picture in this world. Brother E, 1,000 taels is not expensive. Li Longji was addicted. It depends on the consumer's spending power. No matter how rich a group is, it's unrealistic to spend 1,000 taels to buy one. Unless you promise them that you will only sell one to them, no one else can buy the same picture in the future. But that's impossible. I don't have many pictures. It's very strenuous to draw one. Yes, you can't just sell it to one person. Brother E, give me a few pictures of flowers. I'll show them to my sister-in-law. Li Longji took the initiative to ask. It was too beautiful. He wanted to find someone to share this special joy with. There are only 3 pictures here. I'll ask the craftsman to follow the drawing tomorrow. I'll draw another 7 pictures of flowers to make 10. Li Yi agreed. When he first came in contact with it, he bought a lot of books. One book was more than 30 yuan, so there were only a dozen of them. It would take a long time to draw one by hand. It was much easier with a drawing software. Li Longji nodded and suddenly whispered, "Old by nose. He's going to ask you for 80% of the luxury goods tax again. If he draws one for me, I won't earn a single cent. I'll sell it to him. My labor costs are high, so it's 30 yuan tax." Li Yi did not agree. Why? The 3D drawing was a technological advantage. The kerosene lamp and thermos bottle in the past were to help Baigu secure his position as the Minister of Revenue and achieve results. Li Longji supported yes if he dares to take it. I'll find someone to impeach him. Li Yi looked at Li Longji and said with a smile, there's no need to impeach him. If I don't give it to him, he can't do anything to me. Brother Yi, you bought a lot of mountainous land and want to build terrace fields. Do you have people to farm them? Li Longji did not want to be entangled in the issue of impeachment. He was worried about the lack of manpower for the terraced fields. Bingzhou's chief historian Wang Bei, Rujiang's chief craftsman Wei Tu, left scattered cavalry attendant Jia Wan, is familiar with the matters of the border. You can ask him about the surrender of the Turks. Li Yi gave a position and a name, using two people as examples. He sighed in his heart. The Tang dynasty was not without capable people, but other than Jia Wan's words were believed, the other two people's words were ignored. Wei Tu said that they should not send troops and that it would cost them nothing more than money and food. In history, Bingzhou's chief historian Wang Bei gave 3 strategies, but no one listened. The Turks really did rebel as he said. After the rebellion, he still had to lead the troops of Bingzhou to kill them. He was so aggrieved. I told you no, you can't arrange for the Turks to surrender like that. You don't listen. When something happens I have to deal with it. This was the current Tang dynasty's border generals. They were very intelligent, but the imperial court did not listen. When there was a problem it was up to them to solve it. Chapter 674. Li Longji looked at Li Yi in puzzlement. He thought, I asked you where to find people to farm, and you gave me a person? Third brother, to open terrace fields, there must be livestock involved. When the water network is out and the river flows, the water transport will increase, and the cows and horses will be sent to farm. Li Yi returned to Li Longji's question. Zhuangzi has rented cows and horses to pull carts. When the water network is ready, the cows and horses will be rented out in winter. During spring, summer and autumn, as long as there is enough water in the water network, the cows and horses will be idle. We still need a lot of plows and rakes. Li Longji knows about farming. The water will flow down from the mountain. A mountain without water is definitely a barren mountain with stones and some weeds. There is no need to open terrace fields. Li Yi introduced the arrangement of terrace fields in the future. He did not want to open terrace fields for every mountain he saw. In fact, the place he bought did not have any barren mountains, only small hills. It was not suitable to open terrace fields, so he flattened it. Can we plant wheat in terrace fields? Li Longji thinks that planting wheat is easier to manage. Plant rice. This year, Jiangnan province harvested a lot of seeds. In addition to supplying Jiangnan province, I want to try to plant rice on terrace fields to see if it can be planted twice a year. Li Yi pointed in the direction of Jiangnan, which was Fujian. Historically, Zhanqing rice was first planted in Fujian and then spread out. After mutation, hundreds of varieties of Zhanqing rice were developed. Now, the rice planted in Zhuangzi was an ancient rice with low yield and good taste. These varieties were spread to the Japanese Empire and Korea. When Li Yi was born, there were also later varieties. Later, the northeastern rice was not delicious anymore. The taste was getting worse and worse. If these two kinds of rice were planted together, it would be the time for them to bloom. It was estimated that a new variety would appear. As for what the new variety would be, only God knows. Li Longji was relieved. He did not stay in Li family Zhuangzi. He turned around and went back to Xingqing Palace. Li Yi was bored and did not want to sleep. He walked around with his hands behind his back. He heard the sound of water splashing. He followed the voice and walked over. A group of Zhuangzi women were washing clothes by the river in Zhuangzi. Now they were washing silk clothes using the washing method, soaping, rubbing, and floating in the water. Linen clothes needed to be beaten with a stick to get rid of the filth in the fibers. Since it was made of cotton, it was naturally a washboard. The washboard was not suitable for kneading hemp as it was too harmful to the hands. It was also not suitable for kneading silk as it was not good for silk. The farmers of Zhuangzi were very diligent. Now that they had finished washing the clothes, they would dry them out to dry before noon the next day. Silk is the easiest. It doesn't hold water. Dongzhu is here. A woman noticed the shadow under the light. The group of women greeted him one after another, then turned their heads and continued to wash. I'm too tired. How can I wash clothes like this? I'm a disgrace to Dongzhu. Li Yi threw down a sentence, turned around and ran away. He returned to the study in the courtyard and began to draw. After drawing, he ran to the workshop and found the person on duty. He handed it over. Make it first. There are 3 types of clothes in total. The next day when the sun rose, Li Yi woke up late. He went to take a bath first and asked the palace maids and eunuchs, have you eaten? We're waiting for Dongzhu to eat together. Tao Hong replied, push the dining cart. Let's go to the river to eat. Li Yi had said many times not to wait for him. Other than the palace maids and eunuchs who were on duty at night and were hungry, they still waited. The 9 of them brought the dining cart to the river where the clothes were washed. There was a water cart by the river that was connected to a wooden bucket. A pole attached to the lid could be raised at any time. It rotated and had a hexagonal buckle. When it was pressed down, the buckle would rotate a few times and latch onto a buckle on the lid of the wooden bucket, causing the pole on the lid to rotate together with the bucket. The person washing the clothes looked at the bucket. When it was about time, the pole would be lifted up and the other pole would be pressed down. The direction of rotation would be opposite. Li Yi looked at it and said, actually we can add a clutch and pull the chain. We can replace the belt with a figure-8 belt and operate it manually. It's safer and faster than the current one. A belt pulley would drive the other wheel. The 2 wheels would be connected by a belt and rotate in the same direction. If the belt was in a figure-8 shape, the 2 wheels would rotate in the opposite direction. As long as the clutch was added, the 2 sets could be changed back and forth. The direction of rotation of the washing machine would also change. This was the washing machine that Li Yi had made. It was powered by water. The other one was hand-cranked and the third one was foot-cranked. At first, the hand-cranked washing machine was like this. Later on, steam engines were introduced and replaced. Dongzhu, the night shift said that you came and ran away. I didn't expect you to go and think of a way. Dongzhu, you're the best. The person washing the clothes during the day had a look of worship on her face. Today, they were using a water-powered washing machine. It was fast and easy. I should have thought of this earlier. The hand-cranked and foot-cranked ones can be sold. They don't need to be sealed too tightly. As long as the speed of shaking and stepping is controlled, the damage to the silk clothes will be minimized. Seeing that there were no problems in the operation, Li Yi was satisfied and stayed to eat. After hearing about it, the villagers who had nothing to do came to see the magical thing. The washing machine didn't require much technology. According to the various machines in Zhuangzi, the washing machine was nothing more than making use of them. In the afternoon, the Li family Zhuangzi connected a lot of buckets by the Ba River. The people in the freelancers' settlement took out their clothes and lined up to be washed. The notice board at the bridgehead had the design drawings and introductions of the 3 washing machines. The hand-cranked and foot-cranked objects were placed at the side for people to try. The winged knights asked for a set of drawings and 2 objects and ran to the palace. Your Majesty, Li Dongzhu has come up with something new. It's good for washing clothes. The winged knights shouted outside Xingqing Palace. Not long after, the people nearby came to watch. The 2 palace maids, one cranked and the other stepped. The washing machine spun quickly. The one who cranked shook a few times and changed the direction. The one who stepped did the same. It's hard to shake, but it's good to only wash a few clothes. Yao Chong arrived. He wasn't surprised at Li Yi's new product. He was afraid that Li Yi wouldn't make a move for a long time, and would occasionally throw out a convenient little thing. Very good. Zhang Shua personally tried it. It's really not bad. Making one for washing clothes will make more money. Bai Gu looked carefully. It's not difficult to make. It's not a luxury item. People with good hands can make it themselves. He felt regretful, but then he was happy. My Ministry of Revenue built the water network this year. Doesn't that mean we can put a lot of small water wheels on the water network? It can be used to harvest grains and peel shells. If we change it to buckets, it can be used as washing machines. Old Bai, don't be so shameless. Song Jing couldn't stand it anymore. He was such a serious person. But now he learned Li Yi's style. Who are you calling shameless? The Ministry of Revenue will be responsible for the maintenance of the water network in the future. Bai Gu glared. Didn't the Ministry of Revenue make money from the cooperation with the ship? Lu Huaishan said to Bai Gu. Why are you always targeting me? Bai Gu turned his head. Yiting Palace can arrange it. Li Longji thought of a place. The Yiting Palace was busy with work, especially washing clothes. Many people woke up early in the morning and started working until dark. They didn't even have a bite to eat. The longer the day, the longer they had to work. Li Longji also knew that the people outside the palace who washed clothes for a living would earn more money with this product, especially in winter. Chapter 675. Selling newspapers, Li family Zhuangzi's hand-cranked and foot-operated washing machines. Support renting before buying, payment in installments. Selling newspapers, washing machines can be bought from the Workers' Alliance, and Li family Zhuangzi will pay you back as if you buy clothes from a clothing store. Selling newspapers, the three Workers' Alliance will set up their own clothing washing organizations. Huanyang will join, and the price of washing clothes will be guaranteed. The next day after Li Yi took out the washing machines, the paperboys ran through the streets and alleys shouting, "Good, I was worried that the people who wash clothes for others wouldn't be able to afford the washing machines, and I was also worried that the price of washing clothes would be lowered with the washing machines." In Baifu Palace, Li Dan read the contents of the newspaper and was very happy. What he was worried about was human nature. If it was easy to wash clothes, the price would be lower. The washing women themselves didn't make much money, and they could only make a living. He had never seen anyone who made a fortune by washing clothes for others. Xiaoyi, this child's mind is so clever, just like a daughter. Noble consort Lu praised. Li Longji didn't say anything. His eyes now wanted to see everything in 3D. Li Yi gave him 20 3D paintings, and his eyes were used to looking at them in that state. Empress Wang, who took care of children, was similar to Li Longji. She also looked at it and learned it at the same time. She was going to wait for the Li family Zhuangzi's 3D painting blinds to be made and put a few in her palace. Princess Yongmu was looking at a painting in a daze. At first she saw the same thing as the painting and there was nothing else. As she looked, she was distracted. A beautiful big flower appeared in front of her eyes, and the surroundings dimmed. It was the first time she had seen such a painting technique. It could actually hide something in a painting, and it could only be seen with a special method. How do I start drawing? It was so magical. Sanlang asked Xiaoyi about the things hidden in the right corner. See what he likes and give it to him. Noble consort Lu suddenly said to Li Longji, Zhuangzi didn't lack gold, silver, and other things. Everything else was food and decorations. Zhuangzi had food. Let's take a look and choose something suitable. Li Longji came back to his senses and thought for a while. He didn't feel that there was anything good in his right treasure trove. Li Yi didn't like jewelry and other things. Li Dan said, the soup in Mount Li is closer to Zhuangzi than his own soup in Lantian County. Okay, I'll let Wang Xing tell Brother Yi. Li Longji still felt that it was not good enough when he heard that it was a hot spring. Other people couldn't soak in the hot springs. The hot springs in the capital office were monopolized by the imperial family. There was a hot spring behind the drunken immortal residence that was open to the public. Moreover, the water in that hot spring was delicious. Ordinary hot springs could only be soaked in and not drunk. Empress Wang rubbed her eyes and said, Uncle said that the hot spring water should be packed in a big bucket. It's good to bring it back and heat it up again. The weather is hot. You'll get dizzy if you soak in the hot water. You can't soak in it too much. You still have to give birth to a few more children. Noble consort Lu was concerned about Empress Wang. She didn't have any children and couldn't have any more now. There's no hurry. Let's wait for Jin to grow up. Empress Wang didn't want to see her brothers fighting. She couldn't give birth continuously. She listened to her uncle. They'll wait until next year and see how things go. Li Yi, who was the topic of conversation, was watching the pandas bathing in the panda park. The weather was hot. The pandas found it too hot to stay indoors. They ran out and rolled in the pool. The pandas who were taking care of their children hadn't separated from them yet. It wasn't time yet. The female pandas had to be more than 1.5 years old before they would leave their children to mate with the male pandas. Li sat under a pergola and watched. The weather was hot. There were many sheds around the pergola, but there were many tourists. Not only were there many tourists in Li family Zhuangzi, but there were also tourists in Liuli village. Send 2 pieces of ice over. Who can afford to raise them? Li saw that the pandas were uncomfortable from the heat and ordered. The cub ran to arrange it. Not long after, according to the number of people, a piece of ice was allocated to each panda. The person who delivered the ice was pushing a cart, wearing a full set of fish scale armor, while the others were holding thick shields. When the pandas saw people coming, they didn't move. When they saw the ice on the cart, they climbed out of the water and rushed to the ice delivery team amidst the exclamations of the crowd. When they reached the place, the pandas directly threw themselves on the ice and remained motionless. Everyone worked together to tilt the cart, and the pandas slid down the ice. The pandas didn't pay attention to them at all. They turned over and continued to lie on the ice. The audience laughed, and the pandas looked like they couldn't take it anymore. The audience didn't think about the ice. It was 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter thick. It could be sold for a lot of money if it was used to make shaved ice. Now it was given to the pandas. When I build the zoo and find other animals, the industry must expand in advance. Otherwise, I won't have the money to raise them. Li finally knew why his zoo always went bankrupt at that time. Either they skimped on the animals' food and treatment to save money, or they sold the animals and left some animals that didn't cost so much. Unless there were a lot of tourists and the price of the tickets was affordable. In addition, the restaurant in the zoo was expensive. Otherwise, he would forget about raising pandas. Li was glad that he was staying in Chang'an. If he were in a remote place, opening a zoo would be courting death. When the tourists saw that the pandas had ice, they bought ice sour plum soup. There was free soup which was warm and delicious. However, the tourists wanted to drink cold and iced herbal tea. Dongzhu, according to their purchasing power, it's okay. Pine Tree number 1 observed and said to Li, this group of palace maids and eunuchs were all number 1, the first batch. Now they didn't regret it. They couldn't stay at that time and had to change shifts. There was strength in numbers. In the future, when there are more animals, it will be difficult to recoup the costs with the tourists' consumption. There are no financial subsidies from the imperial court. Li shook his head. He actually thought of the naming rights. Rich people came to adopt a panda and paid money. But the panda couldn't be taken away. When they introduced the panda, they would say who raised it to raise the panda's reputation. However, he rejected it in his heart. Did the Li family Zhuangzi need other people to invest money? The Li family Zhuangzi was rich and had to let the people know that they were rich. He was in a good mood and returned to Zhuangzi to teach the nurses. The 220 officials who went to Qingzhong land still had a long time to return. In the blink of an eye, the tribes of the Tiela 9 families all ran to the Dao army's encampment. They used to rely on Moshe, but after Moshe died, they turned to the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's imperial court, from Li Longji to Yao Chong, all breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Chong, the minister of war, felt that a big problem was solved. At this time, the governor of Bing province, Wang Bei, wrote a letter. He said that those people, once the war with the Turks on the other side ended and the country was rebuilt, they would definitely run back. Those who ran back would attack the Tang dynasty again, and those who didn't run back would become the enemy's spies. Therefore, those who surrendered should be moved to the interior and not allowed to continue to stay at the border. The memorial was first sent to Yao Chong. Yao Chong didn't care and gave his opinion, then sent it to Li Longji. Li Longji first saw that Yao Chong said not to worry, then looked at who sent it, and then he became serious. The governor of Bing province, Wang Bei, was the person that Brother Yi mentioned a few days ago. Summon Minister Yao and the others to Xingqing Hall for a meeting. Minister Bai, the Minister of Revenue, is also here. Li Longji didn't dare to listen to Yao Chong. He ordered to meet the 3 prime ministers and Bai Gu, who was in charge of money. The weather has been too hot recently, and Nong Nong's health is not stable, but he will work hard to write and ensure the quality. Brothers and sisters, subscribe. Thank you. Chapter 676. The four of them arrived, but they didn't understand why His Majesty summoned them so urgently. Everyone, please take a seat. After the four of them bowed in greeting, Li Longji ordered for tea to be served. It was a small matter. Everyone had a seat in Xingqing Hall. If they wanted to eat, they could have a seat. If they didn't eat, they had to stand. When the four of them were seated, Li Longji asked, Bingzhou Governor Wang Bei said that he gave 3 strategies for surrendering. The best strategy is to move to the interior. The middle strategy is to stock up more troops and horses for the Dao army and supervise them on the spot. The worst strategy is to not guard against them. What do all of you think of these 3 strategies of settling the surrendering families? Yao Chong stood up again. Your Majesty, the Turks are in endless internal strife, and it's difficult for them to reach their peak. If we stock up more troops and horses, we'll have to spend a lot of money and food. If we move to the interior, there will be too many outsiders, and there will be no place to settle down. In my opinion, there's no need to worry about the 9 families rebelling. The Tang dynasty is in its golden age. After that, he stood there and waited. He looked up at Li Longji, thinking that His Majesty should be happy. In the past, Li Longji would be happy when someone talked about a golden age. However, after knowing the people's livelihood, he realized that there was no such thing as a golden age. Could the people in other parts of the Tang dynasty be like the Li family Zhuangzi and Bashui? Could they be like the villagers in the Zhang family village? Could they be like the villagers in the imperial plantation? Everyone can read, the old can be taken care of, the young can be educated, and the sick can be treated. If they want to eat meat, they can eat meat for every meal. In the winter, they can eat vegetables as much as they want. This is a golden age. If it's not reached, it'll be a golden age. There are still people's houses in the 20 counties under construction. Would a golden age live in a mud house? Those who say golden age are all lying to me, humph. So Li Longji was expressionless, and Yao Chong had no choice but to withdraw. Li Longji looked at Lu Huaishan's face, and Lu Huaishan stood up. Your Majesty, it's better to take precautions. Lu Huaishan only said one sentence. Li Longji nodded and Lu Huaishan sat down. Zhang Shua took the initiative. Your Majesty, I'm worried that the Ministry of Revenue is under too much pressure. After that, he sat down and looked at Bai Gu. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has money, but this subject does not understand the surrendering households of the 9 clans. Since Bing Province's chief historian Wang Bei has given me the best plan, I would like to ask him, where should we move to? Bai Gu was not clear about the situation. He was in charge of the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Revenue had money. He wanted to know the details. Yao Chong stood up again. Chun thought that it would be difficult for the 9 families to settle down. If they moved to the interior, they would definitely need soldiers to watch over them. Bing Prefecture's Chief Secretary Wang Qi wants to shirk his duty of supervision. The other 3 looked at each other and felt that Yao Chong's words made sense. What about the others? Who would care? Li Longji took a deep breath. At the same time, sweat appeared on his forehead. He was frightened. He realized that if Brother Yi had not mentioned the names, he might have really listened to the words of the 4 officials. He picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of water. Brother Yi mentioned the name of the governor of Bing Province, Wang Qi, a few days ago. It seems that he is highly regarded. As soon as the 4 officials heard that Li Yi was involved, they did not dare to jump to conclusions. Yao Chong frowned. Your Majesty, since Li Yi is highly regarded, let him say where they should move to. The surrendering households must have a place to settle down. For example, there is a place. At this point, Yao Chong paused, cupped his hands and returned to his seat. The other 3 officials looked at each other, speechless. Haha, Li Longji laughed. He already knew where the surrendering households would be arranged. It was a large mountain range in Huazhou and Tongzhou that was bought by Li Yi. Over there, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide cattle, horses, and tools to cultivate terrace fields and plant new rice. Who would take care of it? Chang'an's 16 guards and the winged knights. The logistics would obviously be taken care of by the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi was already prepared. What else was there to say? He was still worried that there would be no one to cultivate the land that Brother Yi bought. Bai Gu stood up again. Your Majesty, I think the best plan is feasible. Li Yi's land is indeed lacking people. He did not sit down after he finished speaking. Otherwise there would be more to say later. I second the motion. I second the motion. I second the motion. Yao Chong and the other two officials spoke at almost the same time. Li Yi had already made the arrangements. The winged knights and the 16 guards could take over the 200 miles of land without any hindrance. Li Yi would take care of the logistics. When the surrendering households cultivated the land, the imperial court would increase the rent. Li Yi had found another group of captives. There were nearly 30,000 people in the surrendering households. It was enough to cultivate terraced fields. As for the women, Li Yi would make other arrangements. He would even gather the children of the surrendering households for lessons. In that case, Li Yi will need more money. Bai Gu's eyes lit up. It was easy to imagine how much logistical pressure it would be to arrange 30,000 people. Did Li Yi and Zhuangzi have enough money? If not, he would not print the coupons. He would find a way to make money. He would make money. Your Majesty, I would like the imperial court to subsidize Li Yi. Bai Gu's words shocked everyone. The Minister of Revenue was going to subsidize Li Yi? The sun was rising from the west. How? Yao Chong asked. Repair the road and water network, Bai Gu replied. Didn't Jigu already say that? The two of you studied it alone. Lu Huaishan brought up the previous matter. He only said to repair the water network. He didn't say to repair the road. Bai Gu emphasized the road. Anything else? Li Longji was vigilant. Anything else? Oh, and reduce the rent there. Okay, exempt the Li family Zhuangzi from the tax. Li Longji continued. He agreed. Bai Gu said it himself. Your Majesty is right. Bai Gu closed his eyes. What he wanted to talk about was reducing the rent for the terrace fields. The rent was a matter for the future. Li Yi wanted to make money now. He was prepared to observe the situation. What if it was something like kerosene lamps and thermos bottles? The cost was low and the price was high. He could not collect taxes now. There were still 30,000 people who wanted to surrender. However, the Ministry of Revenue could help sell them. The Ministry of Revenue had its own money and department to sell noodles. They could buy a batch from Li Yi and sell it further away to earn the difference in price. Merchants also ran out to earn the difference in price. The Ministry of Revenue had plenty of funds and manpower. When the new settlement was settled, he could collect taxes. Why were they all exempted? Bai Gu thought about it and decided to ask Li Yi at night. They could put the tax issue aside and talk about bulk purchases. Your Majesty, I want to see the map. Lu Huaishan knew that Bai Gu was depressed again. He did not care. He wanted to see the situation there. Li Longji nodded to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher ran to the side and opened a box. He took out the map. It was not the original map drawn by Li Yi. It was enlarged by 3 times. Li Yi's map had some markings that were not clear. After the Winged Knights learned how to draw a map of the areas around the capital magistrate's office, they filled in the gaps. For the other areas, Li Yi's map was the standard. The capital magistrate's map was the new one. Huazhou and Tongzhou were on the map. Mountains, plains, valleys, and contours were shown on the map. The map looked very messy. There were many lines, names, and numbers. There were also notes written on the blank space. This was a purely military map. It could be used for disaster relief. Everyone looked at the map. The place Li Yi bought was a mountain. It was surrounded by the Luo River, Yi River, Yellow River, and Wei River. Good place. The Tialanine families are not good at water and mountains. Li Yi arranged for them to be in a place with mountains and rivers. They do not have weapons and do not know how to fight with mountains and rivers. They can't attack or defend. Bai Gu commented first. He felt that the place was suitable for terrace fields. It was surrounded by soldiers and was more than 200 miles away from Chang'an. After the road was fixed and there were many ships, The Tiela families would not be able to rebel even if they wanted to. Li Longji had a faint smile on his face, indicating that he was being reserved. My brother Yi did not need you to praise him. Chapter 677. If the surrendered households are settled here, the Dao army can be connected to the capital office. Lu Huaishan showed his talent as a prime minister. What he saw was even more impressive than what Baigu saw. The Dao army was located in the border area. The winter was bitter and cold. The imperial court could only give them normal military supplies, and the generals had to take away more. With a new place, the army there had to rush back to prevent the Yellow River from freezing in winter, and the surrendered households from escaping. It seemed that the non-commissioned officer there had a hard time, but don't forget that Li Yi was supporting the logistics of the surrendered households. How could he watch the non-commissioned officer on the other side make a wasted trip? Just to patrol? He would take advantage of the frozen Yellow River to transport supplies to the other side. It just so happened that the road to Chang and was going to be opened. Lu Huaishan dared to guarantee with his head that once the surrendered households arrived, the Dao army would get the Li family Zhuangzi's things. When the transport team, the winged knights and the 16 guards rotated, they would bring them over. Even a canned meat, a canned fruit, or a leather hat were good things for the non-commissioned officer of the Dao army. I'm not as good as you. Yao Chong naturally saw that Li Yi was starting to play a complete set. It seemed that Li Yi was staying in Zhuangzi, but in fact, his reach was very far. Wherever there was a problem, he would be there. Zhang Shua nodded, strategizing. Now Li Yi only needs to make money. As he spoke, he looked at Baigu. Baigu was speechless. He wanted to change positions with Zhang Shua. Zhang Shua would be the Minister of Revenue, and he would be the Prime Minister. That's fine. Who wouldn't want to be the Prime Minister? I'll go to the Li family Zhuangzi tonight. Baigu muttered to Li Longji. I've seen something good. Li Longji said. It's tax-free. The Ministry of Revenue doesn't need the Li family Zhuangzi to provide money for the time being. Baigu understood that if he saw something, he shouldn't think about it. The four of them left Xingqing Hall and went back to make arrangements for the relocation. Baigu went to the Li family Zhuangzi at night. Even though he was sitting in the car on the way, he was still sweaty and stuffy. Old Bai is here? Let's drink a bowl of cold noodle soup first and eat the skewers together. Li Yi called out to Baigu. Now that Baigu entered Zhuangzi, he did not have to wait for inspection at the Ba River Bridge. In any case, he was a minister. Baigu did not stand on ceremony. He picked up the cold noodle soup and drank 2 mouthfuls before finding a seat to sit down. The palace maids and eunuchs moved aside to bring him a basin, soap, and towels to wash his hands. Today, the governor of Bing Province, Wang Qi, has submitted a report. He has given us 3 strategies. We have decided to exempt you from paying taxes in Zhuangzi. Baigu said something that most people wouldn't understand as he stared at the skewers. He usually couldn't eat skewers, especially skewers with all kinds of seasonings. He didn't have chili noodles. Old Bai, the Tang dynasty had a lot of iron and cement. The original bamboo pontoon bridge at the Yellow River should be changed to iron chains. Let's call it Pujin Bridge. Li Yi didn't say anything about the relocation. Everyone understood. He wanted to change the bridge. In history, there was an iron chain pontoon bridge in Pujin Bridge. It happened to be near that location. Now it was made of bamboo, so it was not easy to use. In history, it was made in Li Longji's era, not now. A lot of iron was used. How to change it? Baigu thought about the crossing of the 2 sides. It was okay in winter, but it was too tiring to make a bamboo bridge and ferry in summer. First, use concrete to make the pier. Arrange the position and structure of the thick iron rod. Use the iron chain to extend it. Lay a board and put the boat below. Make it into a pontoon bridge. In winter, there is no need to put the boat. Take advantage of the ice and pull the iron chain over. Do you know how to transport the iron chain? Li Yi was afraid that Baigu didn't understand, so he deliberately asked. First, use hemp rope. Gradually thicken the rope, then pull the iron chain. The pier on both sides must be built first. Otherwise, it won't hang. Baigu didn't look Li Yi in the eye, meaning that he was an idiot. That's right. Li Yi praised. Old Bai was smart. Baigu drank a mouthful of iced yellow wine and picked up a skewer of unknown meat. Then when there is more iron we will replace the concrete on the shore. Is that right? Of course not. Wherever we go I have a new bridge building technique. We will build the pier in the Yellow River, so we need a large barge. When the Yellow River's current is not rapid, we will use the barge as a springboard and build reinforced concrete pillars to smash into the river. After smashing in, we will build one pier after another to block the water. Then we will increase the bottom of the pier and use concrete. When the pier is finished, we will directly build the bridge on top. The process is very complicated and a lot of iron is used. The good thing is that after the bridge is built, it will be no different from running a horse carriage from the top. To put it bluntly, we need to make up for the lack of technology with money. Li Yi wanted to build the Yellow River Bridge next to Pujin Bridge. Building the pier was very high-end for the current technology. It required a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. He could solve the problem of technology. He couldn't do it during the high water period or the dry water period. He could do it during the dry water period downstream, but the downstream was really dry and there was no water. Wooden pile bridges are also built this way. Baigu thought for a while. He had an impression of it. It was supported by wood. The bottom of the round wood was sharpened, soaked in tung oil, dried, and then thrown into the river. One is the principle. The other is that we can't learn now. We need a pump and force it down. Li Yi gave Baigu half a grilled eggplant and put a lot of garlic paste. Shaoyi, you also know about these things? Baigu realized that he couldn't understand Li Yi. I know a little. I'm sorry. Li Yi was modest. Baigu. Before I came, Her Majesty warned me not to ask you for money. Baigu tasted the eggplant and said, "It's like raising. If you ask me for money now, I won't give it to you. In another 2 years, you might not be the Minister of Revenue. By then you'll have more money." Li Yi was honest. He would give money when he should, but not when he shouldn't. He just didn't expect Baigu to be willing to exempt him from all taxes. He knew from historical data that Baigu was a little rigid. He was slightly worse than Song Jing. Yao Chong, Song Jing, Baigu, Zhang Shua, and Lu Huaishan were actually the people who supported the Kaiyuan Age. Then what new products do you have? If it's profitable, the Ministry of Revenue will help you sell it and make a profit. Otherwise, it's the same for merchants. Baigu immediately changed the topic without changing it at all. Yes, Li Yi was as easy to talk to as usual. He answered all the questions. What kind of business? Baigu was embarrassed. He really did have something. For bathing. It's very simple. A bucket and a shower. Make it yourself. Takes time and money. It's mass-produced and the cost is very low. Li Yi gave him something. He wanted to use bamboo to make a bucket and then connect it to the shower. The place where the hose should be replaced by a leather tube. One could sell for 20 yuan. If the commoners made it themselves and couldn't make one in 3 days, how much would they lose in a day? Is it easy to sell? Baigu thought it was something valuable. In the end it wasn't. Are the noodles easy to sell? It's hot now. It's going to last for more than a month. I'll give you 18 yuan for one. Li Yi gave him a profit of 2 yuan. No, Shaoyi, you must have something that can make a lot of money. Otherwise, you won't be able to support nearly 30,000 surrendered households. Baigu felt that if he sold it wholesale, Li Yi would make less money. He was unhappy. Li Yi could also sell this kind of thing. He would mention it in the newspaper. There was no need to worry about the sales. Yes, there's a shutter. I'll advertise it in the newspaper. I'm currently making the model. It's very tiring. There must be a 3D picture in the newspaper for everyone to see. Li Yi didn't plan to bring Baigu into this business. He could do it himself. Chapter 678. You're not selling mirrors? Baigu thought mirrors were worth a lot of money. I haven't been forced to that extent yet, including perfume. I only sell toilet water now, but I have a lot of perfume in stock. Li Yi shook his head. He wouldn't easily sell his trump card. Even if he was short of money, he still wouldn't sell mirrors in bulk. This was because the people in the capital already knew that there was a type of mirror from the Zhuangzi, which was light and easy to clean. Once the Li family Zhuangzi tried to sell mirrors, it was either because there was a new good item or because they had no money. The Li family Zhuangzi was printing exchange coupons, so he couldn't give the people the hint that the Li family Zhuangzi had no money. If a bank run started, the Li family Zhuangzi could deal with it. If something was issued with less money than the Li family Zhuangzi's collateral, if the bank run was over, how could the exchange coupons circulate? That was why Li Yi didn't release them until he finished making new things. Mirrors were still luxury goods. It wasn't like he didn't know how to play with capital. Capital pursued profit, selling one generation, storing another generation, and researching another generation. Only when there was competition would he release the next generation. The Li family Zhuangzi had technological reserves, which were more advanced than mirrors, but he didn't take them out. He only kept them in Li Yi's heart. Baigu didn't think about the bank run. He picked up the bowl and gulped down a bowl of iced yellow wine. He was sincerely happy. The Li family Zhuangzi had a foundation, which proved that the Tang dynasty would continue to be stable. Xiao Yi, I think His Majesty's attitude towards Yuanji has changed. Baigu said something he shouldn't have. Old Bai, actually, Zhang Shua should retire. When the time comes, you and Old Song should be the prime minister. Originally, you didn't have a chance. If you don't feel well, come to me first. Don't look for the imperial physician to avoid delaying your illness. Li Yi also said something he shouldn't have. Jigu and Huaishen? Baigu actually understood. After he returned, the higher-ups said that whoever Li Yi treated well would be in danger. Then Li Yi would always talk about who would do what in advance. Just like Yi Fashion, he could predict the future. This time, His Majesty obviously knew about the Bing Province chief historian Wang Qi's letter in advance. As for Xiao Yi, he had already made arrangements. In other words, he was going to die this year. The only reason he didn't die was because of Xiao Yi. Baigu's hair stood on end. He felt a sense of fear. In addition, he was personally involved in Li Riji's matter. Xiao Yi knew when someone might die. How could he save her just because he wanted to? Xiao Yi, as the Minister of Revenue, I have many. Old Bai, are you saying that you are greedy for money? That won't do. I'm a person who draws a clear line between public and private affairs. If I should be impeached, I'll be impeached. Li Yi interrupted Baigu with a smile. About the bathtub and the showerhead, you have to hurry up, Zhui. Baigu changed back in an instant. Old Bai, it's useless to take a bath. I'll roast a kidney for you. I suspect that you can't do it anymore. Li Yi also changed the topic. Who said that? How can you? Do you have medicine? Baigu had taken a lot of medicine, but the effect wasn't very good. I'll give you a few when we go back. You can eat it for half an hour. Li Yi decided to exchange some of that medicine for Baigu. The main reason was that Baigu didn't exercise. Otherwise, he would have no problem even if he was 60 or 70 years old. Baigu looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The palace maids and eunuchs were eating with their heads down. They looked very serious, as if they didn't hear anything that they shouldn't have. So he quietly nodded and said, Is there a problem with surrendering? Is there a problem with not being with the Tang dynasty? Surrendering to the Tang dynasty was a temporary measure. They still have expectations in their hearts. They're looking forward to the outcome of the battle with the Turks and the establishment of political power again. Li Yi, who knew the history, gave Baigu an answer. If that's the case, when they go to Huazhou and Tongzhou, their hearts will be with the Tang dynasty. Baigu was still worried. If they go outside, their lives won't change. If they go to the two provinces, I'll give them benefits. I'll give them new clothes to wear, give them good food to eat, treat their diseases and educate their children. What they feel is something else. Rebellion and non-rebellion are only driven by a small number of ambitious people. For the ambitious leaders, I'll set up a travel class. They'll come to Zhuangzi and see how it develops. At this time, they'll leave their tribes. On one hand, I'll show them the power of Zhuangzi. On the other hand, I'll divide the tribes there. What Li Yi said was an administrative measure. Isolation, division, adjustment and arrangement. Baigu, who had just taken a sip of the iced yellow wine, found that his mouth was dry. He swallowed twice and said, I know. Old Bai, don't think too much. If your throat hurts, sneezes, or you have a fever, come to me quickly. Who wants dental implants? 2 coins for 1. Li comforted Bai Gu. You're already so old. Don't be scared. Aren't my wrists very normal? Don't you people know how to do it? The palace maids and eunuchs still lowered their heads to eat. However, no matter how they ate, the food on their plates didn't seem to decrease. On the other side, the food on the grill was almost burnt. Early the next morning, Bai Gu left happily with 3 three-dimensional paintings in his hand. He knew how to read them. Before, he didn't know how to read them. Later, after drinking and drinking, he felt a little dizzy and saw double. When he looked at the paintings again, he knew how to read them. Yes, it was the same when he drank too much. After that, he drank even more. When he left in the morning, he was still dizzy. After Li Longji finished the small court meeting, Bai Gu went forward and took out 3 pieces of paper. He looked at them and chose one. Your Majesty, do you have a sheep here? Bai Gu's expression was slightly absent-minded. Li Longji personally walked over and took the paper. He looked at it and said, Call the imperial physician to sober Bai Gu up. Your Majesty, I didn't drink too much. I drank a little last night. I told Xiaoyi. Bai Gu shouted as he was supported to leave. You didn't drink too much. Then you're referring to a cow as a sheep. Your crime is even more serious. Are you bullying me because I don't understand 3-dimensional paintings? It's clearly a cow. You call it a sheep. Do your sheep's horns look like this? You drank so much wine last night. How long have you practiced? You actually came to show off in front of me. Li Longji retorted. He could tell at a glance that the animal in the 3-dimensional painting was a cow. I impeach Li, Dr. Li, for getting Minister Bai Gu drunk and causing Minister Bai Gu to be disrespectful. Yao Chong quickly came out. Bai Gu was still struggling. I second the motion. Lu Huaishan helped Bai Gu. Your Majesty, how do you see this? I see a flock of chickens. Zhang Shua came over to take a look. He was puzzled. It was a flock of chickens. Bai Gu saw it as a sheep, while Her Majesty saw it as a cow. Was there a reason behind it? It's a 3-dimensional painting. If you look cross-eyed, you will see a concave part. If you look at it absent-mindedly, you will see a protruding part. Li Longji began to explain to the ministers who had not left how to see the 3-dimensional painting. Everyone worked hard and thought carefully and adjusted. Not long after, Yao Chong's eyes widened. Your Majesty, it's a cow. How did this cow appear? Is it the art of immortals? Your Majesty, Xi Long has chosen to commit the crime of referring to a cow as a sheep. Songjing also saw it. Li Longji looked at him. Are you serious? You call Bai Gu Long Zai, and then you want me to punish him? Lu Huaishan looked at another painting and said, Your Majesty, it's clearly a sea of flowers, but now I see a lone flower. This scene is too beautiful. My brother Yi is preparing to use it to make a lot of money. It's naturally extraordinary, Li Longji said. He suddenly felt that the 3-dimensional painting was no longer so beautiful. Behind it was the country and the world. If others made this thing, it would be for fun. Brother Yi took it out and used it to appease the surrendered families. Chapter 679. In the rainy weather, the grass on both sides of the road was yellow, and the pine trees further away were dripping with grease. The pine oil, which was supposed to have a fragrant aroma, smelled sticky from head to toe. The official road that used to allow large groups of people to travel on had become a bumpy path that extended along the foot of the mountain. Dust was flying around the group. Even though the wind was blowing, the air that entered their nostrils was scorching hot. A group of carriages slowly advanced on the road, but the cavalry in the group were running here and there. Report, we've discovered the Sangon River. We've discovered people on the nearby hills. A winged night scout ran over. Get ready, the leader Fan Fan ordered. A portion of the winged knights dismounted and picked up shields from the carriages of the carriages. There's a plain up ahead, where the Anong Protectorate is located, Fan Fan shouted. He had a map and had specifically asked about the situation before coming. In fact, he was referring to the capital of Li Yi's time. It used to be called Beiping, and from the word ping, one could tell that it was a plain. There were many other mountains, and from the west to the Anong Protectorate, one had to pass through these mountains. The villagers were also preparing. The 100 Khitan study class took out empty water bags and prepared to go to the Sanggon River to fill them with water. Wasn't the northern part of Hebei province said to be a land of bitter cold? Why is it so hot? The villagers didn't have time to wipe their sweat and picked up their crossbows. They didn't know what the situation was with the people that the scouts had discovered. The journey had been peaceful, with only wild beasts and few people. This probably had something to do with the path they were taking. They had crossed under the Great Wu Army and arrived at the Anong Protectorate on top of the Great An Army. The people they saw along the way didn't interact with them. They saw them from afar and went into the forest. The winged knights didn't chase after them, allowing them to leave. This place was a land of bitter cold. They could feel the bitterness, but where was the cold? It was summer now and there were still a few days to go. There should be fields, but there are weeds everywhere. The villager looked through his binoculars and saw shallow ridges in the fields. This meant that someone had farmed here before, and after they left, the land gradually became abandoned and overgrown with weeds. Occasionally, small animals could be seen in the grass. The group warily moved forward, slowing down. The 100 Khitan students took the initiative to walk in front, holding their sabers at their waists but not touching them. After walking for an hour, a river appeared in front of them. There was also a group of people holding bows, sabers, and spears. Behind them was a group of people dressed in rags. These people carried wooden buckets in their hands, and some even had carrying poles by their sides. They're from the Buri tribe. There are more than 700 of them. They're considered a medium-sized tribe. Bacharka introduced loudly. Then, he switched to the Khitan language that the other party could understand. The Khitan language was not uniform, and it was difficult for some tribes to communicate with each other. More and more people from the Buri tribe appeared. Even the children were holding bows in their hands, even though the bows didn't look very powerful. Both men and women in the Buri tribe could become warriors. They were on high alert. Bacharka ran over and spoke to one of the men who seemed to be the leader. The winged knights were forming a shield. The people in front were holding shields and swords, while the people at the back were hiding behind the shields with crossbows. The other winged knights mounted their horses and looked for a suitable position to charge. The villagers opened the tarps on several carriages, revealing the monkey boxes inside. They took out their lighters and were about to light them. After waiting for a while, the Buri tribe lowered their weapons and put their arrows back into their quivers. Bacharka turned his head and shouted, put them down and exchange them. They want to see the goods. If they're good, we can exchange them with people from the Tang dynasty. Bring a carriage of soap, scented soap, and toilet water over. Let's go. The village guards were still holding their swords. The villagers weren't afraid of a fight at all. They drove a carriage forward. Li Yin, the village steward, who followed them, shouted to Bacharka, bring all the people from the Tang dynasty here. We have to watch them. Bacharka talked to the leader of the Buri tribe again and some people ran out. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than 200 people had arrived. The men were all bare-chested. They looked very thin and weak, and the pants they wore were full of holes. The women were wearing straw curtains. Some of them were even naked. When a woman walked up to a man from the Buri tribe, the man smiled and touched the woman's upper body. When the woman dodged, the man raised his hand and slapped her. Slap. Poof. The slap landed on the woman's face, and a crossbow arrow pierced the man's head. The people of the Buri tribe picked up their weapons again. The winged knights drew their bows, and the cavalrymen rode their horses and trotted in circles. They gradually sped up. Wah! Bacharka shouted at the leader of the other party. The leader of the other party also shouted, and the others looked angry. A group of 100 cavalrymen rushed directly to the middle of the Buri tribe and the people of the Tang dynasty. They dismounted and drew their bows. The other cavalrymen divided into groups and distanced themselves, ready to surround and kill. Boom, 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 boom. The shield-wielding soldiers held their shields and walked forward step by step. They trotted from the beginning and stopped when they were more than 10 steps away from the people in front of the Buri tribe. The village steward behind drove a carriage over. He ignored the people of the Buri tribe and drove the carriage directly to the side of the people of the Tang dynasty. They took down cotton clothes and cotton skirts from the carriage. Come here and put on your clothes. The women wear a dress specially designed by our Dongzhu. The men wear a shirt and trousers. Li Yin shouted at the people of the Tang dynasty with anger in his eyes. Put on your clothes. The people of the Buri tribe can't defeat the army of the Tang dynasty. Someone in the crowd shouted after seeing the situation. A group of men and women of all ages ran forward, picked out their own clothes and put them on. The woman who was slapped just now put on her dress and underwear. She skillfully covered her underwear with her dress as if she had practiced it countless times under the guidance of the instructor. She looked at the weapons of the Buri tribe and the clothes and thin armor on their bodies. Then she looked at the horses of the Tang dynasty, the people on the horses, the armor on the people, and the crossbows on the people. She came to the person who was shot by the crossbow. This person was already dead. She lifted her foot and stomped hard on the person's stomach. Wah 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 wah. A Buri tribe member shouted at her angrily. She looked up at the person and stomped again. Then she stomped again. After stomping, she looked at the person provocatively. Don't move, the winged knights shouted. They were not afraid of the people of the Buri tribe. There were more than 700 of them, including the women, the elderly, and the children. Even if they were men, judging from the strength of their bodies, they would have no problem fighting one-on-one. The Khitans were no match for the winged knights' training and the food they ate. Tell me who was bullied. Who do we need to kill? Li Yin shouted at the 225 people of the Tang dynasty. When he handed out the clothes, he took note of the number of people. These people did not look very healthy. 100 people from the study class suddenly rushed up and put their swords on the necks of several important people of the Buri tribe. Bacharka also shouted at the leader of the other party. The leader of the other party had a look of horror in his eyes. Our leader said that if they resist, we will kill all of the Buri tribe. The people from the study class translated to the winged knights and the villagers. The people of the Tang dynasty who were caught to work could already understand the language of the Buri tribe. Tell me, who do you want to kill? If you want to do it yourself, do it yourself. If you don't want to do it yourself, we will help you. Li Yin shouted at the people of the Tang dynasty again. A 7 or 8-year-old child raised his hand and pointed at a person. He killed my mother and father. Chapter 680. Buzz. An arrow was shot into the neck of the man the child was pointing at. The Buri people were in an uproar again. They wanted to fight back, but they didn't dare. The 3 of them beat 2 of our men to death with sticks. They also did that to me. A woman stepped forward and pointed at 3 people. The 3 of them turned around and ran. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flew out and hit their backs. The people of the Buri tribe were less angry and more scared. They finally realized that the arrows of the Tang soldiers were too accurate. They weren't an ordinary army. He cut off my elder brother's leg. My elder brother didn't survive. A man in his 20s took the sword of the man next to him and walked over. The man's eyes were wide open in anger. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and got an arrow in one of his arms and one of his legs. He threw his bow away and knelt down. The man in his 20s walked over and slashed with his sword. His face was splashed with blood. One by one they were pointed out and killed. 31 people. 31 people of the Buri tribe were killed. In the past, they had allowed the Great Tang to watch as their people were killed. Now they would watch as their own people were killed. Okay, let's talk about the deal. Redeem our people. Tell them that we are from the Li family Zhuangzi in Baishui, east of Chang'an City. We will wait for their revenge at any time. Li Yin said to Bacharka when he saw that no one else stepped forward to point out the culprits. Dad, Mom, someone has avenged you. The child from before burst into tears. For a moment cries filled the air. The woman who had shouted that she had been done by the 3 of them ran to the side of a villager and stretched out her hand to snatch the knife. Are you stupid? Why are you looking for death at this time? You are dead. Do you know how much we spent on this trip? Who will compensate us if you die? Let me tell you, we bought you with money. You have to do enough work for us. The farmer used a little force and grabbed the woman's shoulder with his other hand to reason with her. Before they came, Dongzhu had said that no one was looking for death. The woman was stunned. After a few seconds she said, "Aren't you going to let us go directly? What are you thinking? Go back with the team." "And you," the farmer said and looked at the others. Some of the people of the Tang dynasty nodded, while others were in a daze. "All right, I'm willing to be your slave," a man in his 40s declared. "Slaves? My Zhuangzi is not a slave of the Tang dynasty. You can't be a slave just because you want to. We'll talk about it when we get back." The Li family's slaves in Zhuangzi were treated very well. They could walk around Zhuangzi as they pleased, and they were even given pocket money. Which family's slave had such a good thing? On the other side, Bacharka was talking to the other party's leader about exchanging goods for people from the Tang dynasty. The leader of the Boli tribe was dumbfounded. He was angry, helpless, and confused. He could have just taken her away, so why bother exchanging her? "Come look at this soap. When you wash your hands and face," Bacharka, on the other hand, became enthusiastic, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with the current deal. The people of the Boli tribe who had lost their loved ones were crying while holding the bodies of their loved ones. The people of the Boli tribe who had not participated in the bullying of the people of the Tang dynasty had mixed feelings. It was sad that his men had been killed. When his men killed the people of the Tang dynasty, didn't the people of the Tang dynasty feel sad? What happened after that? Didn't the people of the Boli tribe avenge their loved ones' deaths? They even killed the people of the Tang dynasty for revenge. You can also wash yourselves with soap. There's a river nearby. Don't think about jumping into the river. Our winged knights are good at swimming. Li Yin took a few pieces of soap and gave them to his 225 men. The men and women separated from each other, carefully took off their new clothes, and washed them with soap by the river. Bacharka was also demonstrating. He felt nothing for the people who had been killed, including those who had lost their loved ones. There were also internal conflicts among the Khitans. The tribes fought and killed each other, so they were used to it. Some killed the adults of the other party's family and raised their children as their sons. Some killed the men of the other party and raised the women and children together. For them there was no right or wrong. Survival was the most important thing. He took a fancy to the women and children of the men who had just died, wondering if they would become his. In the end, some people from the study class acted first. They went over and told the people who had lost their loved ones that they were willing to help bury them, and then they would live with their families who had lost their pillar of support. The other party actually agreed. They had just lost their loved ones, and they immediately began to think about whether they could live or not. Everyone helped to bury the 31 people. There were a total of 26 families, and they were divided among the 26 classes. Those people would follow them back to their own tribes and become part of their families. "I'll exchange 3 pieces of soap and 1 piece of soap for each person, plus a caddy of green tea leaves. You're the chief, and you were very cooperative just now. I'll give you a kerosene lamp. If there's no more oil, you can use other things to exchange with the Li family Zhuangzi in the future." Bacharka asked the people of the Boli tribe to see the magic of the soap, and then he named the price. He took another kerosene lamp and a bucket of kerosene, and taught them how to light it and adjust the brightness. The chief looked and raised the price. 3 pieces of soap, 2 pieces of soap, and 3 caddies of tea leaves. At most 2 caddies of tea leaves. Bacharka changed the price. "Okay." The chief agreed, and the 2 sides made a deal. He turned his head and lowered his voice. "You're also a Khitan. Why are you helping the people of the Tang dynasty?" "Because the Tang dynasty can let us live a good life. We can't beat the Tang dynasty." The effect of Bacharka's learning was obvious. "Where are they from?" The chief seemed to want to take revenge. "The winged knights, the private army of the Tang emperors. Each person rides 3 horses. They train every day, eat meat for every meal, and have the best weapons." Bacharka revealed the identity of the winged knights. "Take revenge. Can you beat the winged knights?" "What about the other people of the Li family Zhuangzi?" The chief remembered, and he could actually speak the language of the Tang dynasty. "They're more terrifying than the winged knights. Zhuangzi's Dongzhu can fly. They can kill people from hundreds of steps away. They can catch people alive if they want to. When Bacharka mentioned the Li'i, his eyes were full of awe. Moshe's dead. What about the Kaidans? After today's incident, the chief didn't know what the future would be. Do business with the Li family Zhuangzi and the Tang dynasty. We can't fight anymore. The Tang dynasty has become powerful. Bacharka had a firm idea. The Li Dongzhu was a good person. He said he was willing to help the Kaitans, and he had always done so. The 25 people finished washing. Their clothes were on, and some parts of their bodies were wet. Their hair was also wet, but it was hot so it would dry in a while. The woman who wanted to commit suicide, after washing, revealed a clean face. She was actually the most beautiful of all of them. Everyone came back with buckets of water, sat there, and washed the sand off their feet. They waited for it to dry before wearing shoes. They hadn't worn shoes for a long time. As long as one of them made a pair of straw sandals, he would be robbed by the people of the Boli tribe. The wheat in the field had been harvested long ago. They planted sorghum but no soybeans. They were worried that if they planted soybeans, the Boli tribe would ask them to make tofu again. It was tiring to work all day. For them, it was just living every day without a future. They tried their best not to cause trouble for themselves, but they didn't expect to encounter a magical thing today, and a magical team. Chapter 681. Trying to put on the cold leather shoes. 225 people were in a daze. There were too many carriages in the team. How many things were loaded? Seeing that it was noon, the team started to get busy. The Li family Zhuangzi people were in charge of making a big pot of rice. Even the people of the Boli tribe were invited to eat together. Killing was killing, exchanging was exchanging, and treating was treating. Along the way, the team used exchange coupons at the front and used gold to buy things at the back. The rice and noodles in the carriages were basically not used. Today, in order to celebrate the freedom of the people of the Tang dynasty, they steamed rice. There were vegetables in the fields, so they went to pick them directly. These were all planted by the people of the Tang dynasty. People from other places used the people of the Tang dynasty to farm, make tools, and build houses. Firewood was also taken from the Boli tribe to set up a stove. 225 people were in a daze, not knowing what to do. They didn't know how to do it. The team dealt with things too quickly. They were all militarized. They were in charge of watching. Some people occasionally wiped tears. They had avenged their relatives. As for the future, they would listen to the arrangements of this Li family Zhuangzi. They didn't know the winged knights. They didn't know the name, but they knew the Yulin royal guards. They saw that they were very strong. Their arrows were accurate. When they rode, they were stable and fast. If they were light cavalry, they could even use a shield formation. They had learned too many things. The most important thing was, why did the Li family Zhuangzi have armor and crossbows? The woman who wanted to commit suicide wore a dress and went to the person who stopped her before. She felt that this person had strength, so she felt safe. "Brother, are you a farmer?" The woman didn't want to die now. At that time, she was impulsive and felt that it was better to be alive. "Yes, a farmer. I used to be a soldier. My wife and 2 sons came to the Li family Zhuangzi." The farmer was a veteran that the Li family specially looked for. Of course, he felt safe. Not only was he strong, but he also knew how to kill. "Are you a slave?" The woman wanted to ask more. "No, Zhuangzi buys slaves, but they don't use them like other people buy slaves. Female slaves work normally and can go out to play." The guard in Zhuangzi said whatever he thought. The woman blinked. She couldn't understand how slaves could go out to play. In the Lijia village of Bashui, the people there work in 3 shifts. If you're hungry in the middle of the night, there's food in the canteen too. The farmer was afraid that the woman would take things too hard, so he told her about Zhuangzi. Many people gathered around to listen. She heard that there were military secrets in Zhuangzi, that there were countless livestock, that she was sick of eating meat, and that she did not need to spend a single cent to send her children to school. There was also Zhuangzi's Dongzhu, who was actually a secondary class, second-rank civil official. His Majesty's private army was stationed in Zhuangzi to protect him at all times. When the villager fell ill, Dongzhu personally treated him. The farmers allocated houses to them. They had money but couldn't spend it. Everyone listened as if they were dreaming. This was Zhuangzi? What was even more amazing was yet to come. In the first year, 42 students went to work in Zhuangzi. In the second year, all of them passed the imperial examinations. In the second year, there were another 220 students who also worked. Then this year, they all passed the imperial examinations. Their families now live in Zhuangzi, and they went out to be officials. Dong Zhu let the 42 students go to various counties to be registrars and county lieutenants. The 220 newly passed the imperial examinations were ordered by Dong Zhu to help the monarch with the land. When the monarch is done, he will teach them skills. Half a year later, depending on which village needs them, he will send them to be village officials. In the future, they will slowly be promoted. The farmer talked about the imperial examinations. Until now, there were 262 people who passed the imperial examinations in Zhuangzi. The people of the Tang dynasty who were exchanged listened as if they were listening to a book from heaven. A group of high-ranking officials who passed the imperial examinations listened to the arrangements of Zhuangzi and Dongzhu. Furthermore, wherever the owner said he would arrange, that was where he would be arranged. Isn't it the Ministry of Personnel's job to arrange officials? Some of the students of the Tang dynasty knew the situation. Yes, my Dongzhu will tell the Ministry of Personnel to invite the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Justice, and the Minister of Works. My Dongzhu can do everything to Zhuangzi. Before we came out, the Minister of Revenue by Gu always came here. 3 of his teeth were embedded by my Dongzhu. The farmer agreed. Yes, it was the Ministry of Personnel's job to arrange officials. The group of people was stunned. The minister can meet him whenever he wants? The minister even took the initiative to come to Zhuangzi? In the past, even the county magistrate couldn't meet him. What was the difference between the minister and the county magistrate? Based on what you said, he can kill whoever he wants? The student didn't believe it. When I asked you to point just now, didn't you say he can kill whoever he wants? The farmer said lightly. Shall we go back to Zhuangzi to work? The student couldn't refute and changed the topic. If you can't go to Zhuangzi, the imperial court will arrange it. But Dongzhu said that you must go to Chang, and to calm down. The farmer shook his head. He also didn't want a group of people to go to Zhuangzi. While they were chatting, the dishes were prepared. The dishes were stir-fried and stewed. The stir-fried pheasant, wild duck eggs, and cucumber together. Pepper noodles were added. It didn't look good, but it tasted good. The stewed dish was eggplant, cowpeas, salted dried tofu, and some pheasant and wild rabbit meat. The rice was rice. 3 Khitans were given a bamboo can of braised pork. The people of the Tang dynasty were given a can of braised pork with soy sauce. When the jar of fermented bean curd was opened, half a piece of fermented bean curd was given to each person. The winged knights took turns to eat. Their expression was calm, and they ate very quickly. I should have given you a good meal to congratulate you. But going out is different from home. There is less food. Let's make do with it. Li Yin apologized to the 225 people of the Tang dynasty who were rescued. The people of the Tang dynasty. They dared to swear that this was the first time in their lives that they ate a can of braised pork with soy sauce. Each of them had half a bamboo can poured on the fragrant rice. And what was this fermented bean curd? It was very salty like tofu. It tasted delicious. The people of the Tang dynasty had always thought that the farmer of Zhuangzi was lying. Now they also thought that he was lying. His big brother is just making do with it? What do you usually eat? The woman who was about to commit suicide didn't believe it. How could such delicious food be made with it? I already said that there is a cafeteria. Who usually eats canned food? It's not good. The best is the small casserole. Unfortunately, the weather is hot, so the cafeteria doesn't prepare much. The farmer didn't eat canned food. He really didn't like it. When they were doing experiments, many of the canned food were eaten by the farmers. Canned food was good when there was no other food. They could eat good food all day. Now that there was stewed food, who would eat canned food? Even the people of the Tang dynasty were surprised, let alone the Khitans. If it were another Tang dynasty team, dozens of people came to cook. They would directly arrest them and make them cook for the whole day. They didn't know that food could be so delicious. Why didn't they know before? After the meal, the two sides finished the exchange. The team continued on their journey, bringing the families of the dead with them. The Boli tribe suddenly lost more than 100 people. We will reach the place in 5 days. Bacharka introduced the situation to everyone. They were going to the tribe where the biggest leader of the Khitans lived, which was the tribe they came out from. Yu Jiang, who had been in the team and hadn't taken the initiative to do anything, said, "We should send the vanguard to contact the other party and then choose a place to talk, right?" Chapter 682. Yu Jiang was worried. According to the Li family Zhuangzi's style, this was not a peace talk. It was clearly a settling of scores. The winged knights could kill people in front of so many people. Moreover, he knew what the skycracker monkey was for. It wasn't for business. They were clearly taking advantage of the chaos in the Turks to confirm the status of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, they had to find out who bullied the Tang dynasty people first. They had to find out what the Tang dynasty people wanted. If they had to kill, they had to think of other ways. They could not kill in public. Li Yi was really ruthless. He actually gave such an order. Didn't people in power always think about harmony? Why did he suddenly make a move when it came to Li Yi? Bacharka was also worried. What if the families of his brothers bullied the Tang dynasty people while they were away? What should he do when the team arrived? To kill or not to kill? He ran to Li Yin's side and said, "Manager Li, let's settle the past now. There are brothers in Zhuangzi and there are brothers in the team. Why?" He was in a difficult position, but Li Yin was not at all. Those who killed must die. Everything else can be discussed. Dongzhu's reputation can't be weakened. However, in some cases they were not killed. They died accidentally. Compensation has to be made. Li Yin had received Li Yi's guidance. Killing people did not necessarily solve the problem. It was a way to vent anger. Since they had already knelt and were willing to help the Tang dynasty, it was better to let them live than to kill them. If the dead people had families, they had to be compensated. If they did not have families, they had to be killed. Because no one could get compensation for the dead. Were the dead not people? It was not easy to deal with this kind of thing in previous dynasties. Li Yi was more straightforward. However, he could be flexible. When he said to kill, he had to lock them up and wait for a good day to kill them. In the process, if the other party realized his mistake and was willing to correct it, he should be sentenced to life imprisonment and reform through labor. This reform through labor was real reform, the kind with a high mortality rate. He would let them do the dangerous work. If he could survive, he would be lucky. If he couldn't, he would have to pay for it. Li Yi drew a line in the sand. There was no such thing as a few men taking turns to do something to a woman from the Tang dynasty, and the woman died. As for those who died from an infection after being whipped, this could be done indefinitely. Because when he was whipping them, he wasn't thinking of whipping them to death. Instead, he wanted to bully them and make them work for him. Consider it from the perspective of the starting point and the mental harm to people. Bacharka and Li Yin had a discussion. The winged knights did not need to participate. The winged knights were only responsible for killing. The 225 people in the team finally showed a smile that they hadn't seen in a long time. They found out that His Majesty's private army listened to the Li family Zhuangzi. Then the Li family Zhuangzi looked as if he had bought them, so they should belong to the Li family Zhuangzi. But in reality, he took good care of them and allowed them to sit on the shaft of the carriage. The key was that when they were rushing, the winged knight scouts were everywhere. This was a strong army. In fact, the people who were caught to work hadn't fully adapted yet. The change was too fast. When they were carrying buckets to water the sorghum field, a group of people suddenly came out. Then the Khitans went up to them. They were ready to fight. Just as they pointed their weapons at the ground, a woman was violated, and the situation changed in an instant. They were shot to death just by touching her. This showed that this team had a special dignity. Then it was true. 31 people were killed. Their dignity was inviolable. Now that they looked at the march, it was indeed different from the army they knew before. They ran 30 miles at a time. The army of the Tang dynasty now has such a powerful weapon? The only student among the 225 people was holding a telescope. The others also had one. They took turns to look at it and felt that it was too magical. When they put this thing in front of them from so far away, they suddenly felt very close. The student looked at it and said to the farmer of the Li family of Zhuangzi, "This is a military weapon. Your Zhuangzi can use it for this trip. When you go back, you must hand it in. Don't keep it." At this time, the student was still thinking about the Tang dynasty. "My family made it in Zhuangzi. The telescopes of the military forces of the Tang dynasty were all made by my family in Zhuangzi." The farmer shook his head and said, "From what you said, can you read?" The student found that the farmer was different from others. The farmer was embarrassed. "I only know a few thousand words. My handwriting is not good. It's not as good as my daughter and son. They go to school in Zhuangzi, and their handwriting is much better than mine." "You learned from your son and daughter?" The student was interested. "I learned by myself. Dongzhu let everyone learn and send people to teach them. Zhuangzi can't not read or count," the farmer said with a happy expression. He was proud. So what if he was a farmer? Every farmer was different from every other farmer. The student nodded. "If you learn more, you can ask your Dongzhu to increase your salary. Otherwise, you can go to someone else's house and be a steward." "Go to someone else's house?" "Haha." The farmer laughed. "Why should I go to someone else's house? To be honest, I can't go. Li family of Zhuangzi can only stay in Li family of Zhuangzi. If I go out, I'll die." The farmer knew that he knew too many secrets. Everyone was curious again. Why couldn't they go? How could their lives be in touch with the Li family of Zhuangzi? They could only listen to the farmers talk about the Li family of Zhuangzi. The people of the Tang dynasty who were caught to work had smiles and expectations on their faces. Just like the Khitans who had lost their relatives, those who were alive had to be strong. They would soon forget many people and things. The team moved forward. A few days before they reached their destination, night fell. Tents were set up one after another, and the teams formed sentries. The winged knights hunted wild animals, and the people of the Tang dynasty helped to pick wild vegetables. It was another pot of stew with a lot of spices. Some people wiped their tears while eating. After eating, they went to sleep. Faint crying sounds came from the tents. After Li Qiu, it will be hot for many days, but it will cool down sooner or later. Li Chengqi came over for dinner at night. He brought a lot of watermelons that were not fully ripe yet. They could be preserved for a long time after soaking them in salt water. The main problem is the drought. The heat is not a problem. The whole Guangzhou is dry. The only water network we have now is the capital office. It's difficult to dig wells above and to the east of the Yellow River. Li Yi did not want to eat dinner at night. It was hot. In this kind of weather, he was sweating just sitting there motionless. So he was eating cold soup with ice double. The tripe in the soup was cooked in advance. He had to eat garlic for fear of diarrhea. The water network will be completed by mid-August. The track from Luoyang to Chang and will also be completed. There's no need to worry about running out of food. Li Chengqi could now casually talk about the capital office. When will the people arrive? If the mountain can be tidied up this year, the fertilizer can be transported up in winter, and the snow can be plowed in spring, then we can plant new rice. Li Yi changed the topic and asked about the 9 families who surrendered. He knew those people were not familiar with the border. The earlier they came, the earlier he could make arrangements. They are coming this way. Some people don't want to come here. It can be seen that they are actually rebellious. Li Chengqi finally understood the 3 plans and Li Yi's arrangements. Sure enough, some people were still thinking about going back after the internal strife in the Turkic Khaganate stabilized. Chapter 683. If you want to integrate an ethnic group, other than military force, you also need economic development and quality of life. Li Yi slowly explained to Li Chengqi how to integrate the ethnic groups. Now that integration was not important, it was because other people had sided with them. In order to guard against the other party and for the stability of the mainland, they directly let the other party continue to stay at the border. In the later period of history, during the Lushan rebellion, it was troublesome. The people at the border were disobedient. Therefore, they became armed forces, and the Tang dynasty still had to fight with them. In the end, both sides would die together. No one would have a good time. Is that enough? Li Chengqi was eating skewers. He realized that he could always eat interesting things in Brother Yi's Shuangzi. It's just a temporary solution. The root of the problem lies in propaganda. We have to keep saying that the tribes and the Tang dynasty are one family. As time passes, the people's lives will be better, and new children will be born and grow up. Slowly, they will be recognized. We must not let them be. If we find out that they are spreading other things, arrest them and eliminate them. Li Yi explained the basic policy. At that time, there were still some people who had other thoughts. Because of the previous period, they relaxed. What was more terrifying was religion. It was better now that those religions had not spread. Otherwise, when the foreign religions were deeply rooted, it would be difficult to move. We have sent people to Laizhou and Chengzhou with things. It's more convenient to transport things by water now. Li Chengqi temporarily put aside the issue of integration. He needed to think about it. At the same time, he asked the officials in the imperial court about the specific strategy. He knew that he could ask Li Yi, but why should he let the officials relax? Li Yi drank a mouthful of soup and felt comfortable. Actually, the Grand Canal can be connected to the Anong Protectorate. Now the Khitans have started to rely on us. We have to make use of shipping. Only by increasing the frequency of the exchange of goods can we let the other party gain benefits and rely on trade. Li Yi was talking about Beijing. The Grand Canal passed through the Yellow River and entered Beijing. They could also enter from Tianjin in the Bohai Bay. In the past, they were always afraid of this and that. Even if the other party surrendered, they did not want to occupy the place. To put it bluntly, the Tang dynasty did not pay enough attention to the northeast, including Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei. They thought that it would not be able to develop there, and would pose no threat to the Tang dynasty. Li Yi knew that there were no threats there. The Khitans there were very tenacious. Even the Bohai kingdom could not compare to them. Moreover, in the end, Bohai was still separated from South Korea. Li Chengqi didn't dare to underestimate them. He replied, "They are building ships with the money we have. It takes time to build a big ship, and it also takes time to train the sailors." Li Chengqi didn't know who to blame for this. The navy of the Tang dynasty used to be very strong, but when the third brother became the emperor, the navy was finished and barely maintained. If it weren't for the fact that he collected seafood through the navy and gave them benefits, those ships would have been stolen and sold. Because of the Turks, Tubo, the Abbasid Caliphate, and the barbarians of the southwest, the imperial court had shifted its focus to the west and northwest. They had invested less in the northeast, the east, and the southeast coast. They weren't even willing to invest their energy. Now that he had harvested seafood and learned about iron mines, he understood that he could plant large amounts of pepper in Laizhou and Chengzhou, as well as the new rice in Jiangnan. He suddenly realized the importance of the navy. Only with the navy could there be transportation. They could go around the sea and didn't have to go through the Lucky River. Big Brother, some of the long-term military and political personnel in the border areas should be transferred back. As the border areas are integrated, it's not good. When Li Yi mentioned this problem, he thought of the Song dynasty. The Song dynasty was powerful. The military and political personnel were separated. However, the military and political personnel used the civil officials to suppress the military officials. Now that the military and political personnel in the border areas of the Tang dynasty were integrated, it was possible to fight. The drawbacks were that they had too much power. It was power, not power. Some people went there to be local tyrants. They were in charge of the population of the area, and there were ethnic minorities. If they rebelled, they might as well split the military and political personnel. Transfer them back. Who is familiar with the local situation? Li Chengqi was annoyed. If it was easy to transfer them back, Tubo wouldn't know how to fight once they attacked. Deputy, push the deputy up. A commander-in-chief should send more deputies. There should be a competition among the deputies. Fight for one. Li Yi came up with the idea. If there were more deputies, they would restrain each other. At that time it was the same everywhere. Everyone wanted to have more power. Whoever had more power would be adjusted by the higher-ups. Li Chengqi lowered his head and thought for a while. He didn't directly say whether it was okay or not. He still wanted his third brother to ask the officials. It looks like it's going to rain. Li Chengqi looked out of the window. There were clouds in the sky. However, those clouds were light gray in color. It was not raining. The speed of movement was slow and there was no wind. Li Yi also took a look. He didn't understand. Chapter 684. Selling newspapers. Selling newspapers. The weather is hot after the rain and there are many mosquitoes. Don't drink unboiled water. If you get malaria, you can go to the clinic to take medicine for free. Selling newspapers. Soak plant ash in water. It's best if the ratio is 1:5. Soak it in water for a day and a night. Spray it on the vegetables to prevent insects. On the morning after the rain, the newspaper boy was running and shouting. For a time, people who grew vegetables at home looked for plant ash and soaked it in water. Those who did not have much plant ash asked others for it. Some even burned it themselves. It turns out that this method can prevent insects. Let's try it out. If it works, let's spread it throughout the Tang dynasty. In the political affairs hall, Yao Chong was reading the newspaper in his hand. He focused on the soaking plant ash in water. Plant ash itself can be used as fertilizer. Add it when composting. It has a good effect on the ground. The plant ash will not harm the ground when it falls into the ground. Yao Chong continued to talk about other uses of plant ash. Soaking plant ash in water and spraying it on vegetables was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It's such a good method, and he didn't come up with it until now. He can't remember it. Zhang Shua sometimes felt helpless towards Li Yi. Soaking plant ash in water to kill insects. Why didn't he mention it 2 years ago? He must have not thought of it. When he encountered a problem, he needed inspiration to come up with a solution. Lu Huaishan, on the other hand, was smiling. Xiaoyi has already worked very hard. At least there is no cure for malaria. Once malaria occurs, a group of people is infected. Lu Huaishan learned a new term, infection. He also learned how to be infected. People in the past did not understand that if someone in an area contracted malaria, many people would contract it. Now he understood. It was written in the newspaper that after the mosquito bites the person who contracted malaria, it bites other people and the other people will contract malaria. The newspaper wrote about all kinds of malaria, including the incubation period and symptoms. The people themselves knew about the death of people. If 1 out of 3 people contracted malaria, it was considered good if 1 out of 3 people could survive. The treatment method was to hold the wormwood, soak it in cold water, and drink the juice. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it did not. It must be wormwood. The Li family Zhuangzi is collecting a large amount of wormwood this year. Apart from making mosquito-repellent incense, the rest are used to make big honey pills. Yao Chong guessed that Li Yi used wormwood to treat malaria from the behavior of Li family Zhuangzi, and the prescription recorded in the medical book. Li Yi had come up with a good method to make the prescription that was sometimes not easy to use work. Lu Huaishan continued to smile. Xiaoyi even taught us how to raise bumblebees. After collecting honey, Zhuangzi would purchase it. The imperial court no longer allows incense makers to use honey to make incense. Longzhe should be having a headache. Zhang Shua said. The Li family Zhuangzi sold the big honey pill to the imperial court at a low cost. The imperial court's Ministry of Revenue paid for it and gave it to the commoners for free. If this disease was not treated, people would really die. Moreover, it could be transmitted to others after being bitten by mosquitoes. At present, it was only given to the commoners in the capital government. When the quantity increased, it would be distributed to all parts of the Tang dynasty. At that time, the newspapers would rewrite some previously written content to let the commoners know the situation, especially to guard against mosquitoes. The method of making mosquito-repellent incense had already been passed to the prefectures of the Tang dynasty. The prefectures called on the commoners to collect wormwood. Xiaoyi helps the Ministry of Revenue make money, and also helps the Ministry of Revenue spend money. It is really not easy for Longzhe to sit in the position of Minister of Revenue. Lu Huaishan began to pity Bai Gu. Yao Chong laughed. Longzhe is now looking forward to it and afraid of it. He is looking forward to Li Yi making something that can make a lot of money and selling it. He is afraid that Li Yi will think of spending money. Bai Gu, who was being talked about by the three people, was distressed in his own office. A big honey pill costs 10 coins. People who have malaria may not necessarily be cured after eating a few big honey pills. How much honey is used? Why is the price so high? Bai Gu felt that Li Yi was asking for too much money. The agreed cost price was 10 coins per pill. He couldn't personally see how to make the big honey pills to treat malaria. Zhuangzi kept it a secret. The commoners of the Tang dynasty ate it for free. If other places wanted to treat it, they had to pay. For example, the slave owners of Tubo. Other things could be discussed, but if they got malaria, they could basically wait for death. Once there was medicine that could be treated, dozens of pills must be prepared at home. Raising bumblebees, we must vigorously promote bumblebee breeding. The imperial court ordered that bumblebee breeding be compulsory to reduce the cost. After a moment of sadness, Bai Gu thought of a good idea. He began to write a memorial, requesting that in every county of the Tang dynasty, 1 out of every 10 households must raise bumblebees. Families who raise bumblebees will be exempt from the local taxes. When the tax is promoted, other people will be exempt from the taxes, but beekeepers will still be exempt. At the same time, the beekeepers will be limited to how much honey they need to hand in. If they don't meet the requirements, they will be calculated according to the amount and the taxes will be paid. After writing, he thought about it and wrote a poem at the same time. He asked someone to send it to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was afraid now. Once he had an idea, he would automatically consider Li Yi. One was to ask Li Yi to help check and fill in the gaps. The other was to ask Li Yi if he had any better ideas. Li Yi received the letter at noon. He gave a piece of soap to the messenger. He opened the letter and read, "The capital governor has not ruled yet. 1 out of 10 households will raise bumblebees. Deficiencies will be filled in. The smell of the honey pills is very strong." Li Yi curled his lips. He has nothing better to do. It's just a matter of a sentence. Why did he have to write this bullshit jingle? Li Qingqi was there. He took a look. Bai Gu is afraid of spending money. You give him 10 coins per pill, but he thinks it's expensive. Honey is cheap. Don't you need to buy and process the wormwood? My Zhuangzi has a high labor cost. Li Yi didn't think it was expensive. Zhuangzi didn't count the labor cost. The material cost of a large honey pill was 7 coins, and the labor cost was 3 coins. Zhuangzi earned this money. If he didn't count the labor cost, the farmers had to eat. According to Bai Gu's method, is it feasible to implement it? Li Qingqi wanted to know if the method was useful. If we force it, there will be problems in the end. Our purpose is to collect honey, not to give the people a task that they can't do wrong. Li Yi hated the imperial court's order to force the people to raise bumblebees. He continued, "It will be calculated according to the households. Large households have a lot of people. If the amount is fixed, the imperial court will suffer losses. The tax hasn't been introduced yet. Other places still can't cancel bumblebees. If it's based on the number of people, will it work?" Li Qingqi thought that the households wouldn't work. He thought for a while and said, "Or we can use honey to exchange for bumblebees." Li Yi remembered what the snake catcher said. Using poisonous snakes to exchange for taxes was similar to using honey to exchange for bumblebees. The difference was that bumblebees weren't as poisonous. Just collect honey directly. As long as the price is right, the merchants will think of ways to raise bumblebees. The merchants will lead the way. The method of raising bumblebees has been spread. The people will build their own nests in places with flowers. Then they will sell it to the merchants, and the merchants will send it to Chang'an. It's obviously an economic matter, but we have to talk about administrative matters. Li Yi objected to making a simple problem complicated. It was pure nonsense. If you buy, the price will be high. Li Qingqi could understand Bai Gu's thoughts. If the price is high, there will be more people raising them. The price can be lowered in the future. Once you start raising bumblebees, it won't be troublesome. If you want to sell them, you can sell them. If you don't want to sell them, you can keep them for yourself. Li Yi wanted to adjust the price through the market. If everyone raised them together, the price would drop. They just had to spend 1 more year's money. In the future, there would be cheap honey every year. If the people raised them, they wouldn't have to earn money. It would be good for their health to eat them. The areas in the south have a lot of flowers. Shu also has flowers all year round. Li Chengqi felt that it was a good idea. I'll write a reply to old Bai. Li Yi went to find a pen and paper. You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.